Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 161. The Lord of Treasures said, O Yudhishthira, patience, ability, appropriate, time and place and prowess, these 5 lead to success in human affairs. O Bharata, in the Krita Yuga, men were patient and able in their respective occupations, and they knew how to display prowess. And, O foremost of the Kshatriyas, a Kshatriya that is endued with patience and understandeth the propriety regarding place and time, and is versed in all moral regulations, can alone govern the world for a long time, nay, in all transactions. He that behaveth thus, acquireth, O hero, fame in this world and excellent state in the next. And by having displayed his prowess at the proper place and time, Sakra with the Vasus hath obtained the dominion of heaven. He that from anger cannot see his fall, and he that being naturally wicked and evil-minded followeth evil, and he that knoweth not the propriety relative to acts, meet with destruction both in this world and the next. The exertions of that stupid person become fruitless, who is not conversant with the expediency regarding time and acts, and he meeteth with destruction both in this world and the next. And the object of that wicked and deceitful persons is vicious, who, aiming at mastery of every kind, committeth some rash act. O best of men, Bhimasena is fearless, and ignorant of duties, and haughty, and of the sense of a child, and unforbearing. Do thou, therefore, check him. Repairing again to the hermitage of the pious sage Arshtasena, do thou reside there during the dark fortnight, without fear or anxiety. O Lord of men, deputed by me, all the Gandharvas residing at Alaka, as also those dwelling in this mountain, will, O mighty armed one, protect thee, and these best of the Brahmanas. And, O king, O chief among virtuous men, knowing that Vrkodara hath come hither out of rashness, do thou check him. Henceforth, O monarch, beings living in the forest will meet you, wait upon you, and always protect you all. And, ye foremost of men, my servants will always procure for you various meats and drinks of delicious flavor. And, O son, Yudhishthira, even as by reason of your being the progeny of spiritual intercourse, Jishnu is entitled to the protection of Mahendra, and Vrkodara, of the wind god, and thou, of Dharma, and the twins possessed of strength, of the Ashwins, so ye all are entitled to my protection. That one next by birth to Bhimasena, Fulguna, versed in the science of profit and all moral regulations, is well in heaven. And, O child, those perfections that are recognized in the world as leading to heaven are established in Dhananjaya even from his very birth. And self-restraint, and charity, and strength, and intelligence, and modesty, and fortitude, and excellent energy, even all these are established in that majestic one of magnificent soul. And, O Pandava, Jishnu never committed any shameful act through poverty of spirit. And in the world, none ever say that Partha hath uttered an untruth. And, O Bharata, honored by the gods, Pitris, and the Gandharvas, that enhancer of the glory of the Kurus is learning the science of weapons in Sakra's abode. And, O Partha, in heaven he that with justice had brought under his subjection all the rulers of the earth, even that exceedingly powerful and highly energetic monarch, the grandsire of thy father, Santanu himself, is well pleased with the behavior of that wielder of the Gandiva, the foremost of his race. And, O king, abiding in Indra's regions, he who on the banks of the Yamuna had worshipped the gods, the Pitris, and the Brahmanas, by celebrating 7 grand horse sacrifices, that great grandsire of thine, the Emperor Santanu of severe austerities, who hath attained heaven, hath inquired of thy welfare. Vaisampayana said, having heard these words of the dispenser of wealth, the Pandavas were well pleased with them. Then lowering his club and mace and sword and bow, that foremost of the Bharatas bowed down unto Kuvara. And that giver of protection, the Lord of treasures, seeing him prostrate, said, Be thou the destroyer of the pride of foes, and the enhancer of the delight of friends. And ye oppressors of enemies, do ye live in our romantic region? The Yakshas will not cross your desires. Gudakiza, after having acquired mastery over weapons, will come back soon. Bidden adieu by Maghavat himself, Dhananjaya will join you. Having thus instructed Yudhishthira of excellent deeds, the lord of the Guhyakas vanished from that best of mountains. And thousands upon thousands of Yakshas and Rakshasas followed him in vehicles spread over with checkered cushions and decorated with various jewels. And as the horses proceeded towards the abode of Kuvara, a noise arose as of birds flying in the air. And the chargers of the Lord of Treasures speedily coursed through the sky, as if drawing forward the firmament and devouring the air. Then, at the command of the Lord of Wealth, the dead bodies of the Rakshasas were removed from the summit of the mountain. As the intelligent Agastya had fixed this period as the limit of, the duration of, his curse, so being slain in conflict, the Rakshasas were freed from the imprecation. And being honored by the Rakshasas, the Pandavas for several nights dwelt pleasantly in those habitations. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 162. Vyasa continued, Then, O repressor of foes, at sunrise, having finished his daily devotions, Daumya came unto the Pandavas, with Arstashina. And having bowed down unto the feet of Arstashina and Daumya, they with joined hands paid homage unto all the Brahmanas. Then Daumya, taking Yudhishthira's right hand, said these words, looking at the east, O mighty monarch, this king of mountains, Mandara leath vast, covering the earth up to the ocean. O Pandava, Indra and Vaisravana preside over this point graced with woods and forests and mountains. And, O child, the intelligent sages versed in every duty, say, that this region is the abode of Indra and King Vaisravana. And the twice-born ones, and the sages versed in the duties, and the Siddhas, and the Sathyas, and the celestials pay their adorations unto the sun as he riseth from this point. And that Lord of all living beings, King Yama, conversant with duty, presideth over yonder southern region whither come the spirits of the departed. And this is Sanyamana, the abode of the Lord of departed spirits, sacred and wonderful to behold, and crowned with prime prosperity. And the intelligent ones call that monarch of mountains by the name of Asta. Having, O king, arrived at this, the sun ever abideth by the truth. And King Varuna protects all creatures, abiding in this king of mountains, and also in the vast deep. And, O highly fortunate one, there illumining the northern regions, lieth the puissant Mahameru, auspicious in the refuge of those knowing Brahma, where is the court of Brahma, and remaining where that soul of all creatures, Prajapati, hath created all that is mobile and immobile. And the Mahameru is the auspicious and healthy abode even of the 7 mind-born sons of Brahma, of whom Deksha was the 7th. And, O child, here it is that the 7 celestial rishis with Vasishtha at their head rise and set. Behold that excellent and bright summit of the Meru, where sitteth the great sire, Brahma, with the celestials happy in self-knowledge. And next to the abode of Brahma is visible the region of him who is said to be the really primal cause or the origin of all creatures, even that prime Lord, God Narayana, having neither beginning nor end. And, O king, that auspicious place composed of all energies even the celestials cannot behold. And the region of the high-souled Vishnu, by its native splendor, exceeding in effulgence the sun or fire, cannot be beheld by the gods, or the Danavas. And the region of Narayana lieth resplendent to the east of the Meru, where, O child, that Lord of all creatures, the self-create primal cause of the universe, having manifested all beings, looketh splendid of his excellent grace. O child, not to speak of the Maharshis, even Brahmarshis have no access to that place. And, O best of the Kurus, it is the Yadis only who have access to it. And, O Pandu's son, at that place, luminaries cannot shine by him, there that Lord of inconceivable soul alone shineth transcendental. There by reverence and severe austerities, Yadis inspired by virtue of pious practices, attain Narayanahari. And, O Bharata, repairing thither, and attaining that universal soul, the self-create and eternal God of gods, high-souled ones, of yoga success, and free from ignorance and pride, have not to return to this world. O highly fortunate Yudhishthira, this region is without beginning, or deterioration, or end, for it is the very essence of that God. And, O son of the Kurus, the sun and the moon every day go round this Meru, coursing in an opposite direction. And, O sinless one, O mighty monarch, the other luminaries also go round this king of mountains in the selfsame way. Thus the worshipful sun who dispelleth darkness goeth round this mountain, obscuring other luminaries. Then having set and passed the evening, that maker of day, the sun, taketh a northerly course. Then again nearing the Meru, the divine sun, ever intent on the good of all beings, again courseth, facing the east. And in this way, the divine moon also together with the stars goeth round this mountain, dividing the month unto several sections, by his arrival at the parvas. Having thus unerringly coursed round the mighty Meru, and nourished all creatures, the moon again repaireth unto the Mundar. In the same way, that destroyer of darkness the divine sun also moveth on this unobstructed path, animating the universe. When, desirous of causing dew, he repaireth to the south, then there ensweth winter to all creatures. Then the sun, turning back from the south, by his rays draweth up the energy from all creatures both mobile and immobile. Thereupon, men become subject to perspiration, fatigue, drowsiness, and lassitude, and living beings always feel disposed to slumber. Thence, returning through unknown regions, that divine effulgent one causeth shower, and thereby reviveth beings. And having, by the comfort caused by the shower, wind, and warmth, cherished the mobile and the immobile, the powerful sun resumeth his former course. O Partha, ranging thus, the sun unerringly turneth on the wheel of time, influencing created things. His course is unceasing, he never resteth, O Pandava. Withdrawing the energy of all beings, he again rendereth it back. O Bharata, dividing time into day and night, and Kala, and Kashta, that Lord, the Sun, dealeth life and motion to all created things. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 163. Vyasa continued, dwelling in that best of mountains, those high-souled ones, observing excellent vows, felt themselves attracted to that place, and diverted themselves, eager to behold Arjuna. And multitudes of Gandharvas and Maharshis gladly visited those energetic ones, possessing prowess, of chaste desires, and being the foremost of those endued with truth and fortitude. And having arrived at that excellent mountain furnished with trees bearing blossoms, those mighty charioteers were exceedingly delighted, even as the Marutas, on arriving at the celestial regions. And experiencing great exhilaration, they lived there, seeing the slopes and summits of that mighty mountain, filled with flowers, and resonant with the cries of peacocks and cranes. And on that beautiful mountain they beheld lakes filled with lotuses, and having their shores covered with trees, and frequented by darkness, and karandavas and swans. And the flourishing sporting regions, graceful on account of the various flowers, and abounding in gems, was capable of captivating that king, the dispenser of wealth, Kuvera. And always ranging there, those foremost of ascetics, the Pandavas, were incapable of conceiving the significance of that summit, furnished with mighty trees, and masses of wide-spreading clouds. And, O great hero, owing to its native splendor, and also on account of the brilliance of the annual plants, there was no difference there between night and day. And staying in the mountain, remaining in which the sun of unrivaled energy cherisheth the mobile and immobile things, those heroes and foremost of men beheld the rising and the setting of the sun. And having seen the rising and the setting points of the sun and the rising and the setting mountain, and all the cardinal points, as well as the intervening spaces ever blazing with the rays of the dispeller of darkness, those heroes, in expectation of the arrival of that mighty charioteer firm in truth, became engaged in reciting the Vedas, practicing the daily rituals, chiefly discharging the religious duties, exercising sacred vows, and abiding by the truth. And saying, let us even here experience delight by joining without delay Arjuna accomplished in arms, those highly blessed Parthas became engaged in the practice of yoga. And beholding romantic woods on that mountain, as they always thought of Kiriti, every day and night appeared unto them even as a year. From that very moment joy had taken leave of them when, with Daumya's permission, the high-souled Jishnu, matting his hair, departed for the woods. So, how could they, absorbed in his contemplation, experience happiness there? They had become overwhelmed with grief ever since the moment when at the command of his brother, Yudhishthira, Jishnu of the tread of a mad elephant had departed from the Kamayaka forest. O Bharata, in this way, on that mountain those descendants of Bharata passed a month with difficulty, thinking of him of the white steeds, who had gone to Vasva's abode for learning arms. And Arjuna, having dwelt for 5 years in the abode of him of 1,000 eyes, and having from that Lord of Celestials obtained all the celestial weapons, such as those of Agni, of Varuna, of Soma, of Vayu, of Vishnu, of Indra, of Pasupati, of Brahma, of Parameshtai, of Prajapati, of Yama, of Dada, of Savita, of Tvashta, and of Vaisravana, and having bowed down to and gone round him of 100 sacrifices, and taken his, Indra's, permission, cheerfully came to the Gandhamadana. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 164. Vaisampayana continued, and it came to pass that once a day, as those mighty charioteers were thinking of Arjuna, seeing Mahendra's car, yoked with horses of the effulgence of lightning, arrive all on a sudden, they were delighted. And driven by Madali, that blazing car, suddenly illuminating the sky, looked like smokeless flaming tongues of fire, or a mighty meteor embosomed in clouds. And seated in that car appeared Kiriti wearing garlands and new-made ornaments. Then Dhananjaya, possessing the prowess of the wielder of the thunderbolt, alighted on that mountain, blazing in beauty. And that intelligent one, decked in a diadem and garlands, having alighted on the mountain, first bowed down at the feet of Daumya, and then at those of Ajatasattu. And he also paid homage unto Vrikotara's feet, and the twins also bowed down unto him. Then going to Krishna, and having cheered her, he stood before his elder brother in humble guise. And on meeting with that matchless one, they were exceedingly delighted. And he also meeting with them rejoiced exceedingly, and began to eulogize the king. And seeing before them that car driving in which the slayer of Namuchi had annihilated 7 phalanxes of Dithi's offspring, the magnanimous Parthas went round it. And being highly pleased, they offered excellent worship unto Madali, as unto the Lord of the Celestials himself. And then the son of the Kuru king duly inquired of him after the health of all the gods. And Madali also greeted them. And having instructed the Parthas even as a father doth his sons, he ascended that incomparable car, and returned to the Lord of the Celestials. And when Madali had gone away, that foremost of the royal race, Sakra's son, the high-souled destroyer of all foes, made over unto his love, the mother of Sudasoma, beautiful precious gems and ornaments having the splendor of the sun, which had been presented to him by Sakra. Then, sitting in the midst of those foremost of the Kurus, and those best of the Brahmanas, effulgent like unto fire or the sun, he began to relate all as it had happened, saying, in this way, I have learnt weapons from Sakra, Vayu, and the manifest Shiva, and all the celestials with Indra also have been pleased with me, on account of my good behavior and concentration. After having briefly narrated unto them his sojourn in heaven, Kiriti of spotless deeds agreeably slept that night with the 2 sons of Madri. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 165. Vaisampayana said, Then when the night had been spent, Dhananjaya, together with his brothers, paid homage unto Yudhishthira the just. And, O Bharata, at this moment, proceeding from the celestials there arose mighty and tremendous sounds of a musical instrument, and the rattling of car wheels, and the tolling of bells. And thereat all the beasts and beasts of prey and birds emitted separate cries. And from all sides in cars resplendent as the sun, hosts of Gandharvas and Apsaras began to follow that represser of foes, the Lord of the Celestials. And ascending a car yoked with steeds, decorated with burnished gold, and roaring like clouds, that king of the celestials, Purandara blazing in beauty, came unto the Parthas. And having arrived at that place, he of 1,000 eyes descended from his car. And as soon as Yudhishthira the just saw that high-souled one, he together with his brothers approached that graceful king of the immortals. And in accordance with the ordinance, that generous one duly worshipped him of immeasurable soul, and consequence with his dignity. And then Dhananjaya, possessed of prowess, having bowed down unto Purandara, stood before the Lord of the Celestials in humble guise, like unto a servant. And seeing the sinless Dhananjaya having ascetic merit, bearing clotted hair, stand in humility before the Lord of Celestials, Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, of great energy, smelt the crown of his head. And beholding Fulguna, in that attitude, he was exceedingly glad, and by worshipping the King of the Celestials, he experienced the highest bliss. Then unto that strong-minded monarch, swimming in felicity, the intelligent Lord of the Celestials, Purandara, spake, saying, Thou shalt rule the earth, O Pandava, blessed be thou. Do thou, O Kunti's son, again repair unto Kamayaka. That learned man who for a year leading the Brahmacharya mode of life, subduing his senses and observing vows, peruseth with rapt attention this meeting of Sakra with the Pandavas, liveth 100 years free from disturbances and enjoying happiness. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 166. Vyasa continued, when Sakra had gone to his proper place, Vibhatsu together with his brothers and Krishna paid homage unto the son of Dharma. Then smelling the crown of the head of that Pandava, who was thus paying homage, Yudhishthira, and accents faltering on account of you, addressed Arjuna, saying, O Arjuna, how didst thou pass this period in heaven? And how hast thou obtained the weapons, and how also hast thou gratified the Lord of the Celestials? And, O Pandava, hast thou adequately secured the weapons? Have the Lord of the Celestials and Rudra gladly granted thee the weapons? And how hast thou beheld the divine Sakra, and the wielder of Pinaka? And how hast thou obtained the weapons? And in what manner didst thou worship them? And what service hadst thou done unto that represser of foes, the worshipful one of 100 sacrifices, that he said unto thee, By thee have I been gratified? All this, O highly effulgent one, I wish to hear in detail. And, O sinless one, the manner in which thou didst please Mahadeva and the king of the celestials, and, O represser of foes, the service thou hadst done to the wielder of the thunderbolt, do thou, O Dhananjaya, relate all this in detail. Arjuna said, O mighty monarch, listen how I duly beheld him of 100 sacrifice and the divine Sankara also. O brander of foes, O king, having acquired that science which thou hadst directed me to learn, I at thy command went to the forest, for practicing penances. From Kamayaka repairing to the Brigatunga, I spent there one night, being engaged in austerities, and it came to pass that on the next I saw a certain Brahmana. And he asked me, saying, O son of Kunti, whither wilt thou go? Thereupon, O descendant of the Kurus, I truly related unto him everything. And, O best of kings, having heard the true account, the Brahmana became well pleased with me, and, O king, praised me. Then the Brahmana, pleased with me, said, O Bharata, be thou engaged in austerities. By performing penances, thou wilt in a short time behold the Lord of the Celestials. And according to his advice I ascended the Himavan, and, O mighty king, began to practice penances, the first month subsisting on fruit and roots. I spent the second month subsisting on water. And, O Pandava, in the third month I totally abstained from food. And in the fourth month I remained with upraised arms. And a wonder it is that I did not lose any strength. And it came to pass that when the first day of the 5th month had been spent, there appeared before me a being wearing the form of a boar, turning up the earth with his mouth, stamping the ground with his feet, rubbing the earth with his breast, and momentarily going about in a frightful manner. And him followed a great being in the guise of a hunter furnished with the bow, arrows, and the sword, and surrounded by females. Thereupon, taking my bow and the 2 inexhaustible quivers, I pierced with shafts that terrible and frightful creature. And simultaneously, with me, that hunter also drawing a strong bow, more severely struck at the animal, as if shaking my mind. And, O king, he also said unto me, Why hast thou, transgressing the rules of hunting, hit the animal first hitted by me? With these sharpened shafts will I destroy thy pride. Stay. Then that mighty-bodied one holding the bow rushed at me. And with volleys of mighty shafts, he covered me entirely, even as a cloud covereth a mountain with showers. Then, on my part, I covered him with a mighty discharge of arrows. Thereupon, with steady arrows having their points of flame, and inspired with mantras, I pierced him even as Indra riveth a mountain with a thunderbolt. Then his person began to be multiplied 100-fold and 1,000-fold. At this, I pierced all this bodies with shafts. Then again all those forms became one, O Bharata. Thereat I struck at it. Next, he now assumed a small body with a huge head, and now a huge body with a small head. And, O king, he then assumed his former person and approached me for fight. And, O foremost of the Bharata race, when in the encounter I failed to overwhelm him with arrows, I fixed the mighty weapon of the wind god. But I failed to discharge it at him, and this was a wonder. And when that weapon thus failed of effect, I was struck with amazement. However, O king, exerting myself more vigorously, I again covered that being with a mighty multitude of shafts. Then taking Stunakarna, and Varana, and Saleva, and Asmavarsha weapons, I assailed him, profusely showering shafts. But, O king, he instantly swallowed up even all these weapons of mine. And when all those weapons had been swallowed up, I discharged the weapon presided over by Brahma. And when the blazing arrows issuing from that weapon were heaped upon him all around, and being thus heaped over by that mighty weapon discharged by me, he increased in bulk. Then all the world became oppressed with the energy begotten of the weapon hurled by me, and the firmament and all the points of the sky became illumined. But that one of mighty energy instantly baffled even that weapon. And, O monarch, when that weapon presided over by Brahma had been baffled, I was possessed with terrible fear. Thereupon, immediately holding even my bow and the two inexhaustible quivers, I shot at that being, but he swallowed up all those weapons. And when all the weapons had been baffled and swallowed up, there ensued a wrestling between him and myself. And we encountered each other first with blows and then with slaps. But incapable of overcoming that being, I fell down stupefied on the ground. Thereupon, O mighty king, with a laugh, that wonderful being at my sight vanished at that spot together with the woman. Having accomplished this, O illustrious monarch, that divine one assumed another and unearthly form, clad in wonderful raiment. And renouncing the form of a hunter, that divine lord of the gods, resumed his own unearthly appearance, and that mighty god stood there. Then appeared before me with that manifest divine one, having the bull for his mark, wielding the panaka, bearing serpents, and cable of assuming many forms. And, O repressor of foes, advancing towards me, standing even then in the field ready for conflict, that wielder of the trident addressed me, saying, I am well pleased with thee. Then that divine one held up my bows and the couple of quivers furnished with inexhaustible shafts, and returned them unto me, saying, Do thou ask some boon, O Kunti's son? I am well pleased with thee. Tell me what I shall do for thee. And, O hero, express the desire that dwelleth in thy heart. I will grant it. Except immortality alone, tell me as to the desire that is in thy heart. Thereat, with my mind intent on the acquisition of arms, I only bowed down unto Shiva and said, O divine one, if thou beest favorably disposed towards me, then I wish to have this boon. I wish to learn all the weapons that are with thy godhead. Then the god Triamvaka said unto me, I will give. O Pandava, my own weapon Raudra shall attend upon thee. Thereupon Mahadeva, well pleased, granted to me the mighty weapon, Pasapata. And, having granted that eternal weapon, he also said unto me, This must never be hurled at mortals. If discharged at any person of small energy, it would consume the universe. Shouldst thou, at any time, be hard pressed, thou mayst discharge it. And when all thy weapons have been completely baffled, thou mayst hurl it. Then when he, having the bull for his mark, had been thus gratified, there stood manifest by my side that celestial weapon, of resistless force capable of baffling all weapons and destructive of foes, and the hewer of hostile forces, and unrivaled and difficult to be borne even by the celestials, the demons, and the Rakshasas. Then at the command of that god, I sat me down there. And in my very sight the god vanished from the spot. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 167. Arjuna said, O Bharata, by the grace of that God of gods, the Supreme Soul, Triamvaka, I passed the night at that place. And having passed the night, when I had finished the morning rituals, I saw that foremost of the Brahmanas whom I had seen before. And unto him I told all as it had happened, O Bharata, namely, that I had met the divine Mahadeva. Thereupon, O King of Kings, well pleased, he said unto me, Since thou hast beheld the great God, and capable of being beheld by any one else, soon wilt thou mix with Vivaswata and the other Lokapalas and the Lord of the Celestials, and Indra too will grant thee weapons. O King, having said this unto me, and having embraced me again and again, that Brahmana resembling the sun, went away whither he listed. And, O slayer of foes, it came to pass that on the evening of that day, refreshing the whole world, there began to blow a pure breeze. And in my vicinity on the base of the Himalaya mountain fresh, fragrant and fair flowers began to bloom. And on all sides there were heard charming symphony and captivating hymns relating to Indra. And before the Lord of the celestial hosts of Apsaras and Gandharvas chanted various songs. And ascending celestial cars, there approached the Marutas and the followers of Mahendra and the dwellers of heaven. And afterwards, Maruthan together with Sachi and all the celestials appeared on the scene in cars yoked with horses elegantly adorned. And at this very moment, O king, he that goeth about on the shoulders of men manifested himself unto me in excellent grace. And I saw Yama seated on the south, and Varuna and the Lord of the Celestials at their respective regions. And, O foremost of men, O mighty monarch, they after having cheered me said, O Savyasakan, behold us the Lokapala seated. For the performance of the task of the gods thou hast obtained the sight of Sankara. Do thou now receive weapons from us seated around? Thereupon, O Lord, having bowed down unto those foremost of the celestials with regard, I duly accepted those mighty weapons. And then they recognized me as one of their own. Afterwards the gods repaired to the quarter from whence they had come. And that Lord of the Celestials, the divine Magavan too, having ascended his glorious chariot, said, O Fulguna, thou shalt have to repair unto the celestial region. O Dhananjaya, even before this thy arrival I knew that thou wouldst come hither. Then I have, O best of the Bharatas, manifested myself unto thee. As formerly thou hadst performed thy ablution in the various tirthas, and now hast performed severe austerities, so thou wilt be able to repair unto the celestial regions, O Pandava. Thou wilt, however, again have to practice extreme penance, for thou shouldst at any rate journey to heaven. And at my command, Madali shall take thee to the celestial regions. Thou hast already been recognized by the celestials and the celestial sages of high soul. Thereupon I said unto Sakra, O divine one, be thou favorable unto me. With the view of learning arms do I beseech thee that thou mayst be my preceptor. At this Indra said, O child, having learnt weapons thou wouldst perform terrible deeds, and with this object thou desirest to obtain the weapons. However, obtain thou the arms, as thou desirest. Then I said, O slayer of foes, I never would discharge these celestial weapons at mortals except when all my other arms should have been baffled. Do thou, O Lord of the Celestials, grant me the celestial weapons, so that I may hereafter obtain the regions attainable by warriors. Indra said, O Dhananjaya, it is to try thee that I have said such words unto thee. Having been begotten of me, this speech of thine well becometh thee. Do thou, O Bharata, repairing unto my abode, learn all the weapons of Vayu, of Agni, of the Vasus, of Varuna, of the Marutas, of the Siddhas, of Brahma, of the Gandharvas, of the Uragas, of the Rakshasas, of Vishnu, and of the Naritas, and also all the weapons that are with me, O perpetuator of the Kuru race. Having said this unto me, Sakra vanished at the very spot. Then, O king, I saw the wonderful and sacred celestial car yoked with steeds arrive, conducted by Madali. And when the Lokapalas went away, Madali said unto me, O thou of mighty splendor, the Lord of the Celestials is desirous of seeing thee. And O mighty armed one, do thou acquire competence and then perform thy task. Come and behold the regions, attainable by merit, and come unto heaven even in this frame. O Bharata, the thousand-eyed Lord of the Celestials wisheth to see thee. Thus addressed by Madali, I, taking leave of the mountain Himalaya, and having gone round it, ascended that excellent car. And then the exceedingly generous Madali, versed in equine lore, drove the steeds, gifted with the speed of thought or the wind. And when the chariot began to move, that charioteer, looking at my face as I was seated steadily, wondered and said these words, Today this appeareth unto me strange and unprecedented, that being seated in this celestial car, thou hast not been jerked ever so little. O foremost of Bharata race, I have ever remarked that at the first pull by the steeds even the Lord of the Celestials himself getteth jerked. But all the while that the car had moved, thou hast been sitting unshaken. This appeareth unto me as transcending even the power of Sakra. Having said this, O Bharata, Madali soared in the sky, and showed me the abodes of the Celestials and their palaces. Then the chariot yoked with steeds coursed upwards. And the Celestials and the sages began to worship that car, O prime of men. And I saw the regions, moving anywhere at will, and the splendor also of the highly energetic Gandharvas, Apsaras, and the celestial sages. And Sakra's charioteer, Madali, at once showed me Nandana and other gardens and groves belonging to the Celestials. Next I beheld Indra's abode, Amravati, adorned with jewels and trees yielding any sort of fruit that is desired. There the sun doth not shed heat, nor doth heat or cold or fatigue their effect, one, O king. And, O great monarch, the celestials feel neither sorrow nor poverty of spirit, nor weakness, nor lassitude, O grinder of foes. And, O ruler of men, the celestials and the others have neither anger nor covetousness. And, O king, in the abodes of the celestials, the beings are ever contented. And there the trees ever bear verdant foliage, and fruits, and flowers, and the various lakes are embalmed with the fragrance of lotuses. And there the breeze is cool, and delicious, and fragrant, and pure, and inspiring. And the ground is variegated with all kinds of gems, and adorned with blossoms. And there were seen innumerable beautiful beasts, and in the air innumerable rangers of the sky. Then I saw the Vasus, and the Rudras, and the Sathyas with the Marutas, and the Adityas, and the 2 Ashwins, and worshipped them. And they conferred their benison on me, granting me strength and prowess, and energy, and celebrity, and skill in arms, and victory in battle. Then, entering that romantic city adored by the Gandharvas and the Celestials, with joined hands, I stood before the 1,000-eyed Lord of the Celestials. Thereupon, that best of bestowers gladly offered unto me half of his seat, and Vasva also with regard touched my person. And, O Bharata, with the view of acquiring arms and learning weapons, I began to dwell in heaven, together with the gods and the Gandharvas of generous souls. And Viswavana's son, Chitrasena, became my friend. And he, O king, imparted unto me the entire Gandharv science. And, O monarch, I happily lived in Sakra's abode, well cared for, having all my desires gratified, learning weapons, listening to the notes of songs, and the clear sounds of musical instruments, and beholding the foremost of Apsaras dance. And without neglecting to study the arts, which I learned properly, my attention was specially fixed on the acquisition of arms. And that Lord of 1,000 eyes was pleased with that purpose of mine. Living thus in heaven, O king, I passed this period. And when I had acquired proficiency in weapons, and gained his confidence, that one having for his vehicle the horse, Uchakai's Rava, Indra, patting me on the head with his hand, said these words, Now even the celestials themselves cannot conquer thee, what shall I say of imperfect mortals residing on earth? Thou hast become invulnerable in strength, irrepressible, and incomparable in fight. Then, with the hair of his body standing on end, he again accosted me, saying, O hero, in fighting with weapons none is equal unto thee. And, O perpetuator of the Kuru race, thou art even watchful, and dexterous, and truthful, and of subdued senses, and the protector of the Brahmanas, and adept in weapons, and warlike. And, O Partha, together with a knowledge of the 5 modes, using them, thou hast obtained 5 and 10 weapons, and, therefore, there existeth none who is thy peer. And thou hast perfectly learnt the discharge of those weapons, and their withdrawal, and their redischarge and re-withdrawal, and the prayaskita connected with them, and also their revival, in case of their being baffled. Now, O repressor of foes, the time hath arrived for thy paying the preceptor's fee. Do thou promise to pay the fee, then I shall unfold unto thee what thou wilt have to perform. Thereat, O king, I said unto the ruler of the celestials, If it be in my power to do the work, do thou consider it as already accomplished by me. O king, when I had said these words, Indra with a smile said unto me, Nothing is there in the 3 worlds that is not in thy power to achieve. My enemies, those Danavas, named Navadakavachas, dwell in the womb of the ocean. And they number 30 million and are notorious, and all of equal forms and strength and splendor. Do thou slay them there, O Kunti's son, and that will be thy preceptor's fee. Saying this, he gave unto me the highly resplendent celestial car, conducted by Madali, furnished with hair resembling the down of peacocks. And on my head he set this excellent diadem. And he gave me ornaments for my body, like unto his own. And he granted unto me the impenetrable mail, the best of its kind, and easy to the touch, and fastened unto the Gandiva this durable string. Then I set out, ascending that splendid chariot, riding on which in days of yore the Lord of the Celestials and vanquished Vala, that son of Vairakana. And, O ruler of men, startled by the rattling of the car, all the Celestials approached there, taking me to be the king of the Celestials. And seeing me, they asked, O Fulgana, what art thou going to do? And I told them as it had fallen out, and said, I shall even do this in battle. Ye that are highly fortunate, know that I have set out desirous of slaying the Navadakavachas. O sinless ones, do ye bless me? Thereupon, they began to eulogize me even as they eulogize the god Purandara. And they said, riding on this car, Magavan conquered in battle Samvara, and Namuchi, and Vala, and Vritra, and Prarata, and Naraka. And mounted on this car also Magavan had conquered in battle many thousands and millions and hundreds of millions of Daityas. And, O Kante, thou also, riding on this car, by thy prowess shalt conquer the Nivathakavachas in conflict, even as did the self-possessed Magavan in days of yore. And here is the best of shells, by this also thou shalt defeat the Danavas, and by this it is that the high-souled Sakrat conquered the words. Saying this, the gods offered unto me this shell, Devdetta, sprung in the deep, and I accepted it for the sake of victory. And at this moment, the gods fell extolling me. And in order to be engaged in action, I proceeded to the dreadful abode of the Danavas, furnished with the shell, the mail, and arrows, and taking my bow. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 168. Arjuna continued, then at places eulogized by the Maharshis, I proceeded, and at length beheld the ocean, that inexhaustible lord of waters. And like unto flowing cliffs were seen on it heaving billows, now meeting together and now rolling away. And there were seen all around barks by thousands filled with gems. And there were seen Timanjalas and tortoises and makaras like unto rock submerged in water. And on all sides round thousands of shells sunk in water appeared like star in the night covered by light clouds. And thousands upon thousands of gem were floating in heaps, and a violent wind was blowing about in whirls, and this was wonderful to behold. And having beheld that excellent lord of all waters with powerful tides, I saw at a short distance the city of the demons filled with the Danavas. And even there, eftsoons entering underneath the earth, Madali, skilled in guiding the car, sitting fast on the chariot, drove it with force, and he dashed on, frightening that city with the rattling of his chariot. And hearing that rattling of the chariot like unto the rumbling of the clouds in the sky, the Danavas, thinking me to be the lord of the celestials, became agitated. And thereupon they all, frightened at heart, stood holding in their hands bows and arrows and swords and javelins and axes and maces and clubs. Then, having made arrangements for the defense of the city, the Danavas, with minds alarmed, shut the gates, so that nothing could be discovered. Thereupon, taking my shell, Devdetta, of tremendous roars, I again and again winded it with exceeding cheerfulness. And filling all the firmament, those sounds produced echoes. Thereat mighty beings were terrified, and they hid themselves. And then, O Bharata, all of them adorned with ornaments, those offsprings of Dithi the Navadakavachas made their appearance by thousands, donning diverse mail and taking in their hands various weapons, and equipped with mighty iron javelins and maces and clubs and hatchets and sabers and discs and satagnis and busundis and variegated and ornamented swords. Then, after deliberating much as to the course of the car, Madali began to guide the steeds on a piece of level ground, O foremost of the Bharatas. And owing to the swiftness of those fleet coursers conducted by him, I could see nothing, and this was strange. Then the Danavas there began to sound thousands of musical instruments, dissonant and of odd shapes. And at those sounds, fishes by hundreds and by thousands, like unto hills, having their senses bewildered by that noise, fled suddenly. And mighty force flew at me, the demons discharging sharpened shafts by hundreds and by thousands. And then, O Bharata, there ensued a dreadful conflict between me and the demons, calculated to extinguish the Navadakavachas. And there came to the mighty battle the Devarshis and the Danavarshis and the Brahmarshis and the Siddhas. And desirous of victory, the Munis eulogized me with the same sweet speeches that they had eulogized Indra with at the war, which took place for the sake of Tara. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 169. Arjuna continued, then, O Bharata, vehemently rushed at me in battle in a body the Navadakavachas, equipped with arms. And obstructing the course of the car, and shouting loudly, those mighty charioteers, hemming me in on all sides, covered me with showers of shafts. Then other demons of mighty prowess, with darts and hatchets in their hands, began to throw at me spears and axes. And that mighty discharge of darts, with numerous maces and clubs incessantly hurled, fell upon my car. And other dreadful and grim-visaged smiters among the Navadakavachas, furnished with bows and sharpened weapons, ran at me in fight. And in the conflict, shooting from the Gandiva sundry swift arrows coursing straight, I pierced each of them with 10. And they were driven back by those stone-whetted shafts of mine. Then on my steeds being swiftly driven by Madali, they began to display various movements with the speed of the wind. And being skillfully guided by Madali, they began to trample upon the sons of Dithi. And although the steeds yoked unto that mighty chariot numbered hundreds upon hundreds, yet being deftly conducted by Madali, they began to move, as if they were only a few. And by their tread, and by the rattling of the chariot wheels, and by the volleys of my shafts, the Danavas began to fall by hundreds. And others accoutred in bows, being deprived of life, and having their charioteers slain, were carried about by the horses. Then, covering all sides and directions, all the Danavas, skilled in striking, entered into the contest with various weapons, and thereat my mind became afflicted. And I witnessed this instance of the marvelous prowess of Madali, viz., that he guided those fiery steeds with ease. Then, O king, in the conflict, with diverse fleet weapons I pierced by hundreds and by thousands demons bearing arms. And, O slayer of foes, seeing me thus range the field, putting forth every exertion, the heroic charioteer of Sakra was well pleased. And oppressed by those steeds and that car, some of them met with annihilation, and others desisted from fight, while other Navadakavachas, challenged by us in battle and being harassed with shafts, offered opposition unto me by discharging mighty showers of arrows. Thereupon, with hundreds and thousands of sundry fleet weapons inspired with the mantras relating to Brahma's weapons, I swiftly began to burn them. And being sore pressed by me, those mighty Asuras waxing wroth afflicted me together, by pouring torrents of clubs and darts and swords. Then, O Bharata, I took up that favorite weapon of the Lord of the Celestials, Magavan by name, prime and of fiery energy, and by the energy of that weapon I cut into 1,000 pieces the Tomaris, together with the swords and the tridents hurled by them. And having cut off their arms I enired, pierced them each with 10 shafts. And in the field arrows were shot from the Gandiva like unto rows of black bees, and this Madali admired. And their shafts also showered upon me, but those powerful arrows I cut off with my shafts. Then on being struck the Navadakavachas again covered me on all sides with a mighty shower of arrows. And having neutralized the force of the arrows by excellent swift and flaming weapons capable of baffling arms, I pierced them by thousands. And blood began to flow from their torn frames, even as in the rainy season waters run down from the summits of mountains. And on being wounded by my fleet and straight coursing shafts of the touch of Indra's thunderbolt, they became greatly agitated. And their bodies were pierced at hundreds of places, and the force of their arms diminished. Then the Navadakavachas fought me by the help of illusion. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 170. Arjuna said, Then with rocks of the proportions of trees, there commenced a mighty shower of crags, and this exercised me exceedingly. And in that high encounter, I crushed those crags, by swift speeding showers of arrows, issuing from Mahendra's weapon, like unto the thunderbolt itself. And when the rocks had been reduced to powder, there was generated fire, and the rocky dust fell like unto masses of flames. And when the showers of crags had been repelled, there happened near me a mightier shower of water, having currents of the proportions of an axle. And falling from the welkin, those thousands of powerful torrents covered the entire firmament and the directions and the cardinal points. And on account of the pouring of the shower, and of the blowing of the wind, and of roaring of the daityas, nothing could be perceived. And touching heaven and the entire earth, and incessantly falling on the ground, the showers bewildered me. Thereupon, I discharged that celestial weapon which I had learnt from Indra, even the dreadful and flaming Visoshana, and by that the water was dried up. And, O Bharata, when the rocky shower had been destroyed, and the watery shower had been dried up, the Danavas began to spread illusions of fire and wind. Then by aqueous appliances I extinguished the flames, and by a mighty rock-issuing arm, resisted the fury of the winds. And when these had been repelled, the Pandavas, irrepressible in battle, O foremost of the Bharata, simultaneously created various illusions. And there happened a tremendous horrifying shower of rocks and dreadful weapons of fire and wind. And that illusory downpour afflicted me in fight. And then on all sides there appeared a dense and thick darkness. And when the world had been enveloped in deep and dense darkness, the steeds turned away, Mad Ali fell off, and from his hand the golden lash fell to the earth. And, O foremost of the Bharatas, being frightened, he again and again cried, Where art thou? And when he had been stupefied, a terrible fear possessed me. And then, in a hurry, he spake unto me, saying, O Partha, for the sake of nectar, there had taken place a mighty conflict between the gods and the demons. I had seen that encounter, O sinless one. And on the occasion of the destruction of Samvara, there had occurred a dreadful and mighty contest. Nevertheless, I had acted as charioteer to the Lord of the Celestials. In the same way, on the occasion of the slaying of Vritra, the steeds had been conducted by me. And I had also beheld the high and terrific encounter with Virakana's son, and, O Pandava, with Vala, and with Prarata, and with others also. In these exceedingly dreadful battles, I was present, but, O Pandu's son, never, before, had I lost my senses. Surely the Great Father hath ordained the destruction of all creatures, for this battle cannot be for any other purpose than destruction of the universe. Having heard these words of his, pacifying my perturbation by my own effort, I will destroy the mighty energy of the illusion spread by the Pandavas, quoth I unto the terrified Mad Ali. Behold the might of my arms, and the power of my weapons, and of the bow, Gandiva. Today, even by the help of illusion-creating arms, will I dispel this deep gloom and also this horrible illusion of theirs. Do not fear, O charioteer. Pacify thyself. Having said this, O Lord of men, I created for the good of the Celestials an illusion of arms capable of bewildering all beings. And when their illusion had been dispelled, some of the foremost amongst the Asuras, of unrivaled prowess, again spread diverse kinds of illusion. Thereupon, now, the world displayed itself, and now it was devoured by darkness, and now the world disappeared from view, and now it was submerged under water. And when it had brightened up, Mad Ali, sitting in front of the car, with the well-conducted steeds, began to range that hair-erecting field. Then the fierce Navadakavachas assailed me. And finding my opportunity, I began to send them to the mansion of Yama. Thereupon, in that conflict then raging, calculated to annihilate the Navadakavachas on a sudden, I could not see the Pandavas concealed by illusion. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 171. Arjuna continued, remaining invisible the Daityas began to fight with the help of illusion. And I too fought with them, resorting to the energy of visible weapons. And the shafts duly discharged from the Gandiva began to sever their heads at those different places where they were respectively stationed. And thus assailed by me in the conflict, the Navadakavachas, all on a sudden withdrawing the illusion, entered into their own city. And when the Daityas had fled, and when all had become visible, I there discovered hundreds and thousands of the slain. And there I saw by hundreds their shivered weapons, ornaments, limbs, and mail. And the horses could not find room for moving from one place to another, and on a sudden with a bound, they fell to coursing in the sky. Then remaining invisible, the Navadakavachas covered the entire welkin with masses of crags. And, O Bharata, other dreadful Pandavas, entering into the entrails of the earth, took up horses' legs and chariot wheels. And as I was fighting, they, hard besetting my horses with rocks, attacked me together with my car. And with the crags that had fallen and with others that were falling, the place where I was seemed to be a mountain cavern. And on myself being covered with crags, and on the horses being hard pressed, I became sore distressed, and this was marked by Mad Ali. And on seeing me afraid, he said unto me, O Arjuna, Arjuna, be thou not afraid, send that weapon, the thunderbolt, O Lord of men. Hearing those words of his, I then discharged the favorite weapon of the king of the celestials, the dreadful thunderbolt. And inspiring the Gandiva with mantras, I, aiming at the locality of the crags, shot sharpened iron shafts of the touch of the thunderbolt. And said by the thunder, those adamantine arrows entered into all those illusions and into the midst of those Navadakavachas. And slaughtered by the vehemence of the thunder, those Danavas resembling cliffs fell to the earth together in masses. And entering amongst those Danavas that had carried away the steeds of the car into the interior of the earth, the shaft sent them into the mansion of Yama. And that quarter was completely covered with the Navadakavachas that had been killed or baffled, comparable unto cliffs and lying scattered like crags. And then no injury appeared to have been sustained either by the horses, or by the car, or by Mad Ali, or by me, and this seemed strange. Then, O king, Mad Ali addressed me smiling, not in the celestials themselves, O Arjuna, is seen the prowess that is seen in thee. And when the Danava hosts had been destroyed, all their females began to bewail in that city, like unto cranes in autumn. Then with Mad Ali I entered that city, terrifying with the rattling of my car the wives of the Navadakavachas. Thereupon, seeing those 10,000 horses like unto peacocks, in hue, and also that chariot resembling the sun, the women fled in swarms. And like unto the sounds of rocks falling on a mountain, sounds arose of the falling ornaments of the terrified dames. At length, the panic-stricken wives of the Daityas entered into their respective golden places variegated with innumerable jewels. Beholding that excellent city, superior to the city of the celestials themselves, I asked Mad Ali, saying, why do not the celestials reside in such a place? Surely, this appeareth superior to the city of Purandara. Thereat, Mad Ali said, in days of yore, O Partha, even this was the city of our Lord of the Celestials. Afterwards the Celestials were driven from hence by the Navadakavachas. Having performed the most rigid austerities, they had gratified the grandfather and had asked, and obtained, the boons, namely, that they might reside here, and that they might be free from danger in wars with the gods. Then Sakra addressed the self-create Lord, saying, do thou, O Lord, desirous of our own welfare, do what is proper. Thereupon, O Bharata, in this matter the Lord commanded Indra, saying, O slayer of foes, in another body, even thou shalt be, the destroyer of the Danavas. Then, in order to slaughter them, Sakra rendered unto thee those weapons. The gods had been unable to slay these, who have been slain by thee. O Bharata, in the fullness of time, hadst thou come hither, in order to destroy them, and thou hast done so. O foremost of men, with the object that the demons might be killed, Mahendra had conferred on thee the excellent prime energy of these weapons. Arjuna continued, after having destroyed the Danavas, and also subdued that city, with Mad Ali I again went to that abode of the celestials. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 172. Arjuna continued, then while returning, I happened to descry a mighty unearthly city, moving at will, and having the effulgence of fire or the sun. And that city contained various trees composed of gems, and sweet-voiced feathered ones. And furnished with 4 gates, and gateways, and towers, that impregnable city was inhabited by the Palamas and Kalakanjas. And it was made of all sorts of jewels, and was unearthly, and of wonderful appearance. And it was covered with trees of all kinds of gems, bearing fruits and flowers. And it contained exceedingly beautiful unearthly birds. And it always swarmed throughout with cheerful azuras, wearing garlands, and bearing in their hands darts, 2-edged swords, maces, bows, and clubs. And, O king, on seeing this wonderful city of the Daityas, I asked Mad Ali, saying, what is this that looketh so wonderful? Thereat, Mad Ali replied, once on a time a Daitya's daughter, named Pulama, and a mighty female of the Azura order, Kalaka by name, practiced severe austerities for 1,000 celestial years. And at the end of their austerities, the self-create conferred on them boons. And, O King of Kings, they received these boons that their offspring might never suffer misfortune, that they might be incapable of being destroyed even by the gods, the Rakshasas, and the Panagas, and that they might obtain a highly effulgent and surpassingly fair aerial city, furnished with all manner of gems and invincible even by the celestials, the Maharshis, the Ikshas, the Gandharvas, the Panagas, the Asuras, and the Rakshasas. O best of the Bharatas, this is that unearthly aerial city devoid of the celestials, which is moving about, having been created for the Kalakiyas, by Brahma himself. And this city is furnished with all desirable objects, and is unknown of grief or disease. And, O hero, celebrated under the name of Hiranyapura, this mighty city is inhabited by the Palamas and the Kalakanjas, and it is also guarded by those mighty Asuras. And, O king, unslayed by any of the gods, there they dwell cheerfully, free from anxiety and having all their desires gratified, O foremost of kings. Formerly, Brahma had destined destruction at the hands of mortals. Do thou, O Partha, in fight, compass with that weapon the thunderbolt to destruction of the mighty and irrepressible Kalakanjas. Arjuna continued, O Lord of men, learning that they were incapable of being destroyed by the celestials and the Asuras, I cheerfully said unto Mad Ali, do thou speedily repair into yonder city. With weapons will I compass the annihilation of the haters of the Lord of the celestials. Surely, there exist no wicked haters of the gods who ought not to be slain by me. Thereupon Mad Ali took me to the vicinity of Hiranyapura on the celestial chariot yoked with steeds. And seeing me, those sons of Dithi, wearing various kinds of attire and ornament and accoutred in mail, flew at me with a mighty rush. And those foremost of the Danavas, of exceeding prowess and wrath, attacked me with arrows and balas and clubs and two-edged swords and tomaras. Thereat, O king, resorting to my strength of lore, I resisted that great volley of weapons by a mighty shower of shafts, and also confounded them in conflict by ranging around in my car. And being bewildered, the Danavas began to push each other down. And having been confounded, they rushed at one another. And with flaming arrows, I severed their heads by hundreds. And hard pressed by me, the offspring of Dithi, taking shelter within their city, soared with it to the firmament, resorting to the illusion proper to the Danavas. Thereupon, O son of the Kurus, covering the way of the Daityas, with a mighty discharge of shafts I obstructed their course. Then, by virtue of the bestowal of the boon, the Daityas supported themselves easily on that sky-ranging unearthly aerial city, going anywhere at will and like unto the sun. And now the city entered unto the earth, and now it rose upwards, and at one time it went in a crooked way, and at another time it submerged into water. At this, O repressor of foes, I assailed that mighty city, going anywhere at will, and resembling Amaravati. And, O best of the Bharatas, I attacked the city containing those sons of Dithi, with multitudes of shafts, displaying celestial weapons. And battered and broken by the straight coursing iron shafts, shot by me, the city of the Asuras, O king, fell to the earth. And they also, wounded by my iron arrows having the speed of the thunder, began, O monarch, to go about, being urged by destiny. Then ascending to the sky, Mad Ali, as if falling in front, swiftly descended to the earth on that chariot of solar resplendence. Then, O Bharata, environed me 60,000 cars belonging to those wrathful ones eager to battle with me. And with sharpened shafts graced with feathers of the vulture, I destroyed those cars. At this, thinking, these our hosts are incapable of being vanquished by mortals, they became engaged in the conflict, like unto the surges of the sea. Thereupon I gradually began to fix, on the string, unearthly weapons. At this, thousands of weapons, shot by those wonderfully warring charioteers, by degrees opposed my unearthly arms, and in the field I saw hundreds and thousands of mighty demons, ranging on their cars, and various maneuvers. And being furnished with variegated mail and standards and diverse ornaments, they delighted my mind. And in the conflict I could not afflict them by showers of shafts, but they did not afflict me. And being afflicted by those innumerable ones, equipped in weapons and skilled in fight, I was pained in that mighty encounter, and a terrible fear seized me. Thereupon collecting my energies, and fight, I bowed down unto that god of gods, Raudra, and saying, May welfare attend on all beings. I fixed that mighty weapon which, celebrated under the name of Raudra, is the destroyer of all foes. Then I beheld a male person having 3 heads, 9 eyes, 3 faces, and 6 arms. And his hair was flaming like fire or the sun. And, O slayer of foes, for his dress, he had mighty serpents, putting out their tongues. And saying, O best of the Bharatas, the dreadful and eternal Raudra, I being free from fear, set it on the Gandiva, and, bowing unto the three-eyed Sarva of immeasurable energy, let go the weapon, with the object of vanquishing those foremost of the Danavas, O Bharata. And, O Lord of men, as soon as it had been hurled, there appeared on the scene by thousands forms of deer, and of lions, and of tigers, and of bears, and of buffaloes, and of serpents, and of kine, and of sarabas, and of elephants, and of apes in multitudes, and of bulls, and of boars, and of cats, and of dogs, and of specters, and of all the Burundas, and of vultures, and of Garudas, of Chamaras, and of all the leopards, and of mountains, and of seas, and of celestials, and of sages, and of all the Gandharvas, and of ghosts with the Ikshas, and of the haters of the gods, Asuras, and of the Guhyakas in the field, and of the Naritas, and of elephant-mouthed sharks, and of owls, and of beings having the forms of fishes and horses, and of beings bearing swords and various other weapons, and of Rakshasas wielding maces and clubs. And on that weapon being hurled, all the universe became filled with these, as well as many others wearing various shapes. And again wounded by beings of various sights with pieces of flesh, fat, bones, and marrow on their persons, some having 3 heads, and some 4 tusks, and some 4 mouths, and some 4 arms, the Danavas met with destruction. And then, O Bharata, in a moment I slew all those Danavas, with other swarms of arrows composed of the quintessence of stone, flaming like fire or the sun, and possessed of the force of the thunderbolt. And, seeing them hewn by the Gandiva, and deprived of life, and thrown from the sky, I again bowed unto that god the destroyer of Tripura. And, seeing those adorned with unearthly ornaments, crushed by the weapon, the Raudra, the charioteer of the celestials, experienced the greatest delight. And having witnessed the accomplishment of that unbearable feat incapable of being achieved even by the celestials themselves, Madali, the charioteer of Sakra, paid homage unto me, and well pleased, with joint hands said these words: The feat that hath been achieved by thee is incapable of being borne even by the gods, nay, in battle, the Lord of the celestials himself cannot perform this deed. The sky-coursing mighty city incapable of being destroyed by the gods and the Asuras hast thou, O hero, crushed by thy own prowess and by the energy of asceticism. And when that aerial city had been destroyed, and when the Danavas also had been slain, their wives, uttering cries of distress, like unto Kurari birds, with hair disheveled came out of the city. And bewailing for their sons and brothers and fathers, they fell on the ground and cried with distressful accents. And on being deprived for their lords, they beat their breasts, their garlands and ornaments fallen off. And that city of Danavas, an appearance like unto the city of the Gandharvas, filled with lamentations and stricken with dole and distress, and bereft of grace, even like unto a lake deprived of its elephants, or like unto a forest deprived of trees, and, deprived of its masters, looked no longer beautiful, but had vanished, like a cloud-constructed city. And when I had accomplished the task, eftsoons from the field Madali took me of delighted spirits unto the abode of the Lord of the Celestials. And having slain those mighty Asuras, and destroyed Hiranyapura, and having also killed the Navadakavachas, I came unto Indra. And, O exceedingly resplendent one, as it had fallen out, Madali related in detail unto Devendra that entire achievement of mine. And with the Marutas, hearing of the destruction of Hiranyapura, of the neutralization of the illusion, and of the slaughter of the highly powerful Nivadakavachas in fight, the prosperous thousand-eyed divine Purandara was well pleased, and exclaimed, Well done, well done. And the king of the celestials together with the celestials, cheering me again and again, said these sweet words, By thee hath been achieved a feat incapable of being achieved by the gods and the Asuras. And, O Partha, by slaying my mighty enemies, thou hast paid the preceptor's fee. And, O Dhananjaya, thus in battle shalt thou always remain calm, and discharge the weapons unerringly, and there shall not stand thee in fight celestials, and Danavas, and Rakshasas, and Yikshas, and Asuras, and Gandharvas, and birds, and serpents. And, O Kante, by conquering it even by the might of thy arms, Kunti's son Yudhishthira will rule the earth. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 173. Arjuna continued, then firmly confident, the sovereign of the celestials considering as his own, pertinently said these words unto me wounded by cleaving shafts, all the celestial weapons, O Bharata, are with thee, so no man on earth will by any means be able to overpower thee. And, O son, when thou art in the field, Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and Karna and Sakuni together with other Kshatriyas shall not amount unto 1/16th part of thee. And the Lord Maghavan granted me this golden garland and this shell, Devdatta, of mighty roars, and also his celestial mail impenetrable and capable of protecting the body. And Indra himself set on my head this diadem. And Sakra presented me with these unearthly apparels and unearthly ornaments, elegant and rare. In this manner, O king, duly honored, I delightfully dwelt in Indra's sacred abode with the children of the Gandharvas. Then, well pleased, Sakra, together with the celestials, addressed me, saying, O Arjuna, the time hath come for thy departure, thy brothers have thought of thee. Thus, O Bharata, remembering the dissensions arising from that gambling, did I, O king, pass those 5 years in the abode of Indra. Then have I come and seen thee surrounded by our brothers on the summit of this lower range of the Gandhamadana. Yudhishthira said, O Dhananjaya, by fortune it is that the weapons have been obtained by thee, by fortune it is that the master of the immortals hath been adored by thee. O repressor of foes, by fortune it is that the divine standard together with the goddess had become manifest unto thee and been gratified by thee in battle, O sinless one, by fortune it is that thou hadst met with the Lokapalas, O best of the Bharatas. O Partha, by fortune it is that we have prospered, and by fortune it is that thou hast come back. Today I consider as if the entire earth engarlanded with cities hath already been conquered, and as if the sons of Dhritarashtra have already been subdued. Now, O Bharata, I am curious to behold those celestial weapons wherewith thou hadst slain the powerful Navadakavachas. Thereat Arjuna said, Tomorrow in the morning thou wilt see all the celestial weapons with which I slew the fierce Navadakavachas. Vaisampayana said, thus having related the facts touching the arrival, Dhananjaya passed that night there, together with all his brothers. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 174. Vaisampayana continued, and when the night had passed, Yudhishthira the just arose and together with his brothers performed the necessary duties. He then spake unto Arjuna, that delight of his mother, saying, O Kante, do thou show me those weapons with which thou vanquished the Danavas. Thereat, O king, the exceedingly powerful Dhananjaya, the son of Pandu, duly practicing extreme purity, showed those weapons, O Bharata, which had been given unto him by the celestials. Dhananjaya seated on the earth, as his chariot, which had the mountain for its pole, the base of the axle and the cluster of beautiful-looking bamboo trees for its socket pole, looked resplendent with that celestial armor of great luster, took his bow Gandiva and the conch shell given to him by the gods, commenced to exhibit those celestial weapons in order. And as those celestial weapons had been set, the earth being oppressed with the feet of Arjuna, began to tremble with its trees, and the rivers and the mighty main became vexed, and the rocks were riven, and the air was hushed. And the sun did not shine, and fire did not flame, and by no means did the Vedas of the twice-born once shine. And, O Janamajaya, the creatures peopling the interior of the earth, on being afflicted, rose and surrounded the Pandava, trembling with joined hands and contorted countenances. And being burnt by those weapons, they besought Dhananjaya for their lives. Then the Brahmarshis, and the Siddhas, and the Maharshis and the mobile beings all these appeared on the scene. And the foremost Devarshis, and the celestials and the Yakshas and the Rakshasas and the Gandharvas and the feathered tribes and the other sky-ranging beings all these appeared on the scene. And the great sire and all the Lokapalas and the divine Mahadeva came thither, together with their followers. Then, O great king, bearing unearthly variegated blossoms Vayu, the wind god, fell to strewing them around the Pandava. And said by the celestials, the Gandharvas chanted various ballads, and, O monarch, hosts of the Apsaras danced there. At such a moment, O king, sent by the celestials, Narada arrived there, and addressed Partha in these sweet words, O Arjuna, Arjuna, do thou not discharge the celestial weapons. These should never be discharged when there is no object fit. And when there is an object, present, they should also by no means be hurled, unless one is sore pressed. For, O son of the Kurus, to discharge the weapons, without occasion, is fraught with great evil. And, O Dhananjaya, being duly kept as thou hast been instructed to these powerful weapons will doubtless conduce to thy strength and happiness. But if they are not properly kept, they, O Pandava, will become the instrument for the destruction of the three worlds. So thou shouldst not act in this way again. O Ajatasatru, thou too wilt behold even these weapons, when Partha will use them for grinding thy enemies in battle. Vaisampayana continued, having prevented Partha the immortals with others that had come there, went to each his place, O foremost of men. And, O Kaurava, after they had all gone, the Pandavas began to dwell pleasantly in the same forest, together with Krishna. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 175. Janamejaya said, when that prime among heroes, having been accomplished in arms, had returned from the abode of the slayer of Vritra, what did Pritha's sons do in company with the warlike Dhananjaya? Vaisampayana said, in company with that hero equal unto Indra, Arjuna that foremost of men, sported in the pleasure gardens of the Lord of Treasures, situated in those woods on that romantic and excellent mountain. And surveying those peerless and various pleasure grounds filled with diverse trees, that chief of men, Kiriti, ever intent upon arms, ranged at large, bow in hand. And having through the grace of King Vaisravana obtained a residence, those sons of a sovereign cared not for the prosperity of men. And, O king, that period of their lives passed peacefully. And having Partha in their company, they spent 4 years there even like a single night. And as the Pandavas lived in the wood, these 4 years, and the former 6, numbering 10, passed smoothly with them. Then having seated themselves before the king, the vehement son of the wind god, with Jishnu and the heroic twins, like unto the Lord of the Celestials, earnestly addressed the king in these beneficial and pleasant words. It is only to render thy promise effectual and to advance thy interests, that, O king of the Kurus, forsaking the forest, we do not go to slay Suryodhana together with all his followers. Although deserving of happiness, yet have we been deprived of happiness. And this is the 11th year that, in this state, we have been living in the forest. And hereafter, deluding that one of evil mind and character, shall we easily live out the period of non-discovery. And at thy mandate, O monarch, free from apprehension, we have been ranging the woods, having relinquished our honor. Having been tempted by our residence in the vicinity, they, our enemies, will not believe that we have removed to a distant realm. And after having lived there undiscovered for a year, and having wreaked our revenge on that wicked wight, Suryodhana, with his followers, we shall easily root out that meanest of men, slaying him and regaining our kingdom. Therefore, O Dharmaraja, do thou descend unto the earth. For, O king, if we dwell in this region like unto heaven itself, we shall forget our sorrows. In that case, O Bharata, thy fame like unto a fragrant flower shall vanish from the mobile and the immobile worlds. By gaining that kingdom of the Kuru chiefs, thou wilt be able to attain great glory, and to perform various sacrifices. This that thou art receiving from Kuvara, thou wilt, O foremost of men, be able to attain any time. Now, O Bharata, turn thy mind towards the punishment and destruction of foes that committed wrongs. O king, the wielder of the thunderbolt himself is incapable of standing thy prowess. And intent upon thy welfare, he, having Suparna for his mark, Krishna, and also the grandson of Sini, Satyaki, never experienced pain, even when engaged in encounter with the gods, O Dharmaraja. And Arjuna is peerless in strength, and so am I too, O best of kings. And as Krishna together with the Yadavas is intent upon thy welfare, so am I also, O foremost of monarchs, and the heroic twins accomplished in war. And encountering the enemy, we, having for our main object the attainment by thee of wealth and prosperity, will destroy them. Vaisampayana continued, then having learnt that intention of theirs, the magnanimous and excellent son of Dharma, versed in religion and profit, and of immeasurable prowess, went round Vaisravana's abode. And Yudhishthira the just, after bidding adieu unto the palaces, the rivers, the lakes, and all the Rakshasas, looked towards the way by which he had come there. which, and then looking at the mountain also, the high-souled and pure-minded one besought that best of mountains, saying, O foremost of mountains, may I together with my friends, after having finished my task, and slain my foes, and regained my kingdom, see thee again, carrying on austerities with subdued soul. And this also he determined on. And in company with his younger brothers and the Brahmanas, the lord of the Kurus proceeded even along that very road. And Gatotkacha with his followers began to carry them over the mountain cascades. And as they started, the great sage Lomesa, advising them even as a father doth his son, with a cheerful heart, went unto the sacred abode of the dwellers of heaven. Then advised also by Arstashina, those first of men, the Parthas, went alone beholding romantic tirthas and hermitages, and other mighty lakes. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 176. Vyasa said, when they had left their happy home in the beautiful mountain abounding in cascades, and having birds, and the elephants of the 8 quarters, and the supernatural attendants of Kuvara, as dwellers thereof, all happiness forsook those foremost of men of Bharata's race. But afterwards on beholding Kuvara's favorite mountain, Kailasa, appearing like clouds, the delight of those preeminent heroes of the race of Bharata became very great. And those foremost of heroic men, equipped with scimitars and bows, proceeded contentedly, beholding elevations and defile, and dens of lions and craggy causeways and innumerable waterfalls and lowlands, and different places, as also other great forests inhabited by countless deer and birds and elephants. And they came upon beautiful woodlands and rivers and lakes and caves and mountain caverns, and these frequently by day and night became the dwelling place of those great men. And having dwelt in all sorts of inaccessible places, and crossing Kailasa of inconceivable grandeur, they reached the excellent and surpassingly beautiful hermitage of Vrishaparva. And meeting King Vrishaparva and received by him being they became free from depression, and then they accurately narrated in detail to Vrishaparva the story of their sojourn in the mountains. And having pleasantly passed one night in his sacred abode frequented by gods and maharshis, those great warriors proceeded smoothly towards the jujube tree called Visala and took up their quarters there. Then all those magnanimous men, having reached the place of Narayana, continued to live there, bereft of all sorrow, at beholding Kuvara's favorite lake, frequented by gods and siddhas. And viewing that lake, those foremost of men, the sons of Pandu, traversed that place, renouncing all grief even as immaculate Brahmana rishis do on attaining a habitation in the Nandana gardens. Then all those warriors, having in due course happily lived at Badari for 1 month, proceeded towards the realm of Suvahu, king of the Kiratas, by following the same track by which they had come. And crossing the difficult Himalayan regions, and the countries of China, Tukara, Dareta, and all the climes of Kalinda, rich in heaps of jewels, those warlike men reached the capital of Suvahu. And hearing that those sons and grandsons of kings had all reached his kingdom, Suvahu, elated with joy, advanced to meet them. Then the best of the Kurus welcomed him also. And meeting King Suvahu, and being joined by all their charioteers with Visoka at their head and by their attendants, Indrasena and others, and also by the superintendents and servants of the kitchen, they stayed there comfortably for 1 night. Then taking all the chariots and chariot men and dismissing Gatotkacha together with his followers, they next repaired to the monarch of mountains in the vicinity of the Yamuna. In the midst of the mountain abounding in waterfalls and having gray and orange-colored slopes and summits covered with a sheet of snow, those warlike men having then found the great forest of Visakayupa like unto the forest of Kshatrartha and inhabited by wild boars and various kinds of deer and birds, made it their home. Addicted to hunting as their chief occupation, the sons of Pritha peacefully dwelt in that forest for 1 year. There in a cavern of the mountain, Vrkodara, with a heart afflicted with distraction and grief, came across a snake of huge strength distressed with hunger and looking fierce like death itself. At this crisis Yudhishthira, the best of pious men, became the protector of Vrkodara, and he, of infinite puissance, extricated Bhima, whose whole body had been fast gripped by the snake with its folds. And the 12th year of their sojourn in forests having arrived, those scions of the race of Kuru, blazing in effulgence, and engaged in asceticism, always devoted principally to the practice of archery, repaired cheerfully from that Kshatrartha-like forest to the borders of the desert, and desirous of dwelling by the Sarasvati they went there, and from the banks of that river they reached the lake of Dwaitabana. Then seeing them enter Dvaitapana, the dwellers of that place engaged in asceticism, religious ordinances, and self-restraining exercises, and in deep and devout meditation, and subsisting on things ground with stone, for want of teeth, having procured grass mats and water vessels, advanced to meet them. The holy fig, the Rudaraksha, the Rohitaka, the cane and the jujube, the katachu, the sarisha, the bell and the anguta and the karira and pilu and sami trees grew on the banks of the Sarasvati. Wandering about with contentment in the vicinity of the Sarasvati, which was, as it were, the home of the celestials, and the favorite resort of Yakshas and Gandharvas and Maharshis, those sons of kings lived there in happiness. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 177. Janamejaya said, "How was it, O sage, that Bhima, of mighty prowess and possessing the strength of 10,000 elephants, was stricken with panic at the sight of that snake? Thou hast described him, that slayer of his enemies, as dismayed and appalled with fear, even him, who by fighting at the lotus lake of Kuvara became the destroyer of Yakshas and Rakshasas, and who, in proud defiance, invited to a single combat Pulasatya's son, the dispenser of all riches. I desire to hear this from you, great indeed is my curiosity." Vaisampayana continued, "O king, having reached King Vrishaparva's hermitage, while those fearful warriors were living in various wonderful woods, Vrkodara roaming at pleasure, with bow in hand and armed with a scimitar, found that beautiful forest, frequented by gods and Gandharvas. And then he beheld some lovely spots in the Himalayan mountains, frequented by Devarshis and Siddhas and inhabited by hosts of Apsaras, resounded here and there with the warbling of birds, the Chakora, the Chakrabaka, the Jabajabaka, and the cuckoo and the Bringaraja, and abounding with shady trees, soft with the touch of snow and pleasing to the eye and mind, and bearing perennial fruits and flowers. And he beheld mountain streams with waters glistening like the lapis lazuli, and with 10,000 snow-white ducks and swans, and with forests of deodar trees forming, as it were, a trap for the clouds, and with tugna and calacaea forests, interspersed with yellow sandal trees. And he of mighty strength, in the pursuit of the chase, roamed in the level and desert tracts of the mountain, piercing his game with unpoisoned arrows. In that forest the famous and mighty Bhimasena, possessing the strength of 100 elephants, killed many large wild boars with the force of his arms. And endowed with terrible prowess and mighty strength, and powerful as the lion or the tiger, and capable of resisting 100 men, and having long arms, and possessing the strength of 100 elephants, he killed many antelopes and wild boars and buffaloes. And here and there, in that forest he pulled out trees by the roots, with great violence, and broke them too, causing the earth and the woods and the surrounding places to resound. And then shouting and trampling on the tops of mountains, and causing the earth to resound with his roars, and striking his arms, and uttering his war cry, and slapping and clapping his hands, Bhimasena, exempt from decay, and ever proud, and without fear, again and again leaped about in those woods. And on hearing the shouts of Bhimasena, powerful lions and elephants of huge strength left their lairs in fright. And in that same forest he fearlessly strolled about in search of game, and like the denizens of the woods, that most valiant of men, the mighty Bhimasena, wandered on foot in that forest. And he penetrated the vast forest, shouting strange hupos, and terrifying all creatures, endowed with strength and prowess. And then, being terrified, the snakes hid themselves in caves, but he, overtaking them with promptitude, pursued them slowly. Then the mighty Bhimasena, like unto the Lord of the Celestials, saw a serpent of colossal proportions, living in one of the mountain fastnesses and covering the entire cave with its body and causing one's hair to stand on end from fright. It had its huge body stretched like a hillock, and it possessed gigantic strength, and its body was speckled with spots, and it had a turmeric-like, yellow, color and a deep copper-colored mouth of the form of a cave supplied with 4 teeth, and with glaring eyes, it was constantly licking the corners of its mouth. And it was the terror of all animated beings, and it looked like the very image of the destroyer Yama, and with the hissing noise of its breath it lay as if rebuking an incomer. And seeing Bhima draw so near to him, the serpent, all on a sudden, became greatly enraged, and that goat-devouring snake violently seized Bhimasena in his grip. Then, by virtue of the boon that had been received by the serpent, Bhimacena, with his body in the serpent's grip, instantly lost all consciousness. Unrivaled by that of others, the might of Bhimasena's arms equaled the might of 10,000 elephants combined. But Bhima, of great prowess, being thus vanquished by the snake, trembled slowly, and was unable to exert himself. And that one of mighty arms and of leonine shoulders, though possessed of strength often 1,000 elephants, yet seized by the snake, and overpowered by virtue of the bone, lost all strength. He struggled furiously to extricate himself, but did not succeed in any wise baffling this snake. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 178. Vaisampayana continued, and the powerful Bhimacena, having thus come under the power of the snake, thought of its mighty and wonderful prowess, and said unto it, Be thou pleased to tell me, O snake, who thou art? And, O foremost of reptiles, what wilt thou do with me? I am Bhimacena, the son of Pandu, and next by birth to Yudhishthira the just. And endued as I am with the strength of 10,000 elephants, how hast thou been able to overpower me? And fight have been encountered and slain by me innumerable lions, and tigers, and buffaloes, and elephants. And, O best of serpents, mighty Rakshasas and Pisachas, and Nagas, are unable to stand the force of my arms. Art thou possessed of any magic, or hast thou received any boon, that although exerting myself, I have been overcome by thee? Now I have been convinced that the strength of men is false, for, O serpent, by thee hath such mighty strength of men been baffled. Vaisampayana continued, when the heroic Bhima of noble deed had said this, the snake caught him, and coiled him all round with his body, having thus subdued that mighty aimed one, and freed his plump arms alone. The serpent spake these words, By good fortune it is that, myself being hungry, after long time the gods have today destined thee for my food, for life is dear unto every embodied being. I should relate unto thee the way in which I have come by this snake form. Here, O best of the pious, I have fallen into this plight on account of the wrath of the Maharis. Now desirous of getting rid of the curse, I will narrate unto thee all about it. Thou hast, no doubt, heard of the royal sage, Nahusha. He was the son of Au, and the perpetuator of the line of thy ancestors. Even I am that one. For having affronted the Brahmanas I, by virtue of Agastya's malediction, have come by this condition. Thou art my agnate, and lovely to behold, so thou shouldst not be slain by me, yet I shall today devour thee. Do thou behold the dispensation of destiny. And be it a buffalo, or an elephant, none coming within my reach at the 6th division of the day, can, O best of men, escape. And, O best of the Kurus, thou hast not been taken by an animal of the lower order, having strength alone, but this hath been so, by reason only of the boon I have received. As I was falling rapidly from Sakra's throne placed on the front of his palace, I spake unto that worshipful sage, Agastya, Do thou free me from this curse. Thereat filled with compassion, that energetic one said unto me, O king, thou shalt be freed after the lapse of some time. Then I fell to the earth, as a snake, but my recollection, of former life, did not renounce me. And although it be so ancient, I still recollect all that was said. And the sage said unto me, That person who conversant with the relation subsisting between the soul and the Supreme Being, shall be able to answer the questions put by thee, shall deliver thee. And, O king, taken by thee, strong beings superior to thee, shall immediately lose their strength. I heard these words of those compassionate ones, who felt attached unto me. And then the Brahmanas vanished. Thus, O highly effulgent one, having become a serpent, I, doing exceedingly sinful acts, live in unclean hell, in expectation of the appointed time. The mighty-armed Bhimacena addressed the serpent, saying, I am not angry, O mighty snake, nor do I blame myself. Since in regard to happiness and misery, men sometimes possess the power of bringing and dismissing them, and sometimes do not. Therefore one should not fret one's mind. Who can baffle destiny by self-exertion? I deem destiny to be supreme, and self-exertion to be of no avail. Smitten with the stroke of destiny, the prowess of my arms lost, behold me today fallen unto this condition without palpable cause. But today I do not so much grieve for my own self being slain, as I do for my brothers deprived of their kingdom, and exiled into the forest. This Himalaya is inaccessible, and abounds with yakshas and the rakshasas, and searching about for me, they will be distracted. And hearing that I have been killed, my brothers will forego all exertion, for, firm in promise, they have hitherto been controlled by my harsh speech, I being desirous of gaining the kingdom. Or the intelligent Arjuna, alone, being versed in every lore, and incapable of being overcome by gods and rakshasas and Gandharvas, will not be afflicted with grief. That mighty armed and exceedingly powerful one is able single-handed to speedily pull down from his place even the celestials. What shall I say of the deceitfully gambling son of Dhritarashtra, detested of all men, and filled with haughtiness and ignorance? And I also grieve for my poor mother, affectionate to her sons, who is ever solicitous for our greatness in a large measure than is attained by our enemies. O serpent, the desire that forlorn one had in me will all be fruitless in consequence of my destruction. And gifted with manliness, the twins, Nakula and Sadeva, following their elder brother, me, and always protected by the strength of my arms, will, owing to my destruction, be depressed and deprived of their prowess, and stricken with grief. This is what I think. In this way Vrikotara lamented profusely. And being bound by the body of the snake, he could not exert himself. On the other hand, Kunti's son, Yudhishthira, seeing and reflecting on dreadful ill omens, became alarmed. Terrified by the blaze of the points of the horizon, jackals stationing themselves on the right of that hermitage, set up frightful and inauspicious yells. And ugly verticas, as of dreadful sight, having one wing, one eye, and one leg, were seen to vomit blood, facing the sun. And the wind began to blow dryly and violently, attracting grits. And to the right all the beasts and birds began to cry. And in the rear the black crows cried, "Go! Go!" And momentarily his, Yudhishthira's, right arm began to twitch, and his chest and left leg shook, of themselves. And indicating evil his left eye contracted spasmodically. Thereupon, O Bharata, the intelligent Yudhishthira the just, inferring some great calamity to be imminent, asked Draupadi, saying, "Where is Bhima?" Thereat Panchali said that Vrikotara had long gone out. Hearing this, that mighty armed king set out with Daumya, after having said unto the Nanjaya, "Thou shouldst protect Draupadi." And he also directed Nakula and Sadeva to protect the Brahmanas. And issuing from the hermitage that Lord, Kunti's son, following the footprints of Bhimasena, began to search for him in that mighty forest. And on coming to the east, he found mighty leaders of elephant herds, slain, and saw the earth marked with Bhima's footprints. Then seeing thousands of deer and hundreds of lions lying in the forest, the king ascertained his course. And on the way were scattered trees pulled down by the wind, caused by the thighs of that hero endued with the speed of the wind as he rushed after the deer. And proceeding, guided by those marks, to a spot filled with dry winds and abounding in leafless vegetables, brackish and devoid of water, covered with thorny plants and scattered over with gravel, stumps and shrubs and difficult of access and uneven and dangerous, he saw in a mountain cavern his younger brother motionless, caught in the folds of that foremost of snakes. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 179. Vaisampayana continued, Yudhishthira, finding his beloved brother coiled by the body of the serpent, said these words, "O son of Kunti, how hast thou come by this misfortune? And who is this best of serpents having a body like unto a mountain mass?" Bhimasena said, "O worshipful one, this mighty being hath caught me for food. He is the royal sage Nahusha living in the form of a serpent." Yudhishthira said, "O long-lived one, do thou free my brother of immeasurable prowess, we will give thee some other food which will appease thy hunger." The serpent said, "I have got for diet even this son of a king, come to my mouth of himself. Do thou go away? Thou shouldst not stay here. If thou remainest here, thou too shall be my fare tomorrow. O mighty armed one, this is ordained in respect of me, that he that cometh unto my place becometh my food, and thou too art in my quarter. After a long time have I got thy younger brother as my food, I will not let him off, neither do I like to have any other food." Thereat Yudhishthira said, "O serpent, whether thou art a god, or a demon, or an Uraga, do thou tell me truly, it is Yudhishthira that asketh thee, wherefore, O snake, hast thou taken Bhimasena?" By obtaining which, or by knowing what wilt thou receive satisfaction, O snake, and what food shall I give thee? And how mayst thou free him? The serpent said, O sinless one, I was thy ancestor, the son of Au and fifth in descent from the moon. And I was a king celebrated under the name of Nahusha. And by sacrifices and asceticism and study of the Vedas and self-restraint and prowess, I had acquired a permanent dominion over the three worlds. And when I had obtained such dominion, haughtiness possessed me. And thousands of Brahmanas were engaged in carrying my chair. And intoxicated by supremacy, I insulted those Brahmanas. And, O Lord of the earth, by Agastya have I been reduced to this pass. Yet, O Pandava, to this day the memory of my former birth hath not forsaken me. And, O king, even by the favor of that high-souled Agastya, during the sixth division of the day have I got for meal thy younger brother. Neither will I set him free, nor do I wish for any other food. But if today thou answerest the questions put by me, then I shall deliver Vrkodara. At this Yudhishthira said, O serpent, ask whatever thou listest. I shall, if I can, answer thy questions with the view of gratifying thee, O snake. Thou knowest fully what should be known by Brahmanas. Therefore, O king of snakes, hearing thee, I shall answer thy queries. The serpent said, O Yudhishthira, say who is a Brahmana and what should be known. By thy speech I infer thee to be highly intelligent. Yudhishthira said, O foremost of serpents, it is asserted by the wise, in whom are seen truth, charity, forgiveness, good conduct, benevolence, observance of the rights of his order and mercy is a Brahmana. And, O serpent, that which should be known is even the supreme Brahma, in which is neither happiness nor misery, and attaining which beings are not affected with misery. What is thy opinion? The serpent said, O Yudhishthira, truth, charity, forgiveness, benevolence, benignity, kindness, and the Veda which worketh the benefit of the four orders, which is the authority in matters of religion and which is true, are seen even in the Sudra. As regards the object to be known, and which thou allegest is without both happiness and misery, I do not see any such that is devoid of these. Yudhishthira said, those characteristics that are present in a Sudra do not exist in a Brahmana, nor do those that are in a Brahmana exist in a Sudra. And a Sudra is not a Sudra by birth alone, nor a Brahmana is Brahmana by birth alone. It is said by the wise, in whom are seen those virtues, is a Brahmana. And people term him a Sudra in whom those qualities do not exist, even though he be a Brahmana by birth. And again, as for thy assertion that the object to be known, as asserted by me, doth not exist, because nothing exists that is devoid of both happiness and misery, such indeed is the opinion, O serpent, that nothing exists that is without them both. But as in cold, heat doth not exist, nor in heat, cold, so there cannot exist an object in which both happiness and misery cannot exist. The serpent said, O king, if thou recognize him as a Brahmana by characteristics, then, O long-lived one, the distinction of caste becometh futile as long as conduct doth not come into play. Yudhishthira said, in human society, O mighty and highly intelligent serpent, it is difficult to ascertain one's caste, because of promiscuous intercourse among the four orders. This is my opinion. Men belonging to all orders, promiscuously, beget offspring upon women of all the orders. And of men, speech, sexual intercourse, birth, and death are common. And to this the rishis have borne testimony by using as the beginning of a sacrifice such expressions as of what caste soever we may be, we celebrate the sacrifice. Therefore, those that are wise have asserted that character is the chief essential requisite. The natal ceremony of a person is performed before division of the umbilical cord. His mother then acts as its Savitri, and his father officiates as priest. He is considered as a Sudra as long as he is not initiated in the Vedas. Doubts having arisen on this point, O prince of serpents, Swayambhuva Manu has declared that the mixed castes are to be regarded as better than the other classes, if having gone through the ceremonies of purification, the latter do not conform to the rules of good conduct, O excellent snake. Whosoever now conforms to the rules of pure and virtuous conduct, him have I, ere now, designated as a Brahmana. The serpent replied, O Yudhishthira, thou art acquainted with all that is fit to be known, and having listened to thy words, how can I, now, eat up thy brother Vrkodara? Footnotes 360:1 Inasmuch as the rites performed by the Sudras have their origin in the Vedas. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 180. Yudhishthira said, In this world, you are so learned in the Vedas and Vedangas, tell me, then, what one should do to attain salvation. The serpent replied, O scion of the Bharata's race, my belief is that the man who bestows alms on proper objects, speaks kind words and tells the truth and abstains from doing injury to any creature goes to heaven. Yudhishthira inquired, Which, O snake, is the higher of the two, truth or almsgiving? Tell me also the greater or less importance of kind behavior and of doing injury to no creature. The snake replied, The relative merits of these virtues, truth and almsgiving, kind speech and abstention from injury to any creature, are known, measured, by their objective gravity, utility. Truth is, sometimes, more praiseworthy than some acts of charity, some of the latter again are more commendable than true speech. Similarly, O mighty king, and lord of the earth, abstention from doing injury to any creature is seen to be important than good speech and vice versa. Even so it is, O king, depending on effects. And now, if thou hast anything else to ask, say it all, I shall enlighten thee. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O snake, how the incorporeal being's translation to heaven, its perception by the senses, and its enjoyment of the immutable fruits of its actions, here below, can be comprehended. The snake replied, By his own acts, man is seen to attain to one of the three conditions of human existence, of heavenly life, or of birth in the lower animal kingdom. Among these, the man who is not slothful, who injures no one and who is endowed with charity and other virtues, goes to heaven after leaving this world of men. By doing the very contrary, O king, people are again born as men or as lower animals. O my son, it is particularly said in this connection that the man who is swayed by anger and lust and who is given to avarice and malice falls away from his human state and is born again as a lower animal, and the lower animals too are ordained to be transformed into the human state, and the cow, the horse, and other animals are observed to attain to even the divine state. O my son, the sentient being, reaping the fruits of his actions, thus transmigrates through these conditions, but the regenerate and wise man reposes his soul in the everlasting Supreme Spirit. The embodied spirit, enchained by destiny and reaping the fruits of its own actions, thus undergoes birth after birth, but he that has lost touch of his actions is conscious of the immutable destiny of all born beings. Yudhishthira asked, O snake, tell me truly and without confusion how that dissociated spirit becomes cognizant of sound, touch, form, flavor, and taste. O great-minded one, dost thou not perceive them simultaneously by the senses? Do thou, O best of snakes, answer all these queries. The snake replied, O long-lived one, the thing called Atman, spirit, betaking itself to corporeal tenement and manifesting itself through the organs of sense, becomes duly cognizant of perceptible objects. O prince of Bharata's race, know that the senses, the mind, and the intellect, assisting the soul in its perception of objects, are called Karanas. O my son, the eternal spirit, going out of its sphere, and aided by the mind, acting through the senses, the receptacles of all perceptions, successively perceives these things, sound, form, flavor, and see. O most valiant of men, the mind of living creatures is the cause of all perception, and, therefore, it cannot be cognizant of more than one thing at a time. That spirit, O foremost of men, betaking itself to the space between the eyebrows, sends the high and low intellect to different objects. What the yogins perceive after the action of the intelligent principle, by that is manifested the action of the soul. Yudhishthira said, Tell me the distinguishing characteristics of the mind and the intellect. The knowledge of it is ordained as the chief duty of persons meditating on the Supreme Spirit. The snake replied, Through illusion, the soul becomes subservient to the intellect. The intellect, though known to be subservient to the soul, becomes, then, the director of the latter. The intellect is brought into play by acts of perception, the mind is self-existent. The intellect does not cause the sensation, as of pain, pleasure, and see, but the mind does. This, my son, is the difference between the mind and the intellect. You too are learned in this matter. What is your opinion? Yudhishthira said, O most intelligent one, you have fine intelligence and you know all that is fit to be known. Why do you ask me that question? You knew all and you performed such wonderful deeds and you lived in heaven. How could then illusion overpower you? Great is my doubt on this point. The snake replied, prosperity intoxicates even the wise and valiant men. Those who live in luxury soon lose their reason. So, I too, O Yudhishthira, overpowered by the infatuation of prosperity, have fallen from my high state and having recovered my self-consciousness, am enlightening thee thus. O victorious king, thou hast done me a good turn. By conversing with thy pious self, my painful curse has been expiated. In days of yore, while I used to sojourn in heaven in a celestial chariot, reveling in my pride, I did not think of anything else. I used to exact tribute from Brahmarshis, Devas, Yakshas, Gandharvas, Rakshasas, Panagas, and all other dwellers of the three worlds. O Lord of earth, such was the spell of my eyes, that on whatever creature I fixed them, I instantly destroyed his power. Thousands of Brahmarshis used to draw my chariot. The delinquency, O king, was the cause of my fall from my high prosperity. Among them, Agastya was one day drawing my conveyance, and my feet came in contact with his body. Agastya then pronounced, This curse, on me, in anger, ruin seize thee, do thou become a snake. So, losing my glory, I fell down from that excellent car, and while falling, I beheld myself turned into a snake, with head downwards. I thus implored that Brahmana, may this curse be extinguished, O adorable one. You ought to forgive one who has been so foolish from infatuation. Then he kindly told me this, as I was being hurled down from heaven, the virtuous king Yudhishthira will save thee from this curse, and when, O king, horrible sin of pride will be extinguished in thee, thou shalt attain salvation. And I was struck with wonder on seeing this power of his austere virtues, and therefore have I questioned thee about the attributes of the Supreme Spirit and of Brahmanas. Truth, charity, self-restraint, penance, abstention from doing injuries to any creature, and constancy in virtue, these, O king, and not his race of family connections, are the means by which a man must always secure salvation. May this brother of thine, the mighty Bhimasena, meet with good luck and may happiness abide with thee. I must go to heaven again. Vyasa continued, so saying, that king, Nahusha, quitted his serpentine form, and assuming his celestial shape he went back to heaven. The glorious and pious Yudhishthira, too, returned to his hermitage with Daumya and his brother Bhima. Then the virtuous Yudhishthira narrated all that, in detail, to the Brahmanas who had assembled there. On hearing that, his three brothers and all the Brahmanas and the renowned Draupadi too were covered with shame. And all those excellent Brahmanas desiring the welfare of the Pandavas admonished Bhima for his foolhardiness, telling him not to attempt such things again, and the Pandavas too were greatly pleased at seeing the mighty Bhima out of danger, and continued to live there pleasantly. Footnotes 362:1 More literally, the state of the gods. It may appropriately be remarked here that the ordinary Hindu gods of the post-Vedic period, like the gods of ancient Greece and Italy, were simply a class of superhuman beings, distinctly contradistinguished from the Supreme Spirit, the Paramatman or Parabrahma. After death, a virtuous man was supposed to be transformed into one of these so-called gods. 362:2 This is the well-known and popular doctrine of transmigration of souls. Markandeya Samasya Parva. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 181. Vyasa said, while they were dwelling at that place, there set in the season of the rains, the season that puts an end to the hot weather and is delightful to all animated beings. Then the black clouds, rumbling loudly, and covering the heavens and the cardinal points, ceaselessly rained during day and night. These clouds, counted by hundreds and by thousands, looked like domes in the rainy season. From the earth disappeared the effulgence of the sun, its place was taken by the stainless luster of the lightning. The earth became delightful to all, being overgrown with grass, with gnats and reptiles in their joy. It was bathed with rain and possessed with calm. When the waters had covered all, it could not be known whether the ground was at all even or uneven, whether there were rivers or trees or hills. At the end of the hot season, the rivers added beauty to the woods, being themselves full of agitated waters, flowing with great force and resembling serpents in the hissing sound they made. The boars, the stags, and the birds, while the rain was falling upon them, began to utter sounds of various kinds, which could be heard within the forest tracks. The chitakas, the peacocks, and the host of male kohilas and the excited frogs all ran about in joy. Thus, while the Pandavas were roaming about in the deserts and sandy tracts, the happy season of rain, so various in aspect and resounding with clouds, passed away. Then set in the season of autumn, thronged with ganders and cranes and full of joy, then the forest tracts were overrun with grass, the river turned limpid, the firmament and stars shone brightly, and the autumn, thronged with beasts and birds, was joyous and pleasant for the magnanimous sons of Pandu. Then were seen nights that were free from dust and cool with clouds and beautified by myriads of planets and stars and the moon. And they beheld rivers and ponds, adorned with lilies and white lotuses, full of cool and pleasant water. And while roving by the river Sarasvati, whose banks resembled the firmament itself and were overgrown with canes, and as such abounded in sacred baths, their joy was great. And those heroes who wielded powerful bows were specially glad to see the pleasant river Sarasvati, with its limpid waters full to the brim. And, O Janamajaya, the holiest night, that of the full moon in the month of Kartika in the season of autumn, was sped by them while dwelling there. And the sons of Pandu, the best of the descendants of Bharata, spent that auspicious juncture with righteous and magnanimous saints devoted to penance. And as soon as the dark fortnight set in immediately after, the sons of Pandu entered the forest named the Kamayaka, accompanied by the Nanjaya and their charioteers and cooks. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 182. Vyasa said, O son of Kuru, they, Yudhishthira and others, having reached the forest of Kamayaka, were hospitably received by hosts of saints, and they lived together with Krishna. And while the sons of Pandu were dwelling in security in that place, many Brahmanas came to wait upon them. And a certain Brahmana said, He, the beloved friend of Arjuna, of powerful arms and possessed of self-control, descendant of Sura, of a lofty intellect, will come, for, O ye foremost of the descendants of Kuru, Hari knows that ye have arrived here. For, Hari has always a longing for your sight and always seeks your welfare. And Markandeya, who lived very many years devoted to great austerities, given to study and penance, will ere long come and meet you. And the very moment that he was uttering these words, there was beheld Krishna, coming thitherward upon a car unto which were yoked the horses Saivya and Sugriva. He, the best of those that ride on cars, accompanied by Satyabhama, is like Indra by Sachi, the daughter of Pulaman. And the son of Devki came, desirous to see those most righteous of the descendants of Kuru. And the sagacious Krishna, having alighted from the car, prostrated himself, with pleasure in his heart, before the virtuous king, in the prescribed way, and also before Bhima, that foremost of powerful men. And he paid his respects to Daumya, while the twin brothers prostrated themselves to him. And he embraced Arjuna of the curly hair, and spoke words of solace to the daughter of Drupada. And the descendant of the chief of the Dasaraha tribe, that chastiser of foes, when he saw the beloved Arjuna come near him, having seen him after a length of time, clasped him again and again. And so too Satyabhama also, the beloved consort of Krishna, embraced the daughter of Drupada, the beloved wife of the sons of Pandu. Then these sons of Pandu, accompanied by their wife and priests, paid their respects to Krishna, whose eyes resembled the white lotus and surrounded him on all sides. And Krishna, when united with Arjuna, the son of Pritha, the winner of riches and the terror of the demons, assumed a beauty comparable to that of Shiva, the magnanimous lord of all created beings, when he, the mighty lord, is united with Kartikeya, his son. And Arjuna, who bore a circlet of crowns on his head, gave an account of what had happened to him in the forest to Krishna, the elder brother of Gada. And Arjuna asked, saying, How is Subhadra and her son Abhimanyu? And Krishna, the slayer of Madhu, having paid his respects in the prescribed form to the son of Pritha, and to the priest, and seating himself with them there, spoke to King Yudhishthira in words of praise. And he said, O king, virtue is preferable to the winning of kingdoms. It is, in fact, practice of austerities. by you who have obeyed with truth and candor what your duty prescribed, have been won both this world and that to come. First you have studied, while performing religious duties, having acquired in a suitable way the whole science of arms, having won wealth by pursuing the methods prescribed for the military caste, you have celebrated all the time on its sacrificial rites. You take no delight in sensual pleasures, you do not act, O Lord of men, from motives of enjoyment, nor do you swerve from virtue from greed of riches. It is for this you have been named the virtuous king, O son of Pritha. Having won kingdoms and riches and means of enjoyment, your best delight has been charity and truth and practice of austerities, O king, and faith and meditation and forbearance and patience. When the population of Kurukshetra beheld Krishna outraged in the assembly hall, who but yourself could brook that conduct, O Pandu's son, which was so repugnant both to virtue and usage? No doubt, you will, before long, rule over men in a praiseworthy way, all your desires being fulfilled. Here are we prepared to chastise the Kurus, as soon as the stipulation made by you is fully performed. And Krishna, the foremost of the Dasara tribe, then said to Daumya and Bhima and Yudhishthira, and the twins and Krishna, how fortunate that by your blessing Arjuna, the bearer of the coronet, has arrived after having acquired the science of arms. And Krishna, the leader of the Dasara tribe, accompanied by friends, likewise spoke to Krishna, the daughter of Yajnasena, saying, how fortunate that you are united, safe and secure, with Arjuna, the winner of riches. And Krishna also said, O Krishna, O daughter of Yajnasena, those sons of yours are devoted to the study of the science of arms, are well behaved, and conduct themselves on the pattern, O Krishna, of their righteous friends. Your father and your uterine brothers proffer them a kingdom and territories, but the boys find no joy in the house of Drupada, or in that of their maternal uncles. Safely proceeding to the land of the Anarthas, they take the greatest delight in the study of the science of arms. Your sons enter the town of the Vrishnis and take an immediate liking to the people there. And as you would direct them to conduct themselves, or as the respected Kunti would do, so does Subhadra direct them in a watchful way. Perhaps she is still more careful of them. And, O Krishna, as Rukmini's son is the preceptor of Anirudh, of Abhimanyu, of Sunitha, and of Bhanu, so he is the preceptor and the refuge of your sons also. And a good preceptor would unceasingly give them lessons in the wielding of maces and swords and bucklers, and missiles, and in the arts of driving cars and of riding horses, being valiant. And he, the son of Rukmini, having bestowed a very good training upon them, and having taught them the art of using various weapons in a proper way, takes satisfaction at the valorous deeds of your sons, and of Abhimanyu. O daughter of Drupada! And when your son goes out, in pursuit of outdoor sports, each one of them is followed thither by cars and horses and vehicles and elephants. And Krishna said to the virtuous king, Yudhishthira, the fighting men of the Dasara tribe, and the Kakaras, and the Andhakas, let these, O king, place themselves at thy command, let them perform what thou desirest them. O Lord of men, let the army of the tribe of Madhus, resistless, like the wind, with their bows and led by Bolrama, whose weapon is the plow, let that army, equipped for war, consisting of horsemen and foot soldiers and horses and cars and elephants, prepare to do your bidding. O son of Pandu! Drive Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra, the vilest of sinful men, together with his followers and his hosts of friends to the path Betakin by the Lord of Sauba, the son of the earth. You, O ruler of men, are welcome to stick to that stipulation which was made in the assembly hall, but let the city of Hastina be made ready for you, when the hostile force has been slain by the soldiers of the Dasara tribe. Having roamed at your pleasure in all those places where you may desire to go, having got rid of your grief and freed from all your sins, you will reach the city of Hastina, the well-known city situated in the midst of a fine territory. Then the magnanimous king, having been acquainted with the view, thus clearly set forth by Krishna, that best of men, and, having applauded the same, and having deliberated, thus spoke with joined palms unto Kesva, O Kesva, no doubt, thou art the refuge of the sons of Pandu, for the sons of Pandu have their protector in thee. When the time will come, there is no doubt that thou wilt do all the work just mentioned by thee, and even more than the same. As promised by us, we have spent all the 12 years in lonely forests O Kesva, having in the prescribed way completed the period for living unrecognized. The sons of Pandu will take refuge in thee. This should be the intention of those that associate with thee, O Krishna. The sons of Pandu swerved not from the path of truth, for the sons of Pritha with their charity and their piety with their people and their wives, and with their relations have their protector in thee. Vyasa said, O descendant of Bharata, while Krishna, the descendant of the Vrishnis and the virtuous king, were thus talking, there appeared then the saint Markandeya, grown gray in the practice of penances. And he had seen many thousand years of life, was of a pious soul, and devoted to great austerities. Signs of old age he had none, and deathless he was, and endued with beauty and generous and many good qualities. And he looked like one only 25 years old. And when the aged saint, who had seen many thousand years of life, came, all the Brahmanas paid their respects to him, and so did Krishna together with Pandu's son. And when that wisest saint, thus honored, took his seat in a friendly way, Krishna addressed him, in accordance with the views of the Brahmanas and of Pandu's sons, thus. The sons of Pandu, and the Brahmanas assembled here, and the daughter of Drupada, and Satyabhama, likewise myself, are all anxious to hear your most excellent words, O Markandeya. Propound to us the holy stories of events of bygone times, and the eternal rules of righteous conduct by which are guided kings and women and saints. Vyasa continued, when they had all taken their seats, Narada also, the divine saint, of purified soul, came on a visit to Pandu's sons. Him also, then, of great soul, all those foremost men of superior intellect, honored in the prescribed form, by offering water to wash his feet, and the well-known oblation called the Aragya. Then the godlike saint, Narada, learning that they were about to hear the speech of Markandeya, expressed his assent to the arrangement. And he, the deathless, knowing what would be opportune, said smilingly, O saint of the Brahmana caste, speak what you were about to say unto the sons of Pandu. Thus addressed, Markandeya, devoted to great austerities, replied, Wait a moment. A great deal will be narrated. Thus addressed, the sons of Pandu, together with those twice-born ones, waited a moment, looking at that great saint, bright as the midday Sunday. Vyasa continued, Pandu's son, the king of the Kuru tribe, having observed that the great saint is willing to speak, questioned him with a view to suggesting topics to speak upon, saying, You who are ancient, in years, know the deeds of gods and demons, and illustrious saints, and of all the royal ones. We consider you as worthy of being worshipped and honored, and we have long yearned after your company. And here is this son of Devki, Krishna, who has come to us on a visit. Verily, when I look at myself, fallen away from happiness, and when I contemplate the sons of Dhritarashtra, of evil life, flourishing in every way, the idea arises in me that it is man who does all acts, good or bad, and that it is he that enjoys the fruit the acts bring forth. How then is God the agent? And, O best of those that are proficient in the knowledge of God, how is it that men's actions follow them? Is it in this world? Or is it in some subsequent existence? And, O best of righteous men among the twice-born, in what way is an embodied, animated being joined by his good and evil deeds that seek him out? Is it after death? Or is it in this world? And, O descendant of Bhrigu, is what we experience in this world the result of the acts of this very life? Or will the acts of this life bear fruit in the world to come? And where do the actions of an animated being who is dead find their resting place? Markandeya said, O best of those that can speak, this question befits thee, and is just what it should be? Thou knowest all that there is to know. But thou art asking this question, simply for the sake of form. Here I shall answer thee, listen to me with an attentive mind, as to how in this world and in that to come, a man experienceth happiness and misery. The Lord of born beings, himself sprung first of all, created, for all embodied beings, bodies which were stainless, pure, and obedient to virtuous impulses, O wisest of the descendants of Kuru. The ancient men had all their desires fulfilled, were given to praiseworthy courses of life, were speakers of truth, godly and pure. All were equal to the gods, could ascend to the sky at their pleasure, and could come back again, and all went about at their pleasure. And they had their death and their life also under their own control, and they had few sufferings, had no fear, and had their wishes fulfilled, and they were free from trouble, could visit the gods and the magnanimous saints, knew by heart all righteous rules, were self-controlled and free from envy. And they lived many thousand years, and had many thousand sons. Then in course of time they came to be restricted to walking solely on the surface of the earth, overpowered by lust and wrath, dependent for subsistence upon falsehood and trick, overwhelmed by greed and senselessness. Then those wicked men, when disembodied, on account of their unrighteous and unblessed deeds, went to hell in a crooked way. Again and again they were grilled, and again they began to drag their miserable existence in this wonderful world. And their desires were unfulfilled, the objects unaccomplished, and their knowledge became unavailing. And their senses were paralyzed, and they became apprehensive of everything and the cause of other people's sufferings. And they were generally marked by wicked deeds, and born in low families, they became wicked and afflicted with diseases and the terror of others. And they became short-lived and sinful, and they reaped the fruit of their terrible deeds. And coveting everything, they became godless and indifferent in mind, O son of Kunti. The destiny of every creature after death is determined by his acts in this world. Thou hast asked me where this treasure of acts of the sage and the ignorant remain, and where they enjoy the fruit of their good and evil deeds. Do thou listen to the regulations on this subject. Man with his subtle original body created by God lays up a great store of virtue and vice. After death he quits his frail, outer, body and is immediately born again in another order of beings. He never remains non-existent for a single moment. In his new life his actions follow him invariably as shadow and, fructifying, makes his destiny happy or miserable. The wise man, by his spiritual insight, knows all creatures to be bound to an immutable destiny by the destroyer and incapable of resisting the fruition of his actions in good or evil fortune. This, O Yudhishthira, is the doom of all creatures steeped in spiritual ignorance. Do thou now hear of the perfect way attained by men of high spiritual perception. Such men are of high ascetic virtue and are versed in all profane and holy writ, diligent in performing their religious obligations and devoted to truth. And they pay due homage to their preceptors and superiors and practice yoga, are forgiving, continent and energetic and pious, and are generally endowed with every virtue. By the conquest of the passions, they are subdued in mind. By practicing yoga, they become free from disease, fear, and sorrow. They are not troubled in mind. In course of birth, mature or immature, or while ensconced in the womb, in every condition, they with spiritual eyes recognize the relation of their soul to the Supreme Spirit. Those great-minded rishis of positive and intuitive knowledge, passing through this arena of actions, return again to the abode of the celestials. Men, O king, attain what they have in consequence of the grace of the gods of destiny or of their own actions. Do thou not think otherwise? O Yudhishthira, I regard that as the highest good which is regarded so in this world. Some attain happiness in this world, but not in the next. Others do so in the next, but not in this. Some, again, attain happiness in this as well as in the next world, and others neither here nor in the next world. Those that have immense wealth shine every day with well-decorated persons. O slayer of mighty foes, being addicted to carnal pleasures, they enjoy happiness only in this world, but not in the next. But those who are engaged in spiritual meditations and the study of the Vedas, who are diligent in asceticism, and who impair the vigor of their bodies by performing their duties, who have subdued their passions, and who refrain from killing any animated being, those men, O slayer of thy enemies, attain happiness in the next world, but not in this. Those who first live a pious life and virtuously acquire wealth in due time and then marry and perform sacrifices attain bliss both in this and the next world. Those foolish men again who do not acquire knowledge, nor are engaged in asceticism or charity or increasing their species, or in encompassing the pleasures and enjoyments of this world, attain bliss neither in this nor in the next world. But all of you are proficient in knowledge and possessed of great power and strength and celestial vigor. For the extermination of the wicked, and for serving the purposes of the gods, ye have come from the other world and have taken your birth in this. Ye, who are so valiant, and engaged in asceticism, self-restraining exercises, and religious ordinances, and fond of exertion, after having performed great deeds and gratified the gods and rishis and the pitris, ye will at last in due course attain by your own acts the supreme region, the abode of all virtuous men. O ornament of Kuru's race, may no doubts cross thy mind on account of these thy sufferings, for this affliction is for thy good. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 183. Vyasa continued, the sons of Pandu said to the high-souled Markandeya, we long to hear of the greatness of the Brahmanas, do thou tell us of it. Thus asked, the revered Markandeya, of austere virtue and high spiritual energy, and proficient in all departments of knowledge, replied, a strong-limbed, handsome young prince of the race of the Hyayas, a conqueror of hostile cities, once went out hunting. And, while roaming in the wilderness of big trees and thickets of grass, he saw, at no great distance from him, a muni with the skin of a black antelope for his upper garment, and killed him for a deer. Pained at what he had done, and his senses paralyzed with grief, he repaired to the presence of the more distinguished of the Hyaya chiefs. The Lautsai prince related to them the particulars. On hearing the account, O my son, and beholding the body of the muni who had subsisted on fruits and roots, they were sorely afflicted in mind. And they all set out inquiring here and there as they proceeded, as to whose son the muni might be. And they soon after reached the hermitage of Arishtanami, son of Kasyapa. And saluting that great muni, so constant in austerity, they all remained standing, while the muni, on his part, busied himself about their reception. And they said unto the illustrious muni, by a freak of destiny, we have ceased to merit thy welcome. Indeed, we have killed a Brahmana. And the regenerate Rishi said to them, how hath a Brahmana come to be killed by you, and say where may be he? Do ye all witness the power of my ascetic practices? And they, having related everything to him as it had happened, went back, but found not the body of the dead Rishi on the spot where they had left it. And having searched for him, they returned, ashamed and bereft of all perception, as in a dream. And then, O thou conqueror of hostile cities, the muni Tarkshya addressed them, saying, ye princes, can this be the Brahmana of your killing? This Brahmana, endowed with occult gifts from spiritual exercises, is, indeed, my son. Seeing that Rishi, O Lord of the earth, they were struck with bewilderment. And they said, what a marvel! How hath the dead come to life again? Is it the power of his austere virtue by which he hath revived again? We long to hear this, O Brahmana, if, indeed, it can be divulged. To them, he replied, death, O lords of men, hath no power over us. I shall tell ye the reason briefly and intelligibly. We perform our own sacred duties, therefore have we no fear of death. We speak well of Brahmanas, but never think any ill of them, therefore hath death no terror for us. Entertaining our guests with food and drink, and our dependents with plenty of food, we ourselves, then, partake of what is left, therefore we are not afraid of death. We are peaceful and austere and charitable and forbearing and fond of visiting sacred shrines, and we live in sacred places, therefore we have no fear of death. And we live in places inhabited by men who have great spiritual power, therefore hath death no terror for us. I have briefly told ye all. Return ye now all together, cured of all worldly vanity. Ye have no fear of sin. Saying Amen, O foremost scion of Bharata's race, and saluting the great muni, all those princes joyously returned to their country. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 184. Markandeya continued, do ye again hear from me the glory of the Brahmanas? It is said that a royal sage of the name of Vainu was once engaged in performing the horse sacrifice and that Atri desired to go to him for alms. But Atri subsequently gave up his desire of wealth from religious scruples. After much thought he, of great power, became desirous of living in the woods, and, calling his wife and sons together, addressed them thus, let us attain the highly tranquil and complete fruition of our desires. May it, therefore, be agreeable to you to repair quickly to the forest for a life of great merit. His wife, arguing from motives of virtue, also then said to him, hie thee to the illustrious Prince Vainu, and beg of him vast riches. Asked by thee, that royal sage, engaged in sacrifice, will give thee wealth. Having gone there, O regenerate Rishi, and received from him vast wealth, thou canst distribute it among thy sons and servants, and then thou canst go whithersoever thou pleasest. This, indeed, is the higher virtue as instanced by men conversant with religion. Atri replied, I am informed, O virtuous one, by the high-souled Gautama, that Vanya is a pious prince, devoted to the cause of truth, but there are Brahmanas about his persons, who are jealous of me, and as Gautama hath told me this, I do not venture to go there, for, while there, if I were to advise what is good and calculated to secure piety in the fulfillment of one's desires, they would contradict me with words unproductive of any good. But I approve of any counsel and will go there. Vanya will give me kind and hoards of riches. Markandeya continued, so saying, he, of great ascetic merit, hastened to Vanya's sacrifice and reaching the sacrificial altar and making his obeisance to the king and praising him with well-meaning speeches, he spoke these words, Blessed art thou, O king! Ruling over the earth, thou art the foremost of sovereigns. The Munis praise thee, and besides thee there is none so versed in religious lore. To him the Rishi Gautama, of great ascetic merit, then indignantly replied saying, Atri, do not repeat this nonsense. It seems, thou art not in thy proper senses. In this world of ours, Mahendra the Lord of all created beings, alone, is the foremost of all sovereigns. Then, O great prince, Atri said to Gautama, as Indra, the Lord of all creatures, ruleth over our destinies, so doth this king. Thou art mistaken. It is thou who hast lost thine senses from want of spiritual perception. Gautama replied, I know I am not mistaken, it is thou who art laboring under a misconception in this matter. To secure the king's countenance, thou art flattering him in this assembly of the people. Thou dost not know what the highest virtue is, nor dost thou feel the need for it. Thou art like a child steeped in ignorance, for what then hast thou become, so old in years? Markandeya continued, while those two men were thus disputing in the presence of the Munis, who were engaged in Vanya's sacrifice, the latter inquired, What is the matter with them, that mocketh them talk so vociferously? Then the very pious Kasyapa, learned in all religious lore, approaching the disputants, asked them what was the matter. And then Gautama, addressing that assembly of great Munis, said, Listen, O great Brahmanas, to the point in dispute between us. Atri hath said that Vanya is the ruler of our destinies. Great is our doubt on this point. Markandeya continued, on hearing this, the great mind Munis went instantly to Sanat Kumara, who was well versed in religion, to clear their doubt. And then he of great ascetic merit, having heard the particulars from them, addressed them these words full of religious meaning. And Sanat Kumara said, As fire assisted by the wind burneth down forests, so a Brahmana's energy in union with a Kshatriya's, or a Kshatriya's joined with a Brahmana's, destroyeth all enemies. The sovereign is the distinguished giver of laws and the protector of his subjects. He is a protector of created beings, like Indra, a propounder of morals, like Sukra, a counselor, like Vrihaspati, and, hence he is also called, the ruler of men's destinies. Who does not think it proper to worship the individual of whom such terms as preserver of created beings, royal, emperor, kshatriya, or savior of the earth, lord of earth, ruler of men, are applied in praise? The king is, also, styled the prime cause of social order, as being the promulgator of laws, the virtuous in wars, and therefore, preserver after peace, the watchman, the contented, the Lord, the guide to salvation, the easily victorious, the Vishnu-like, of effective wrath, the winner of battles, and the cherisher of the true religion. The rishis, fearful of sin, entrusted the temporal power to the kshatriyas. As among the gods in heaven the sun dispelleth darkness by his effulgence, so doth the king completely root out sin from this earth. Therefore is the king's greatness reduced from the evidences of the sacred books, and we are bound to pronounce for that side which hath spoken in favor of the king. Markandeya continued, Then that illustrious prince, highly pleased with the victorious party, joyfully said to Atri, who had praised him erewhile, O regenerate Rishi, thou hast made and styled me the greatest and most excellent of men here, and compared me to the gods, therefore shall I give thee vast and various sorts of wealth. My impression is that thou art omniscient. I give thee, O well-dressed and well-adorned one, 100 millions of gold coins, and also 10 bars of gold. Then Atri, of high austere virtues and great spiritual powers, thus welcomed by the king, accepted all the gifts without any breach of propriety, and returned home. And then giving his wealth to his sons and subduing himself, he cheerfully repaired to the forest with the object of performing penances. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 185. Markandeya continued, O thou conqueror of hostile cities, in this connection Sarasvati too, when interrogated by that intelligent Muni Tarkshiya, had said this. Do thou listen to her words? Tarkshiya had asked, saying, Excellent lady, what is the best thing for a man to do here below, and how must he act so that he may not deviate from the path of virtue? Tell me all this, O beautiful lady, so that instructed by thee, I may not fall away from the path of virtue. When and how must one offer oblations to the sacred fire, and when must he worship so that virtue may not be compromised? Tell me all this, O excellent lady, so that I may live without any passions, craving, or desire in this world. Markandeya continued, thus questioned by that cheerful Muni, and seeing him eager to learn and endued with high intelligence, Sarasvati addressed these pious and beneficial words to the Brahmana, Tarkshiya. Sarasvati said, He who is engaged in the study of the Vedas, and with sanctity and equanimity perceives the supreme Godhead in his proper sphere, ascends the celestial regions and attains supreme beatitude with the immortals. Many large, beautiful, pellucid, and sacred lakes are there, abounding with fish, flowers, and golden lilies. They are like shrines, and their very sight is calculated to assuage grief. Pious men, distinctively worshipped by virtuous, well-adorned, golden-complexioned apsaras, dwell in contentment on the shores of those lakes. He who giveth cows to Brahmanas attaineth the highest regions. By giving bullocks he reacheth the solar regions. By giving clothes he getteth to the lunar world. And by giving gold he attaineth to the state of the immortals. He who giveth a beautiful cow with a fine calf, and which is easily milked and which doth not run away, is destined to live for as many years in the celestial regions as there are hairs on the body of that animal. He who giveth a fine, strong, powerful, young bullock, capable of drawing the plough and bearing burdens, reacheth the regions attained by men who give 10 cows. When a man bestoweth a well-caparisoned Kapila cow with a brazen milk pail and with money given afterwards, that cow becoming, by its own distinguished qualities, a giver of everything reacheth the side of the man who gave her away. He who giveth away cows, reapeth innumerable fruits of his action, measured by the hairs on the body of that animal. He also saveth, from perdition, in the next world his sons and grandsons and ancestors to the 7th generation. He who presenteth to a Brahmana sesamum made up in the form of a cow, having horns made of gold, with money besides, and a brazen milk pail, subsequently attaineth easily to the regions of the Vasus. By his own acts man descends into the darksome lower regions, infested by evil spirits, of his own passions, like a ship tossed by the storm in the high seas, but the gift of kind to Brahmanas saves him in the next world. He who giveth his daughter in marriage, in the Brahma form, who bestoweth gifts of land on Brahmanas, and who duly mocketh other presents, attaineth to the regions of Purandara. O Tarkshiya, the virtuous man who is constant in presenting oblations to the sacred fire for 7 years, sanctifieth by his own action 7 generations up and down. Tarkshiya said, O beautiful lady, explain to me who asked thee the rules for the maintenance of the sacred fire as inculcated in the Vedas. I shall now learn from thee the time-honored rules for perpetually keeping up the sacred fire. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 186. Then Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, said to the Brahmana, Markandeya, do thou now narrate the history of Vivaswata Manu? Markandeya replied, O king, O foremost of men, there was a powerful and great rishi of the name of Manu. He was the son of Vivasvan and was equal unto Brahma in glory. And he far excelled his father and grandfather in strength, in power, in fortune, as also in religious austerities. And standing on one leg and with uplifted hand, that lord of men did severe penance in the Jujube forest called Vyasa. And there with head downwards and with steadfast eyes he practiced the rigid and severe penance for 10,000 years. And one day, whilst he was practicing austerities there with wet clothes on and matted hair on head, a fish approaching the banks of the Chirini, addressed him thus: "Worshipful sir, I am a helpless little fish. I am afraid of the large ones. Therefore, do thou, O great devotee, think it worth thy while to protect me from them, especially as this fixed custom is well established amongst us that the strong fish always preys upon the weak ones. Therefore do thou think it fit to save me from being drowned in this sea of terrors. I shall requite thee for thy good offices." On hearing these words from the fish, Vyasa Manu was overpowered with pity, and he took out the fish from the water with his own hands. And the fish, which had a body glistening like the rays of the moon when taken out of the water, was put back in an earthen water vessel. And thus reared that fish, O king, grew up in size, and Manu tended it carefully like a child. And after a long while, it became so large in size that there was no room for it in that vessel. And then seeing Manu, one day, it again addressed these words to him: "Worshipful sir, do thou appoint some better habitation for me." And then the adorable Manu, the conqueror of hostile cities, took it out of that vessel and carried it to a large tank and placed it there. And there again the fish grew for many a long year. And although the tank was 2 yojanas in length and 1 yojana in width, even there, O Lotusite son of Kunti and ruler of men, was no room for the fish to play about. And beholding Manu, it said again: "O pious and adorable father, take me to the Ganga, the favorite spouse of the ocean, so that I may live there, or do as thou listest. O sinless one, as I have grown to this great bulk by thy favor, I shall do thy bidding cheerfully." Thus asked the upright and continent and worshipful Manu took the fish to the river Ganga, and he put it into the river with his own hands. And there, O conqueror of thy enemies, the fish again grew for some little time, and then beholding Manu, it said again: "O Lord, I am unable to move about in the Ganga on account of my great body. Therefore, worshipful sir, do thou please take me quickly to the sea." O son of Pritha, Manu then, taking it out of the Ganga, carried it to the sea and consigned it there. And despite its great bulk, Manu transported it easily, and its touch and smell were also pleasant to him. And when it was thrown into the sea by Manu, it said these words to him with a smile: "O adorable being, thou hast protected me with special care. Do thou now listen to me as to what thou shouldst do in the fullness of time. O fortunate and worshipful sir, the dissolution of all this mobile and immobile world is nigh at hand. The time for the purging of this world is now ripe. Therefore do I now explain what is good for thee. The mobile and immobile divisions of the creation, those that have the power of locomotion, and those that have it not, of all these the terrible doom hath now approached. Thou shalt build a strong massive ark, and have it furnished with a long rope. On that must thou ascend, O great Muni, with the 7 rishis, and take with thee all the different seeds which were enumerated by regenerate Brahmanas in days of yore, and separately and carefully must thou preserve them therein. And whilst there, O beloved of the Munis, thou shalt wait for me, and I shall appear to thee like a horned animal, and thus, O ascetic, shalt thou recognize me. And I shall now depart, and thou shalt act according to my instructions, for, without my assistance, thou canst not save thyself from that fearful flood." Then Manu said unto the fish: "I do not doubt all that thou hast said, O great one. Even so shall I act." And giving instructions to each other, they both went away. And Manu then, O great and powerful king and conqueror of thy enemies, procured all the different seeds as directed by the fish, and set sail in an excellent vessel on the surging sea. And then, O Lord of the earth, he bethought himself of that fish. And the fish too, O conqueror of thy enemies, and foremost scion of Bharata's race, knowing his mind, appeared there with horns on his head. And then, O tiger among men, beholding in the ocean that horned fish emerging like a rock in the form of which he had been before praised, he lowered the ropey noose on its head. And fastened by the noose, the fish, O king and conqueror of hostile cities, towed the ark with great force through the salt waters. And it conveyed them in that vessel on the roaring and billow-beaten sea. And, O conqueror of thy enemies and hostile cities, tossed by the tempest on the great ocean, the vessel reeled about like a drunken harlot. And neither land nor the 4 cardinal points of the compass could be distinguished. And there was water everywhere, and the waters covered the heaven and the firmament also. And, O bull of Bharata's race, when the world was thus flooded, none but Manu, the 7 rishis and the fish could be seen. And, O king, the fish diligently dragged the boat through the flood for many a long year, and then, O descendant of Kuru and ornament of Bharata's race, it towed the vessel towards the highest peak of the Himavat. And, O Bharata, the fish then told those on the vessel to tie it to the peak of the Himavat. And hearing the words of the fish, they immediately tied the boat on that peak of the mountain, and, O son of Kunti and ornament of Bharata's race, know that that high peak of the Himavat is still called by the name of Nabandhana, the harbor. Then the fish, addressing the associated rishis, told them these words: I am Brahma, the lord of all creatures, there is none greater than myself. Assuming the shape of a fish, I have saved you from this cataclysm. Manu will create, again, all beings, gods, asuras, and men, all those divisions of creation which have the power of locomotion and which have it not. By practicing severe austerities he will acquire this power, and with my blessing, illusion will have no power over him. So saying, the fish vanished instantly. And Vivaswata Manu himself became desirous of creating the world. In this work of creation illusion overtook him, and he, therefore, practiced great asceticism. And endowed with ascetic merit, Manu, O ornament of Bharata's race, again set about his work of creating all beings in proper and exact order. This story which I have narrated to thee, and the hearing of which destroyeth all sin, is celebrated as the legend of the fish. And the man who listeneth every day to this primeval history of Manu attaineth happiness and all other objects of desire, and goeth to heaven. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 187. Then the virtuous king Yudhishthira in all humility again inquired of the illustrious Markandeya, saying, O great Muni, thou hast seen many thousands of ages pass away. In this world there is none so long-lived as thou. O best of those that have attained the knowledge of Supreme Spirit, there is none equal to thee in years except the great-minded Brahma living in the most exalted place. Thou, O Brahmana, worshippest Brahma at the time of the great dissolution of the universe, when this world is without sky and without the gods and Danavas. And when that cataclysm ceaseth and the grandsire awaketh, thou alone, O regenerate Rishi, beholdest Brahma duly recreate the 4 orders of beings after having filled the cardinal points with air and consigned the waters to their proper place. Thou, O great Brahmana, hast worshipped in his presence the great Lord and grandsire of all creatures with soul wrapped in meditation and entirely swallowed up in him. And, O Brahmana, thou hast many a time witnessed with thy eyes the primeval acts of creation, and, plunged in severe ascetic austerities, thou hast also surpassed the Prajapatis themselves. Thou art esteemed as one who is nearest to Narayana in the next world. Many a time in days of yore hast thou beheld the Supreme Creator of the universe with eyes of spiritual abstraction and renunciation, having first opened thy pure and lotus-like heart, the only place where the multiform Vishnu of universal knowledge may be seen. It is for this, O learned Rishi, by the grace of God, neither all-destroying death, nor dotage that causeth the decay of the body, hath any power over thee. When neither the sun, nor the moon, nor fire, nor earth, nor air, nor sky remains, when all the world being destroyed looketh like one vast ocean, when the gods and asuras and the great Uragas are annihilated, and when the great-minded Brahma, the lord of all creatures, taking his seat on a lotus flower, sleepeth there, then thou alone remainest to worship him. And, O best of Brahman, as thou hast seen all this that occurred before, with thy own eyes. And thou alone hast witnessed many things by the senses, and never in all the worlds hath there been anything unknown to thee. Therefore do I long to hear any discourse explaining the causes of things. Markandeya replied, Indeed, I shall explain all, after having bowed down to that self-existent, primordial being, who is eternal and undeteriorating and inconceivable, and who is at once vested with and divested of attributes. O tiger among men, this Janardana attired in yellow robes is the grand mover and creator of all, the soul and framer of all things, and the Lord of all. He is also called the Great, the Incomprehensible, the Wonderful, and the Immaculate. He is without beginning and without end, pervades all the world, is unchangeable and undeteriorating. He is the creator of all, but is himself uncreate and is the cause of all power. His knowledge is greater than that of all the gods together. O best of kings and preeminent of men, after the dissolution of the universe, all this wonderful creation again comes into life. 4,000 years have been said to constitute the Krita Yuga. Its dawn also, as well as its eve, hath been said to comprise 400 years. The Trita Yuga is said to comprise 3,000 years, and its dawn, as well as its eve, is said to comprise 300 years. The Yuga that comes next is called Dwapara, and it hath been computed to consist of 2,000 years. Its dawn, as well as its eve, is said to comprise 200 years. The next Yuga, called Kali, is said to comprise 1,000 years, and its dawn, as well as eve, is said to comprise 100 years. Know, O king, that the duration of the dawn is the same as that of the eve of a Yuga. And after the Kali Yuga is over, the Krita Yuga comes again. A cycle of the Yugas thus comprised a period of 12,000 years. A full 1,000 of such cycles would constitute a day of Brahma. O tiger among men, when all this universe is withdrawn and ensconced within its home, the Creator himself, that disappearance of all things is called by the learned to be universal destruction. O bull of the Bharata race, towards the end of the last mentioned period of 1,000 years, i.e., when the period wanted to complete a cycle is short, men generally become addicted to falsehood and speech. O son of Pritha, then sacrifices and gifts and vows, instead of being performed by principles, are suffered to be performed by representatives. Brahmanas then perform acts that are reserved for the Sudras, and the Sudras betake themselves to the acquisition of wealth. Then Kshatriyas also betake themselves to the practice of religious acts. In the Kali age, the Brahmanas also abstain from sacrifices and the study of the Vedas, are divested of their staff and deerskin, and in respect of food become omnivorous. And, O son, the Brahmanas in that age also abstain from prayers and meditation, while the Sudras betake themselves to these. The course of the world looketh contrary, and indeed, these are the signs that foreshadow the universal destruction. And, O Lord of men, numerous Mleka kings then rule over the earth. And those sinful monarchs, addicted to false speech, govern their subjects on principles that are false. The Andas, the Sakas, the Palindas, the Yavnas, the Kamvojas, the Valhikas, and the Abhiras then become, O best of men, possessed of bravery and the sovereignty of the earth. This, O tiger among men, becometh the state of the world during the eve, O Bharata, of the Kali age. Not a single Brahmana then adhereth to the duties of his order. And the Kshatriyas and the Vaishyas also, O monarch, follow practices contrary to those that are proper for their own orders. And men become short-lived, weak in strength, energy, and prowess, and endued with small might and diminutive bodies, they become scarcely truthful in speech. And the human population dwindles away over large tracts of country, and the regions of the earth, north and south, and east and west, become crowded with animals and beasts of prey. And during this period, they also that utter Brahma do so in vain. The Sudras address Brahmanas, saying, Bo, while the Brahmanas address Sudras, saying, Respected sir. And, O tiger among men, at the end of the Yuga, animals increase enormously. And, O king, odors and perfumes do not then become so agreeable to our sense of scent, and, O tiger among men, the very tastes of things do not then so well accord with our organs of taste as at other periods. And, O king, women then become mothers of numerous progeny, endued with low statures, and destitute of good behavior and good manners. And they also make their very mouths serve the purposes of the organ of procreation. And famine ravages the habitations of men, and the highways are infested by women of ill fame, while females in general, O king, become at such periods hostile to their lords and destitute of modesty. And, O king, the very kine at such periods yield little milk, while the trees, sat over with swarms of crows, do not produce many flowers and fruits. And, O Lord of the earth, regenerate classes, tainted with the sin of slaying Brahmanas, accept gifts from monarchs that are addicted to falsehood in speech. And filled with covetousness and ignorance, and bearing on their persons the outward symbols of religion, they set out on eleemosynary rounds, afflicting the people of the earth. And people leading domestic lives, afraid of the burden of taxes, become deceivers, while Brahmanas, falsely assuming the garb of ascetics, earn wealth by trade, with nails and hair unpared and uncut. And, O tiger among men, many of the twice-born classes become, from avarice of wealth, religious mendicants of the Brahmacaran order. And, O monarch, men at such periods behave contrary to the modes of life to which they betake themselves, and addicted to intoxicating drinks and capable of violating the beds of their preceptors, their desires are all of this world, pursuing matters ministering to the flesh and the blood. And, O tiger among men, at such period the asylums of ascetics become full of sinful and audacious wretches ever applauding lives of dependence. And the illustrious chastiser of Paka never showers rain according to the seasons, and the seeds also that are scattered on earth do not, O Bharata, all sprout forth. And men, unholy in deed and thought, take pleasure in envy and malice. And, O sinless one, the earth then becometh full of sin and immorality. And, O Lord of the earth, he that becometh virtuous at such periods doth not live long. Indeed, the earth becometh reft of virtue in every shape. And, O tiger among men, the merchants and traders then full of guile, sell large quantities of articles with false weights and measures. And they that are virtuous do not prosper, while they that are sinful prosper exceedingly. And virtue loseth her strength, while sin becometh all-powerful. And men that are devoted to virtue become poor and short-lived, while they that are sinful become long-lived and win prosperity. And in such times, people behave sinfully even in places of public amusements in cities and towns. And men always seek the accomplishment of their ends by means that are sinful. And having earned fortunes that are really small, they become intoxicated with the pride of wealth. And, O monarch, many men at such periods strive to rob the wealth that hath from trust been deposited with them in secrecy. And wedded to sinful practices, they shamelessly declare there is nothing in deposit. And beasts of prey and other animals and fowl may be seen to lie down in places of public amusement in cities and towns, as well as in sacred edifices. And, O king, girls of 7 or 8 years of age do then conceive, while boys of 10 or 12 years beget offspring. And in their 16th year, men are overtaken with decrepitude and decay, and the period of life itself is soon outrun. And, O king, when men become so short-lived, more youths act like the aged, while all that is observable in youth may be noticed in the old. And women given to impropriety of conduct and marked by evil manners deceive even the best of husbands and forget themselves with menials and slaves, and even with animals. And, O king, even women that are wives of heroes seek the companionship of other men and forget themselves with these during the lifetime of their husbands. O king, towards the end of those thousands of years constituting the 4 yugas, and when the lives of men become so short, a drought occurs extending for many years. And then, O Lord of the earth, men and creatures endued with small strength and vitality, becoming hungry, die by thousands. And then, O Lord of men, 7 blazing suns, appearing in the firmament, drink up all the waters of the earth that are in rivers or seas. And, O bull of the Bharata race, then also everything of the nature of wood and grass that is wet to dry, is consumed and reduced to ashes. And then, O Bharata, the fire called Samvartaka, impelled by the winds, appeareth on the earth that hath already been dried to cinders by the 7 suns. And then that fire, penetrating through the earth and making its appearance, in the nether regions also, begetteth great terror in the hearts of the gods, the Danavas and the Yakshas. And, O Lord of the earth, consuming the nether regions as also everything upon this earth, that fire destroyeth all things in a moment. And that fire called Samvartaka, aided by that inauspicious wind, consumeth this world extending for hundreds and thousands of yojanas. And that Lord of all things, that fire, blazing forth in effulgence, consumeth this universe with gods and asuras and gandharvas and yakshas and snakes and rakshasas. And there rise in the sky deep masses of clouds, looking like herds of elephants and decked with wreaths of lightning that are wonderful to behold. And some of those clouds are of the hue of the blue lotus, and some are of the hue of the water lily, and some resemble in tint the filaments of the lotus, and some are purple, and some are yellow as turmeric, and some of the hue of the crow's egg. And some are bright as the petals of the lotus, and some red as vermilion. And some resemble palatial cities in shape, and some herds of elephants. And some are of the form of lizards, and some of crocodiles and sharks. And, O king, the clouds that gather in the sky on the occasion are terrible to behold, and wreathed with lightnings, roar frightfully. And those vapory masses, charged with rain, soon cover the entire welkin. And, O king, those masses of vapor then flood with water the whole earth with her mountains and forests and mines. And, O bull among men, urged by the Supreme Lord, those clouds, roaring frightfully, soon flood over the entire surface of the earth. And pouring in a great quantity of water and filling the whole earth, they quench that terrible and auspicious fire, of which I have already spoken to thee. And urged by the illustrious Lord, those clouds filling the earth with their downpour shower incessantly for 12 years. And then, O Bharata, the ocean oversteps his continents, the mountains sunder in fragments, and the earth sinks under the increasing flood. And then, moved on a sudden by the impetus of the wind, those clouds wander along the entire expanse of the firmament and disappear from the view. And then, O ruler of men, the self-create Lord, the first cause of everything, having his abode in the lotus, drinketh those terrible winds and goeth to sleep, O Bharata. And then, when the universe become one dead expanse of water, when all mobile and immobile creatures have been destroyed, when the gods and the asuras cease to be, when the yakshas and the rakshasas are no more, when man is not, when trees and beasts of prey have disappeared, when the firmament itself has ceased to exist, I alone, O Lord of the earth, wander in affliction. And, O best of kings, wandering over that dreadful expanse of water, my heart becometh afflicted in consequence of my not beholding any creature. And, O king, wandering without cessation, through that flood, I become fatigued, but I obtain no resting place. And some time after I behold in that expanse of accumulated waters a vast and wide-extending banyan tree, O Lord of earth. And I then behold, O Bharata, seated on a conch, O king, overlaid with a celestial bed and attached to a far-extended bough of that banyan, a boy, O great king, of face fair as the lotus or the moon, and of eyes, O ruler of men, large as petals of a full-blown lotus. And at this sight, O Lord of earth, wonder filled my heart. And I asked myself, how doth this boy alone sit here when the world itself hath been destroyed? And, O king, although I have full knowledge of the past, the present, and the future, still I fail to learn anything of this by means of even ascetic meditation. Endued with the luster of the Atasi flower, and decked with the mark of Sri Vyasa, he seemed to me to be like the abode of Lakshmi herself. And that boy, of eyes like the petals of the lotus, having the mark of Sri Vyasa, and possessed of blazing effulgence, then addressed me in words highly pleasant to the ear, saying, O sire, I know thee to be fatigued and desirous of rest. O Markandeya of Bhrigu's race, rest thou here as long as thou wishest. O best of Munis, entering within my body, rest thou there. That hath been the abode assigned to thee by me. I have been pleased with thee. Thus addressed by that boy, a sense of total disregard possessed me in respect both of my long life and state of manhood. Then that boy suddenly opened his mouth, and as fate would have it, I entered his mouth deprived of the power of motion. But, O king, having suddenly entered into the stomach of that boy, I behold there the whole earth teeming with cities and kingdoms. And, O best of men, while wandering through the stomach of that illustrious one, I behold the Ganga, the Satadru, the Sita, the Yamuna, and the Kausaki, the Charmanwadi, the Vaithravati, the Chandrabhaga, the Sarasvati, the Sindhu, the Vipasa, and the Godavari, the Vaswokasara, the Nalini and the Narmada, the Tamara, and the Vena also of delightful current and sacred waters, the Suvena, the Krishnavena, the Arama, and the Mahanadi, the Vitasti, O great king, and that large river, the Kavari. The one also, O tiger among men, the Visalia, and the Kampuna also. I beheld all these and many other rivers that are on the earth. And, O slayer of foes, I also beheld there the ocean inhabited by alligators and sharks, that mine of gems, that excellent abode of waters. And I beheld there the firmament also, decked with the sun and the moon, blazing with effulgence, and possessed of luster of fire of the sun. And I beheld there, O king, the earth also, graced with woods and forests. And, O monarch, I beheld there many Brahmanas also, engaged in various sacrifices, and the Kshatriyas engaged in doing good to all the orders, and the Vaishyas employed in pursuits in agriculture, and the Sudras devoted to the service of the regenerate classes. And, O king, while wandering through the stomach of that high-souled one, I also beheld the Himavat and the mountains of Himakuta. And I also saw Nishada, and the mountains of Sweta abounding in silver. And, O king, I saw there the mountain Gandhamadana, and, O tiger among men, also Mandara and the huge mountains of Nila. And, O great king, I saw there the golden mountains of Meru and also Mahendra and those excellent mountains called the Vindhyas. And I beheld there the mountains of Malaya and of Parapatra also. These and many other mountains that are on earth were all seen by me in his stomach. And all these were decked with jewels and gems. And, O monarch, while wandering through his stomach, I also beheld lions and tigers and boars and, indeed, all other animals that are on earth, O great king. O tiger among men, having entered his stomach, as I wandered around, I also beheld the whole tribe of the gods with their chief Sakra, the Sathyas, the Rudras, the Adityas, the Guryakas, the Pitris, the snakes and the Nagas, the feathery tribes, the Vasus, the Ashwins, the Gandharvas, the Apsaras, the Yakshas, the Rishis, the hordes of the Daityas and the Danavas, and the Nagas also. O king, and the sons of Sangika and all the other enemies of the gods, indeed what else of mobile and immobile creatures may be seen on earth, were all seen by me, O monarch, within the stomach of that high-souled one. And, O Lord, living upon fruits I dwelt within his body for many centuries, wandering over the entire universe that is there. Never did I yet, O king, behold the limits of his body. And when, O Lord of earth, I failed to measure the limits of that high-souled one's body, even though I wandered within him continuously in great anxiety of mind, I then, in thought and deed, sought the protection of that boon-giving and preeminent deity, duly acknowledging his superiority. And when I had done this, O king, I was suddenly projected, from within his body, through that high-souled one's open mouth by means, O chief of men, of a gust of wind. And, O king, I then beheld seated on the branch of that very banyan that same being of immeasurable energy, in the form of a boy with the mark of Srivatsa on his breast, having, O tiger among men, swallowed up the whole universe. And that boy of blazing effulgence and bearing the mark of Srivatsa and attired in yellow robes, gratified with me, smilingly addressed me, saying, O Markandeya, O best of Munis, having dwelt for some time within my body, thou hast been fatigued. I shall, however, speak unto thee. And as he said this to me, at that very moment I acquired a new sight, so to speak, in consequence of which I beheld myself to be possessed of true knowledge and emancipated from the illusions of the world. And, O child, having witnessed the inexhaustible power of that being of immeasurable energy, I then worshipped his revered and well-shaped feet with soles bright as burnished copper and well-decked with toes of mild red hue, having placed them carefully on my head and joining my palms in humility and approaching him with reverence. I beheld the divine being who is the soul of all things and whose eyes are like the petals of the lotus. And having bowed unto him with joined hands, I addressed him, saying, I wish to know thee, O divine being, as also this high and wonderful illusion of thine. O illustrious one, having entered into thy body through thy mouth, I have beheld the entire universe in thy stomach. O divine being, the gods, the Danavas and the Rakshasas, the Yakshas, the Gandharvas, and the Nagas, indeed, the whole universe mobile and immobile, are all within thy body. And though I have ceaselessly wandered through thy body at a quick pace, through thy grace, O God, my memory faileth me not. And, O great Lord, I have come out of thy body at thy desire, but not of mine. O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, I desire to know thee who art free from all faults. Why dost thou stay here in the form of a boy having swallowed up the entire universe? It behoveth thee to explain all this to me. Why, O sinless one, is the entire universe within thy body? How long also, O chastiser of foes, wilt thou stay here? Urged by a curiosity that is not improper for Brahmanas, I desire, O Lord of all the gods, to hear all this from thee, O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, with every detail and exactly as it all happens, for all I have seen, O Lord, is wonderful and inconceivable. And thus addressed by me, that deity of deities, of blazing effulgence and great beauty, that foremost of all speakers consoling me properly, spoke unto me these words. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 188. Markandeya continued. The deity then said, O Brahmana, the gods even do not know me truly. As however, I have been gratified with thee, I will tell thee how I created the universe. O regenerate Rishi, thou art devoted to thy ancestors and hast also sought my protection. Thou hast also beheld me with thy eyes, and thy ascetic merit also is great. In ancient times I called the waters by the name of Nara, and because the waters have ever been my ayana or home, therefore have I been called Narayana, the water-homed. O best of regenerate ones, I am Narayana, the source of all things, the eternal, the unchangeable. I am the creator of all things, and the destroyer also of all. I am Vishnu, I am Brahma, and I am Sakra, the chief of the gods. I am King Vaisravana, and I am Yama, the lord of the deceased spirits. I am Shiva, I am Soma, and I am Kasyapa, the lord of the created things. And, O best of regenerate ones, I am he called Dhatri, and he also that is called Vidhatri, and I am sacrifice embodied. Fire is my mouth, the earth my feet, and the sun and the moon are my eyes, the heaven is the crown of my head, the firmament and the cardinal points are my ears, the waters are born of my sweat. Space with the cardinal points are my body, and the air is my mind. I have performed many hundreds of sacrifices with gifts and profusion. I am always present in the sacrifices of the gods, and they that are cognizant of the Vedas and officiate therein make their offerings to me. On earth the Kshatriya chiefs that rule over men, in performing their sacrifices from desire of obtaining heaven, and the Vaishyas also in performing theirs from desire of winning those happy regions, all worship me at such times and by those ceremonials. It is I who, assuming the form of Sesha support on my head, this earth bounded by the four seas and decked by Meru and Mandara. And O regenerate one, it is I who, assuming the form of a boar, had raised in days of yore this earth sunk in water. And, O best of Brahmanas, it is I who, becoming the fire that issues out of the equine mouth, drink up the waters of the ocean, and create them again. In consequence of my energy from my mouth, my arms, my thighs, and my feet gradually sprang Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaishyas and Sudras. It is from me that the Rik, the Sama, the Yajus, and the Atharvan Vedas spring, and it is in me that they all enter when the time cometh. Brahmanas devoted to asceticism, they that value peace as the highest attribute, they that have their souls under complete control, they that are desirous of knowledge, they that are freed from lust and wrath and envy, they that are unwed to things of the earth, they that have their sins completely washed away, they that are possessed of gentleness and virtue, and are divested of pride, they that have a full knowledge of the soul, all worship me with profound meditation. I am the flame known as Samvartaka, I am the wind called by that name, I am the sun wearing that appellation, and I am the fire that hath that designation. And, O best of Brahmanas, those things that are seen in the firmament as stars, know them to be the pores of my skin. The ocean, those mines of gems, and the four cardinal points, know, O Brahmana, are my robes, my bed, and my home. By me have they been distributed for serving the purposes of the gods. And, O best of men, know also that lust, wrath, joy, fear, and the overclouding of the intellect are all different forms of myself. And, O Brahmana, whatever is obtained by men by the practice of truth, charity, ascetic austerities, and peace and harmlessness towards all creatures, and such other handsome deeds, is obtained because of my arrangements. Governed by my ordinance, men wander within my body, their senses overwhelmed by me. They move not according to their will, but as they are moved by me. Regenerate Brahmanas that have thoroughly studied the Vedas, that have tranquility in their souls, they that have subdued their wrath, obtain a high reward by means of their numerous sacrifices. That reward, however, is unattainable by men that are wicked in their deeds, overwhelmed by covetousness, mean and disreputable with souls unblessed and impure. Therefore, must thou know, O Brahmana, that this reward which is obtained by persons having their souls under control and which is unobtainable by the ignorant and the foolish, this which is attainable by asceticism alone, is productive of high merit. And, O best of men, at those times when virtue and morality decrease and sin and immorality increase, I create myself in new forms. And, O Muni, when fierce and malicious Daityas and Rakshasas that are incapable of being slain by even the foremost of the gods are born on earth, I then take my birth in the families of virtuous men, and assuming human body restore tranquility by exterminating all evils. Moved by my own Maya, I create gods and men, and Gandharvas and Rakshasas, and all immobile things, and then destroy them all myself, when the time cometh. For the preservation of rectitude and morality I assume a human form, and when the season for action cometh, I again assume forms that are inconceivable. In the Krita age I become white, in the Treta age I become yellow, in the Dwapara I have become red, and in the Kali age I become dark in hue. The Kali age, the proportion of immorality becometh 3/4, a fourth only being that of morality. And when the end of the Yuga cometh, assuming the fierce form of death, alone I destroy all the 3 worlds with their mobile and immobile existences. With 3 steps, I cover the whole universe. I am the soul of the universe. I am the source of all happiness. I am the humbler of all pride. I am omnipresent. I am infinite. I am the Lord of the senses, and my prowess is great. O Brahmana, alone do I set a-going the wheel of time. I am formless, I am the destroyer of all creatures, and I am the cause of all efforts of all my creatures. O best of Munis, my soul completely pervadeth all my creatures, but, O foremost of all regenerate ones, no one knoweth me. It is me that the pious and the devoted worship in all the worlds. O regenerate one, whatever of pain thou hast felt within my stomach, know, O sinless one, that all that is for thy happiness and good fortune. And whatever of mobile and immobile objects thou hast seen in the world, everything hath been ordained by my soul, which is the spring of all existence. The grandsire of all creatures is half my body. I am called Narayana, and I am bearer of the conch shell, the discus, and the mace. O regenerate Rishi, for a period measured by 1,000 times the length of the yugas, I who am the universal soul sleep overwhelming all creatures in insensibility. And, O best of regenerate Rishis, I stay here thus for all time, in the form of a boy though I am old, until Brahma waketh up. O foremost of Brahmanas, gratified with thee, I who am Brahma have repeatedly granted thee boons, O thou who art worshipped by regenerate Rishis. Beholding one vast expanse of water, and seeing that all mobile and immobile creatures have been destroyed, thou wert afflicted with melancholy. I know this, and it is for this that I showed thee the universe within my stomach. And while thou wert within my body, beholding the entire universe, thou wert filled with wonder and deprived of thy senses. O regenerate Rishi, it is for this that thou wert speedily brought out by me through my mouth. I have, now, told thee of that soul which is incapable of being comprehended by the gods and the Asuras. And as long as that great ascetic, the holy Brahma, doth not awake, thou, O regenerate Rishi, canst happily and trustfully dwell here. And when that grandsire of all creatures awaketh up, I will then, O best of Brahmanas, alone create all creatures endued with bodies, the firmament, the earth, light, the atmosphere, water, and indeed all else of mobile and immobile creatures that thou mayst have seen on the earth. Markandeya continued, having said so unto me, that wonderful deity vanished, O son, from my sight. I then beheld this varied and wondrous creation start into life. O king, O thou foremost of the Bharata race, I witnessed all this, so wonderful, O thou foremost of all virtuous men, at the end of the Yuga. And the deity, of eyes large as lotus leaves, seen by me, in days of yore is this tiger among men, this Janardana who hath become thy relative. It is in consequence of the boon granted to me by this one that memory doth not fail me, that the period of my life, O son of Kunti, is so long and death itself is under my control. This is that ancient and supreme Lord Hari of inconceivable soul who hath taken his birth as Krishna of the Vrishni race, and who endued with mighty arms, seemeth to sport in this world. This one is Dhatri and Vidhatri, the destroyer of all the eternal, the bearer of the Sriyavatsa mark on his breast, the Lord of all creatures, the highest of the high, called also Govinda. Beholding this foremost of all gods, this ever-victorious being, attired in yellow robes, this chief of the Vrishni race, my recollection cometh back to me. This Madhava is the father and mother of all creatures. Ye bulls of the Kuru race, seek ye the refuge of this protector. Vyasa continued, thus addressed, the sons of Pritha and those bulls among men the twins, along with Draupadi, all bowed down unto Janardana. And that tiger among men deserving of every respect thus revered by the sons of Pandu, then consoled them all with words of great sweetness. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 189. Vyasa said Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, once more asked the great Muni Markandeya about the future course of the government of the earth. And Yudhishthira said, O thou foremost of all speakers, O Muni of Bhrigu's race, that which we have heard from thee about the destruction and rebirth of all things at the end of the Yuga, is, indeed, full of wonder. I am filled with curiosity, however, in respect of what may happen in the Kali age. When morality and virtue will be at an end, what will remain there? What will be the prowess of men in that age, what their food, and what their amusements? What will be the period of life at the end of the Yuga? What also is the limit, having attained which the Krita age will begin anew? Tell me all in detail, O Muni, for all that thou narratest is varied and delightful. Thus addressed, that foremost of Munis began his discourse again, delighting that tiger of the Vrishni race and the sons of Pandu as well. And Markandeya said, Listen, O monarch, to all that hath been seen and heard by me, and to all, O King of kings, that hath been known to me by intuition from the grace of the God of gods. O bull of the Bharata race, listen to me as I narrate the future history of the world during the sinful age. O bull of the Bharata race, in the Krita age, everything was free from deceit and guile and avarice and covetousness, and morality like a bull was among men, with all the 4 legs complete. In the Treta age sin took away one of these legs and morality had 3 legs. In the Dwapara, sin and morality are mixed half and half, and accordingly morality is said to have 2 legs only. In the Dark Age, of Kali, O thou best of the Bharata race, morality mixed with 3 parts of sin liveth by the side of men. Accordingly morality then is said to wait on men, with only a 4th part of itself remaining. Know, O Yudhishthira, that the period of life, the energy, intellect, and the physical strength of men decrease in every yuga. O Pandava, the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaishyas and Sudras, in the Kali age, will practice morality and virtue deceitfully, and men in general will deceive their fellows by spreading the net of virtue. And men with false reputation of learning will, by their acts, cause truth to be contracted and concealed. And in consequence of the shortness of their lives, they will not be able to acquire much knowledge. And in consequence of the littleness of their knowledge, they will have no wisdom. And for this, covetousness and avarice will overwhelm them all. And wedded to avarice and wrath and ignorance and lust, men will entertain animosities towards one another, desiring to take one another's lives. And Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaishyas with their virtue contracted and divested of asceticism and truth will all be reduced to an equality with the Sudras. And the lowest orders of men will rise to the position of the intermediate ones, and those in intermediate stations will, without doubt, descend to the level of the lowest ones. Even such, O Yudhishthira, will become the state of the world at the end of the Yuga. Of robes those will be regarded the best that are made of flax, and of grain the paspalum fermentatio will be regarded the best. Towards this period men will regard their wives as their only friends. And men will live on fish and milk, goats and sheep, for cows will be extinct. And towards that period, even they that are always observant of vows will become covetous. And opposed to one another, men will, at such a time, seek one another's lives, and divested of yuga, people will become atheists and thieves. And they will even dig the banks of streams with their spades and sow grains thereon. And even those places will prove barren for them at such a time. And those men who are devoted to ceremonial rites in honor of the deceased and of the gods will be avaricious and will also appropriate and enjoy what belongs to others. The father will enjoy what belongs to the son, and the son what belongs to the father. And those things will also be enjoyed by men in such times, the enjoyment of which hath been forbidden in the scriptures. And the Brahmanas, speaking disrespectfully of the Vedas, will not practice vows, and their understanding clouded by the science of disputation, they will no longer perform sacrifices and the Homa. And deceived by the false science of reasons, they will direct their hearts towards everything mean and low. And men will till lowlands for cultivation and employ cows and calves that are 1 year old, and drawing the plow and carrying burthens. And sons having slain their sires, and sires having slain their sons will incur no opprobrium. And they will frequently save themselves from anxiety by such deeds, and even glory in them. And the whole world will be filled with mleka behavior and notions and ceremonies, and sacrifices will cease, and joy will be nowhere, and general rejoicing will disappear. And men will rob the possession of helpless persons of those that are friendless, and of wisdoms also. And, possessed of small energy and strength, without knowledge, and given to avarice and folly and sinful practices, men will accept with joy the gifts made by wicked people with words of contempt. And, O son of Kunti, the kings of the earth, with hearts wedded to sin without knowledge and always boastful of their wisdom, will challenge one another from desire of taking one another's life. And the Kshatriyas also towards the end of such a period will become the thorns of the earth. And filled with avarice and swelling with pride and vanity, and, unable and unwilling to protect their subjects, they will take pleasure in inflicting punishments only, and attacking and repeating their attacks upon the good and the honest, and feeling no pity for the latter, even when they will cry in grief, the Kshatriyas will, O Bharata, rob these of their wives and wealth. And no one will ask for a girl, for purposes of marriage, and no one will give away a girl, for such purposes, but the girls will themselves choose their lords, when the end of the yuga comes. And the kings of the earth, with souls steeped in ignorance, and discontented with what they have, will at such a time rob their subjects by every means in their power. And without doubt the whole world will be mlechified. And when the end of the yuga comes, the right hand will deceive the left, and the left, the right. And men with false reputation of learning will contract truth, and the old will betray the senselessness of the young, and the young will betray the dotage of the old. And cowards will have the reputation of bravery, and the brave will be cheerless like cowards. And towards the end of the yuga men will cease to trust one another. And full of avarice and folly the whole world will have but one kind of food. And sin will increase and prosper, while virtue will fade and cease to flourish. And Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaishyas will disappear, leaving, O king, no remnants of their orders. And all men towards the end of the yuga will become members of one common order, without distinction of any kind. And sires will not forgive sons, and sons will not forgive sires. And when the end approaches, wives will not wait upon and serve their husbands. And at such a time men will seek those countries where wheat and barley form the staple food. And, O monarch, both men and women will become perfectly free in their behavior, and will not tolerate one another's acts. And, O Yudhishthira, the whole world will be mlechified. And men will cease to gratify the gods by offerings of shraddhas. And no one will listen to the words of others, and no one will be regarded as a preceptor by another. And, O ruler of men, intellectual darkness will envelop the whole earth, and the life of man will then be measured by 16 years, on attaining to which age death will ensue. And girls of 5 or 6 years of age will bring forth children, and boys of 7 or 8 years of age will become fathers. And, O tiger among kings, when the end of the yuga will come, the wife will never be content with her husband, nor the husband with his wife. And the possessions of men will never be much, and people will falsely bear the marks of religion, and jealousy and malice will fill the world. And no one will, at that time, be a giver of wealth or anything else, in respect to anyone else. And the inhabited regions of the earth will be afflicted with dearth and famine, and the highways will be filled with lustful men and women of evil repute. And, at such a time, the women will also entertain an aversion towards their husbands. And without doubt all men will adopt the behavior of the Mlekas, become omnivorous without distinction, and cruel in all their acts, when the end of the yuga will come. And, O thou foremost of the Bharatas, urged by avarice, men will, at that time, deceive one another when they sell and purchase. And without a knowledge of the ordinance, men will perform ceremonies and rites, and, indeed, behave as listeth them, when the end of the yuga comes. And when the end of the yuga comes, urged by their very dispositions, men will act cruelly, and speak ill of one another. And people will, without compunction, destroy trees and gardens. And men will be filled with anxiety as regards the means of living. And, O king, overwhelmed with covetousness, men will kill brahmanas and appropriate and enjoy the possessions of their victims. And the regenerate ones, oppressed by sudras, and afflicted with fear, and crying oh and alas, will wander over the earth without anybody to protect them. And when men will begin to slay one another, and become wicked and fierce, and without any respect for animal life, then will the yuga come to an end. And, O king, even the foremost of the regenerate ones, afflicted by robbers, will, like crows, fly in terror and with speed, and seek refuge, O perpetuator of the Kuru race, in rivers and mountains and inaccessible regions. And always oppressed by bad rulers with burthens of taxes, the foremost of the regenerate classes, O Lord of the earth, will, in those terrible times, take leave of all patience and do improper acts by becoming even the servants of the Sudras. And Sudras will expound the scriptures, and Brahmanas will wait upon and listen to them, and settle their course of duty accepting such interpretations as their guides. And the low will become the high, and the course of things will look contrary. And renouncing the gods, men will worship bones and other relics deposited within walls. And, at the end of the yuga, the Sudras will cease to wait upon and serve the Brahmanas. And in the asylums of great rishis, and the teaching institutions of Brahmanas, and in places sacred to the gods and sacrificial compounds, and in sacred tanks, the earth will be disfigured with tombs and pillars containing bony relics and not graced with temples dedicated to the gods. All this will take place at the end of the yuga, and know that these are the signs of the end of the yuga. And when men become fierce and destitute of virtue and carnivorous and addicted to intoxicating drinks, then doth the yuga come to an end. And, O monarch, when flowers will be begot within flowers, and fruits within fruits, then will the yuga come to an end. And the clouds will pour rain unseasonably when the end of the yuga approaches. And, at that time, ceremonial rites of men will not follow one another in due order, and the Sudras will quarrel with the Brahmanas. And the earth will soon be full of mlekas, and the Brahmanas will fly in all directions for fear of the burthen of taxes. And all distinctions between men will cease as regards conduct and behavior, and afflicted with honorary tasks and offices, people will fly to woody retreats, subsisting on fruits and roots. And the world will be so afflicted that rectitude of conduct will cease to be exhibited anywhere. And disciples will set at naught the instructions of preceptors, and seek even to injure them. And preceptors impoverished will be disregarded by men. And friends and relatives and kinsmen will perform friendly offices for the sake of the wealth only that is possessed by a person. And when the end of the yuga comes, everybody will be in want. And all the points of the horizon will be ablaze, and the stars and stellar groups will be destitute of brilliancy, and the planets and planetary conjunctions will be inauspicious. And the course of the winds will be confused and agitated, and innumerable meteors will flash through the sky, foreboding evil. And the sun will appear with 6 others of the same kind. And all around there will be din and uproar, and everywhere there will be conflagrations. And the sun, from the hour of his rising to that of setting, will be enveloped by Rahu. And the deity of 1,000 eyes will shower rain unseasonably. And when the end of the yuga comes, crops will not grow in abundance. And the women will always be sharp in speech and pitiless and fond of weeping. And they will never abide by the commands of their husbands. And when the end of the yuga comes, sons will slay fathers and mothers. And women, living uncontrolled, will slay their husbands and sons. And, O king, when the end of the yuga comes, Rahu will swallow the sun unseasonably. And fires will blaze up on all sides. And travelers unable to obtain food and drink and shelter even when they ask for these, will lie down on the wayside refraining from urging their solicitations. And when the end of the yuga comes, crows and snakes and vultures and kites and other animals and birds will utter frightful and dissonant cries. And when the end of the yuga comes, men will cast away and neglect their friends and relatives and attendants. And, O monarch, when the end of the yuga comes, men abandoning the countries and directions and towns and cities of their occupation will seek for new ones, one after another. And people will wander over the earth, uttering, O Father, O Son, and such other frightful and rending cries. And when those terrible times will be over, the creation will begin anew. And men will again be created and distributed into the four orders, beginning with Brahmanas. And about that time, in order that men may increase, providence, according to its pleasure, will once more become propitious. And then when the sun, the moon, and Vrihaspati will, with the constellation Pushya, enter the same sign, the Krita age will begin again. And the clouds will commence to shower seasonably, and the stars and stellar conjunctions will become auspicious. And the planets, duly revolving in their orbits, will become exceedingly propitious. And all around, there will be prosperity and abundance and health and peace. And commissioned by time, a Brahmana of the name of Kalki will take his birth. And he will glorify Vishnu and possess great energy, great intelligence, and great prowess. And he will take his birth in a town of the name of Sambhala in an auspicious Brahmana family. And vehicles and weapons, and warriors and arms, and coats of mail will be at his disposal as soon as he will think of them. And he will be the King of Kings, and ever victorious with the strength of virtue. And he will restore order and peace in this world crowded with creatures and contradictory in its course. And that blazing Brahmana of mighty intellect, having appeared, will destroy all things. And he will be the destroyer of all, and will inaugurate a new yuga. And surrounded by the Brahmanas, that Brahmana will exterminate all the Mlekas wherever those low and despicable persons may take refuge. Footnotes 387:1 The word in the text is Kauravas, supposed by Wilson to be the Paspalum fermentation, v. Dictionary. 388:1 The word in the text is Mlekabatam. The Sanskrit grammar affords a great facility for the formation of verbs from substantives. Mlechify may be hybrid, but it correctly and shortly signifies the Sanskrit word. 390:1 Pushya is the 8th lunar asterism consisting of 3 stars, of which one is the Cancer. Vede Wilson's Diet. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 190. Markandeya continued, having exterminated the thieves and robbers, Kalki will, at a great horse sacrifice, duly give away this earth to the Brahmanas, and having established anew the blessed rectitude ordained by the self-create, Kalki, of sacred deeds and illustrious reputation, will enter a delightful forest, and the people of this earth will imitate his conduct. And when the Brahmanas will have exterminated the thieves and robbers, there will be prosperity everywhere, on earth. And as the countries of the earth will one after another be subjugated, that tiger among Brahmanas, Kalki, having placed deer skins and lances and tridents there, will roam over the earth, adored by foremost Brahmanas and showing his regard for them and engaged all the while in slaughtering thieves and robbers. And he will exterminate the thieves and robbers amid heartrending cries of "O Father, O Mother, O Son," and the like, and "O Bharata," when sin will thus have been rooted out and virtue will flourish on arrival of the Krita age, men will once more betake themselves to the practice of religious rites. And in the age that will set in, viz., the Krita, well-planted gardens and sacrificial compounds and large tanks and educational centers for the cultivation of Brahmanic lore and ponds and temples will reappear everywhere. And the ceremonies and rites of sacrifices will also begin to be performed. And the Brahmanas will become good and honest, and the regenerate ones, devoted to ascetic austerities, will become munis, and the asylums of ascetics, which had before been filled with wretches, will once more be homes of men devoted to truth, and men in general will begin to honor and practice truth. And all seeds, sown on earth, will grow, and, O monarch, every kind of crop will grow in every season. And men will devotedly practice charity and vows and observances, and the Brahmanas devoted to meditation and sacrifices will be of virtuous soul and always cheerful, and the rulers of the earth will govern their kingdoms virtuously, and in the Krita age, the Vaishyas will be devoted to the practices of their order. And the Brahmanas will be devoted to their sixfold duties of study, teaching, performance of sacrifices on their own account, officiating at sacrifices performed by others, charity and acceptance of gifts, and the Kshatriyas will be devoted to feats of prowess. And Sudras will be devoted to service of the 3 high orders. These, O Yudhishthira, are the courses of the Krita, the Treta, the Dwapara, and the succeeding age. I have now narrated to thee everything. I have also told thee, O son of Pandu, the periods embraced by the several yugas as generally known. I have now told thee everything appertaining to both the past and the future as narrated by Vayu in the Purana, which goes by his name and which is adored by the rishis. Being immortal, I have many a time beheld and otherwise ascertained the courses of the world. Indeed, all I have seen and felt I have now told thee. And, O thou of unfading glory, listen now with thy brothers to something else I will presently tell thee for clearing thy doubts about religion. O thou foremost of virtuous men, thou shouldst always fix thy soul on virtue, for, O monarch, a person of virtuous soul obtaineth bliss both here and hereafter. And, O sinless one, listen to the auspicious words that I will now speak to thee. Never do thou humiliate a Brahmana, for a Brahmana, if angry, may by his vow destroy the three worlds. Vyasa continued, hearing these words of Markandeya, the royal head of the Kurus, endued with intelligence and possessed of great luster, spoke these words of great wisdom, O Muni, if I am to protect my subjects, to what course of conduct should I adhere? And how should I behave so that I may not fall away from the duties of my order? Markandeya, hearing this, answered, Be merciful to all creatures, and devoted to their good. Love all creatures, scorning none. Be truthful in speech, humble, with passions under complete control, and always devoted to the protection of thy people. Practice virtue and renounce sin, and worship thou the Manes and the god, and whatever thou mayst have done from ignorance or carelessness, wash them off and expiate them by charity. Renouncing pride and vanity, be thou possessed to humility and good behavior. And subjugating the whole earth, rejoice thou and let happiness be thine. This is the course of conduct that accords with virtue. I have recited to thee all that was and all that will be regarded as virtuous. There is nothing appertaining to the past or the future that is unknown to thee. Therefore, O son, take not to heart this present calamity of thine. They that are wise are never overwhelmed when they are persecuted by time. O thou of mighty arms, the very dwellers of heaven cannot rise superior to time. Time afflicts all creatures. O sinless one, let not doubt cross thy mind regarding the truth of what I have told thee, for, if thou sufferest doubt to enter thy heart, thy virtue will suffer diminution. O bull of the Bharata race, thou art born in the celebrated family of the Kurus. Thou shouldst practice that which I have told thee, in thought, word, and deed. Yudhishthira answered, O thou foremost of the regenerate ones, at thy command I will certainly act according to all the instructions thou hast given me, and which, O Lord, are all so sweet to the ear. O foremost of Brahmanas, avarice and lust I have none, and neither fear nor pride nor vanity. I shall, therefore, O Lord, follow all that thou hast told me. Vyasa continued, having listened to the words of the intelligent Markandeya, the sons of Pandu, O king, along with the wielder of the bow called Saranga, and all those bulls among Brahmanas, and all others that were there, became filled with joy. And having heard those blessed words appertaining to olden time, from Markandeya gifted with wisdom, their hearts were filled with wonder. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 191. Janamejaya said, It behoveth thee to narrate to me in full the greatness of the Brahmanas, even as the mighty ascetic Markandeya had expounded it to the sons of Pandu. Vyasa said, The eldest son of Pandu had asked Markandeya, saying, It behoveth thee to expound to me the greatness of Brahmanas. Markandeya answered him, saying, Hear, O king, about the behavior of Brahmanas in days of old. And Markandeya continued, There was a king, by name Parikshit in Ayodhya, and belonging to the race of Ikshvaku. And once upon a time Parikshit went a-hunting. And as he was riding alone on a horse chasing deer, the animal led him to a great distance from the habitations of men. And fatigued by the distance he had ridden and afflicted with hunger and thirst, he beheld in that part of the country whither he had been led, a dark and dense forest, and the king, beholding that forest, entered it, and seeing a delightful tank within the forest, both the rider and the horse bathed in it, and refreshed by the bath, and placing before his horse some stalks and fibers of the lotus, the king sat by the side of the tank. And while he was lying by the side of the tank, he heard certain sweet strains of music, and hearing those strains, he reflected, I do not see here the footprints of men. Whose and whence then these strains? And the king soon beheld a maiden of great beauty gathering flowers, singing all the while. And the maiden soon came before the king, and the king thereupon asked her, Blessed one, who art thou, and whose? And she replied, I am a maiden. And the king said, I ask thee to be mine. And the maiden answered, Give me a pledge, for then only I can be thine, else not. And the king then asked about the pledge, and the girl answered, Thou wilt never make me cast my eyes on water. And the king saying, So be it, married her. And King Parikshit, having married her, sported with her in great joy, and sat with her in silence. And while the king was staying there, his troops reached the spot, and those troops, beholding the monarch, stood surrounding him, and cheered by the presence of troops. The king entered a handsome vehicle accompanied by his newly wedded wife. And having arrived at his capital, he began to live with her in privacy. And persons that were even near enough to the king could not obtain any interview with him. And the minister-in-chief inquired of those females that waited upon the king, asking, What do ye do here? And those women replied, We behold here a female of unrivaled beauty. And the king sporteth with her, having married her with a pledge that he would never show her water. And hearing those words, the minister-in-chief caused an artificial forest to be created, consisting of many trees with abundant flowers and fruits, and he caused to be excavated within that forest, and towards one of its sides a large tank, placed in a secluded spot and full of water that was sweet as amrita. The tank was well covered with a net of pearls. Approaching the king one day in private, he addressed the king, saying, This is a fine forest without water. Sport thou here joyfully. And the king at those words of his minister entered that forest with that adorable wife of his, and the king sported with her in that delightful forest. And afflicted with hunger and thirst, and fatigued and spent, the king beheld a bower of Madhavi creepers, and entering that bower with his dear one, the king beheld a tank full of water that was transparent and bright as nectar. And beholding that tank, the king sat on its bank with her, and the king told his adorable wife, Cheerfully do thou plunge into this water. And she, hearing those words, plunged into the tank. But having plunged into the water, she appeared not above the surface, and as the king searched, he failed to discover any trace of her. And the king ordered the waters of the tank to be bailed out, and thereupon he beheld a frog sitting at the mouth of a hole. And the king was enraged at this, and promulgated an order, saying, Let frogs be slaughtered everywhere in my dominions. Whoever wishes to have an interview with me must come before me with a tribute of dead frogs. And accordingly, when frogs began to be terribly slaughtered, the affrighted frogs represented all that had happened unto their king. And the king of the frogs, assuming the garb of an ascetic, came before the king Parikshit, and having approached the monarch, he said, O king, give not thyself up to wrath. Be inclined to grace. It behoveth thee not to slay the innocent frogs. Here occurs a couple of slokas. They are these: O thou of unfading glory, slay not the frogs. Pacify thy wrath. The prosperity and ascetic merits of those that have their souls steeped in ignorance suffer diminution. Pledge thyself not to be angry with the frogs. What need hast thou to commit such sin? What purpose will be served by slaying the frogs? Then King Parikshit, whose soul was filled with woe on account of the death of her that was dear to him, answered the chief of the frogs, who had spoken to him thus, I will not forgive the frogs. On the other hand, I will slay them. By these wicked wretches hath my dear one been swallowed up. The frogs, therefore, always deserve to be killed by me. It behoveth thee not, O learned one, to intercede on their behalf. And hearing these words of Parikshit, the king of the frogs, with his senses and mind much pained, said, Be inclined to grace, O king. I am the king of the frogs by name Au. She who was thy wife is my daughter of the name of Susobana. This, indeed, is an instance of her bad conduct. Before this, many kings were deceived by her. The king thereupon said to him, I desire to have her. Let her be granted to me by thee. The king of the frogs thereupon bestowed his daughter upon Parikshit, and addressing her said, Wait upon and serve the king. And having spoken these words to his daughter, he also addressed her in wrath, saying, Since thou hast deceived many kings for this untruthful behavior of thine, thy offspring will prove disrespectful to Brahmanas. But having obtained her, the king became deeply enamored of her in consequence of her companionable virtues, and feeling that he had, as it were, obtained the sovereignty of the three worlds, he bowed down to the king of the frogs and reverenced him in due form, and then, with utterance choked in joy and tears, said, "I have been favored indeed." And the king of the frogs, obtaining the leave of his daughter, returned to the place from which he had come, and some time after the king begot 3 sons upon her, and those sons were named Sala and Dala and Vala, and some time after, their father, installing the eldest of them of all on the throne and setting his heart on asceticism, retired into the forest. One day Sala, while out hunting, beheld a deer and pursued it on his car, and the prince said to his charioteer, "Drive thou fast." And the charioteer, thus addressed, replied unto the king, saying, "Do not entertain such a purpose. This deer is incapable of being caught by thee. If indeed Vammy horses had been yoked to thy car, then couldst thou have taken it." Thereupon the king addressed his charioteer, saying, "Tell me all about Vammy horses, otherwise I will slay thee." Thus addressed, the charioteer became dreadfully alarmed, and he was afraid of the king and also of Vamadeva's curse, and told not the king anything. And the king then, lifting up his scimitar, said to him, "Tell me soon, else I will slay thee." At last, afraid of the king, the charioteer said, "The Vammy horses are those belonging to Vamadeva, they are fleet as the mind." And unto his charioteer who had said so, the king said, "Repair thou to the asylum of Vamadeva." And reaching the asylum of Vamadeva, the king said unto that rishi, "O holy one, a deer struck by me is flying away. It behoveth thee to make it capable of being seized by me by granting me thy pair of Vammy horses." The rishi then answered him, saying, "I give thee my pair of Vammy horses. But after accomplishing thy object, my Vammy pair you should soon return." The king then, taking those steeds and obtaining the leave of the rishi, pursued the deer, having yoked the Vammy pair unto his car. And after he had left the asylum, he spoke unto his charioteer, saying, "These jewels of steeds the Brahmanas do not deserve to possess. These should not be returned to Vamadeva." Having said this and seized the deer, he returned to his capital and placed those steeds within the inner apartments of the palace. Meanwhile the rishi reflected, "The prince is young. Having obtained an excellent pair of animals, he is sporting with it in joy without returning it to me. Alas, what a pity it is!" And reflecting in this strain, the rishi said unto a disciple of his, after the expiration of a month, "Go, O Atreya, and say to the king that if he has done with the Vammy steeds, he should return them unto thy preceptor." And the disciple Atreya, thereupon, repairing to the king, spoke unto him as instructed, and the king replied, saying, "This pair of steeds deserves to be owned by kings. The Brahmanas do not deserve to possess jewels of such value. What business have Brahmanas with horses? Return thou contentedly." And Atreya, thus addressed by the king, returned and told his preceptor all that had happened. And hearing this sad intelligence, Vamadeva's heart was filled with wrath, and repairing in person to the king, he asked him for his steeds. And the king refused to give the rishi what the latter asked. And Vamadeva said, "O Lord of earth, give me thou my Vammy horses. By them hast thou accomplished a task which was almost incapable of being accomplished by thee. By transgressing the practices of Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, subject not thyself, O king, to death by means of the terrible noose of Varuna." And hearing this, the king answered, "O Vamadeva, this couple of excellent, well-trained, and docile bulls are fit animals for Brahmanas. O great rishi, take them and go with them wherever thou likest. Indeed, the very Vedas carry persons like thee." Then Vamadeva said, "O king, the Vedas do, indeed, carry persons like us. But that is in the world hereafter. In this world, however, O king, animals like these carry me, and persons like me is also all others." At this the king answered, "Let 4 asses carry thee, or 4 mules of the best kind, or even 4 steeds endued with the speed of the wind. Go thou with these. This pair of Vammy horses, however, deserves to be owned by Kshatriyas. Know thou, therefore, that these are not thine." At this, Vamadeva said, "O king, terrible vows have been ordained for the Brahmanas. If I have lived in their observance, let 4 fierce and mighty Rakshasas of terrible mien and iron bodies, commanded by me, pursue thee with desire of slaying, and carry thee on their sharp lances, having cut up thy body into 4 parts. Hearing this, the king said, "Let those, O Vamadeva, that know thee as a Brahmana that in thought, word, and deed is desirous of taking life, at my command, armed with bright lances and swords, prostrate thee with thy disciples before me." Then Vamadeva answered, "O king, having obtained these my Vami steeds, thou hadst said, I will return them. Therefore, give me back my Vami steeds, so thou mayst be able to protect thy life." Hearing this, the king said, "Pursuit of deer hath not been ordained for the Brahmanas. I do punish thee, however, for thy untruthfulness. From this day, too, obeying all thy commands, I will, O Brahmana, attain to regions of bliss." Vamadeva then said, "A Brahmana cannot be punished in thought, word, or deed. That learned person who by ascetic austerity succeedeth in knowing a Brahmana to be so, faileth not to attain to prominence in this world." Markandeya continued, "After Vamadeva had said this, there arose, O king, 4 Rakshasas of terrible mien, and as they, with lances in their hands, approached the king for slaying him, the latter cried aloud, saying, If, O Brahmana, all the descendants of Ikshvaku's race, if, my brother, Dala, if all these Vaishyas acknowledge my sway, then I will not yield up the Vami steeds to Vamadeva, for these men can never be virtuous." And while he was uttering those words, those Rakshasas slew him, and the Lord of Earth was soon prostrated on the ground. And the Ikshvakus, learning that their king had been slain, installed Dala on the throne, and the Brahmana Vamadeva thereupon going to the kingdom of the Ikshvakus, addressed the new monarch, saying, "O king, it hath been declared in all the sacred books that persons should give away unto Brahmanas. If thou fearest sin, O king, give me now the Vami steeds without delay." And hearing these words of Vamadeva, the king in anger spoke unto his charioteer, saying, "Bring me an arrow from those I have kept, which is handsome to behold and tempered with poison, so that pierced by it Vamadeva may lie prostrate in pain, torn by the dogs." Hearing this, Vamadeva answered, "I know, O king, that thou hast a son of 10 years of age, called Senajita, begotten upon thy queen. Urged by my word, slay thou that dear boy of thine without delay by means of thy frightful arrows." Markandeya continued, "At these words of Vamadeva, O king, that arrow of fierce energy, shot by the monarch, slew the prince in the inner apartments, and hearing this, Dala said there and then, Ye people of Ikshvaku's race, I will do ye good. I shall slay this Brahmana today, grinding him with force. Bring me another arrow of fierce energy. Ye lords of earth, behold my prowess now." And at these words of Dala, Vamadeva said, "This arrow of terrible mien and tempered with poison, that thou aimest at me, thou shalt not, O ruler of men, be able to aim nor even to shoot." And thereupon the king said, "Ye men of Ikshvaku's race, behold me incapable of shooting the arrow that hath been taken up by me. I fail to compass the death of this Brahmana. Let Vamadeva, who is blessed with a long life, live." Then Vamadeva said, "Touching thy queen with this arrow, thou mayst purge thyself of the sin of attempting to take the life of a Brahmana." And King Dala did as he was directed, and the queen then addressed the Muni, and said, "O Vamadeva, let me be able to duly instruct this wretched husband of mine from day to day, imparting unto him words of happy import, and let me always wait upon and serve the Brahmanas, and by this acquire, O Brahmana, the sacred regions hereafter." And hearing these words of the queen, Vamadeva said, "O thou of beautiful eyes, thou hast saved this royal race. Beg thou an incomparable boon. I will grant thee whatever thou mayst ask. And, O thou faultless one, rule thou, O princess, these thy kinsmen and this great kingdom of the Ikshvakus." And hearing these words of Vamadeva, the princess said, "This, O holy one, is the boon I seek, viz., that my husband may now be freed from his sin, and that thou mayst be employed in thinking of the weal of his son and kinsmen. This is the boon that I ask, O thou foremost of Brahmanas." Markandeya continued, hearing these words of the queen, that Muni, O thou foremost of the Kuru race, said, "So be it." And thereupon King Dala became highly glad, and gave unto the Muni his Vami steeds, having bowed down unto him with reverence. Footnotes 394:1 An Indian creeper of the order of Gurtnera racemosa. It bears large white flowers of much fragrance. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 192. Vyasa said, the rishis, the brahmanas, and Yudhishthira then asked Markandeya, saying, how did the rishi Vaka become so long-lived? Thus asked by them, Markandeya answered, the royal sage Vaka is a great ascetic and endowed with long life. Ye need not inquire into the reason of this. Hearing this, O Bharata, the son of Kunti, King Yudhishthira the Just, along with his brothers, then asked Markandeya, saying, it hath been heard by us that both Vaka and Dalvya are of great souls and endowed with immortality, and that those rishis, held in universal reverence, are the friends of the chief of the gods. O Holy One, I desire to listen lo the history of the meeting of Vaka and Indra that is full of both joy and woe. Narrate thou that history unto us succinctly. Markandeya said, when that horrible conflict between the gods and the Asuras was over, Indra became the ruler of the three worlds. The clouds showered rain copiously, and the dwellers of the world had abundance of harvests, and were excellent in disposition. And devoted to virtue, they always practiced morality and enjoyed peace. And all persons, devoted to the duties of their respective orders, were perfectly happy and cheerful, and the slayer of Vala, beholding all the creatures of the world happy and cheerful, became himself filled with joy. And he of 100 sacrifices, the chief of the gods seated on the back of his elephant Airavata, surveyed his happy subjects, and he cast his eyes on delightful asylums of rishis, on various auspicious rivers, towns full of prosperity, and villages and rural regions in the enjoyment of plenty. And he also cast his eyes upon kings devoted to the practice of virtue and well-skilled in ruling their subjects. And he also looked upon tanks and reservoirs and wells and lakes and smaller lakes all full of water and adored by best of brahmanas in the observance, besides, of various excellent vows, and then descending on the delightful earth, O king, the god of 100 sacrifices, proceeded towards a blessed asylum teeming with animals and birds, situated by the side of the sea, in the delightful and auspicious regions of the east on a spot overgrown with abundance of vegetation. And the chief of the gods beheld Vaka in that asylum, and Vaka also, beholding the ruler of the immortals, became highly glad, and he worshipped Indra by presenting him with water to wash his feet, a carpet to sit upon, the usual offerings of the aragya, and fruit and roots. And the boon-giving slayer of Vala, the divine ruler of those that know not old age, being seated at his ease, asked Vaka the following question, O sinless Muni, thou hast lived for 100 years. Tell me, O Brahmana, what the sorrows are of those that are immortal. Markandeya continued, hearing this, Vaka answered, saying, life with persons that are disagreeable, separation from those that are agreeable and beloved, companionship with the wicked, these are the evils which they that are immortal have to bear. The death of sons and wives, of kinsmen and friends, and the pain of dependence on others, are some of the greatest of evils. These may all be noticed in a deathless life. There is no more pitiable sight in the world, as I conceive, than that of men destitute of wealth being insulted by others. The acquisition of family dignity by those that have it not, the loss of family dignity by those that have it, unions and disunions, these all are noticeable by those that lead deathless lives. How they that have no family dignity but have prosperity, when what they have not all this, O God of 100 sacrifices, is before thy very eyes. What can be more pitiable than the calamities and reverses sustained by the gods, the Asuras, the Gandharvas, men, the snakes, and the Rakshasas? They that have been of good families suffer afflictions in consequence of their subjection to persons that are ill-born, and the poor are insulted by the rich. What can be more pitiable than these? Innumerable examples of such contradictory dispensations are seen in the world. The foolish and the ignorant are cheerful and happy, while the learned and the wise suffer misery. Plentiful instances of misery and woe are seen among men in this world. They that lead deathless lives are destined to behold all these and suffer on that account. Indra then said, O thou of great good fortune, tell me again, what the joys are of those persons that lead deathless lives, joys that are adored by gods and rishis. Vaka answered, if without having to associate with a wicked friend, a man cooks scanty vegetables in his own house at the 8th or the 12th part of the day, there can be nothing happier than that. He in whose case the day is not counted is not called voracious. And, O Magavan, happiness is even his own whose scanty vegetables are cooked. earned by his own efforts, without having to depend upon any one. He that eateth even fruits and vegetables in his own house is entitled to respect. He that eateth in another's house the food given to him in contempt, even if that food be rich and sweet, doth what is despicable. This, therefore, is the opinion of the wise that fie on the food of that mean wretch who like a dog or a rakshasa eateth at another's house. If after treating guests and servants and offering food to the manes a good brahmana eateth what remains, there can be nothing happier than that. There is nothing sweeter or more sacred, O thou of 100 sacrifices, than that food which such a person takes after serving the guest with the first portion thereof. Each mouthful of rice that the brahmana eats after having served the guest produces merit equal to what attaches to the gift of 1,000 kine. And whatever sins such a one may have committed in his youth are all washed away of a certainty. The water in the hands of the brahmana that hath been fed and honored with a pecuniary gift, after the feeding is over, when touched with water, sprinkled by him that feeds, instantly purges off all the sins of the latter. Speaking of these and various other things with Vaka, the chief of the gods went away to heaven. Footnotes 399:1 They, therefore, that lead deathless lives can enjoy this bliss from day to day forever. 399:2 It is difficult to understand how all that Vaka says can be an answer to Indra's question. The chief of the gods inquires, what are the joys of those that lead deathless lives? Vaka breaks away unto a confused rigmarole about the merits of independence and the religious merit of entertaining guests and servants. All the printed editions have the passage as rendered here. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 193. Vyasa said, Then the sons of Pandu again addressed Markandeya, saying, Thou hast told us of greatness of Brahmanas. We desire now to hear of the greatness of the royal Kshatriyas. Thus addressed by them, the great Rishi Markandeya spoke, Listen now to the greatness of the royal Kshatriyas. A certain king of the name of Suhotra belonging to the Kuru race went on a visit to the great Rishis. And as he was returning from that visit, he beheld King Sivi the son of Usanara, seated on his car, and as each came before the other, each saluted the other as best befitted his age, and each regarding himself as the equal of the other in respect of qualities, refused to give the way to the other. And at this juncture Narada appeared there, and beholding what had happened, the celestial Rishi asked, Why is it that ye both stand here blocking each other's way? And thus questioned both of them spoke to Narada, saying, O Holy One, do not speak so. The sages of old have declared that the way should be given to one who is superior or to him that is abler. We, however, that stand blocking each other's way are equal to each other in every respect. Judged properly, there is no superiority amongst us. Thus addressed by them, Narada recited 3 slokas. They are these, O thou of the Kuru race, he that is wicked behaveth wickedly even unto him that is humble, he also that is humble behaveth with humility and honestly unto him that is wicked. He that is honest behaveth honestly even towards the dishonest. Why should he not behave honestly towards him that is honest? He that is honest regardeth the service that is done to him, as if it were 100 times greater than it is. Is this not current amongst the gods themselves? Certainly, it is the royal son of Usanara who is possessed of goodness that is greater than thine. One should conquer the mean by charity, the untruthful by truth, the man of wicked deeds by forgiveness, and the dishonest by honesty. Both of you are large-hearted. Let one amongst you stand aside, according to the indication of the above slokas. And having said so, Narada became silent, and hearing what Narada had said, the king of the Kuru race walking round Sivi, and praising his numerous achievements, gave him the way and went on in his course. It was even thus that Narada had described the high blessedness of the royal Kshatriyas. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 194. Markandeya continued, Listen now to another story. One day, as King Yayati, the son of Nahusha, was sitting on his throne, surrounded by the citizens, there came unto him a Brahmana desirous of soliciting wealth for his preceptor, and approaching the king, the Brahmana said, O king, I beg of thee wealth for my preceptor according to my covenant. And the king said, O Holy One, tell me what thy covenant is. And thereupon the Brahmana said, O king, in this world when men are asked for alms, they entertain contempt for him that asketh it. I therefore ask thee, O king, With what feelings thou wilt give me what I ask, and upon which I have set my heart. And the king replied, saying, Having given away a thing, I never boast of it. I never also listen to solicitations for things that cannot be given. I listen, however, to prayers for things that can be given, and giving them away, I always become happy. I will give thee 1,000 kine. The Brahmana that asks me for a gift is always dear to me. I am never angry with the person that begs of me, and I am never sorry for having given away a thing. And the Brahmana then obtained from the king 1,000 kine and went away. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 195. Vyasa said, The son of Pandu again addressed the Rishi and said, Speak thou unto us of the high fortune of royal Kshatriyas. And Markandeya said, There were 2 kings of the name of Vrishadarba and Saduka, and both of them were conversant with morals and with weapons of attack and defense. And Saduka knew that Vrishadarba had from his boyhood an unuttered vow that he would give no other metal unto Brahmanas save gold and silver. And once on a time a Brahmana, having completed his study of the Vedas, came unto Saduka, and uttering a benediction upon him begged of him wealth for his preceptor, saying, Give me 1,000 steeds. And thus addressed, Saduka said unto him, It is not possible for me to give thee this for thy preceptor. Therefore, go thou unto King Vrishadarba, for, O Brahmana, he is a highly virtuous king. Go and beg of him. He will grant thy request. Even this is his unuttered vow. Hearing these words, that Brahmana went to Vrishadarba and begged of him 1,000 steeds, and the king thus solicited, struck the Brahmana with a whip, and thereupon the Brahmana said, Innocent as I am, why dost thou attack me thus? And the Brahmana was on the point of cursing the king, when the latter said, O Brahmana, dost thou curse him that doth not give thee what thou askest? Or, is this behavior proper for a Brahmana? And the Brahmana said, O King of Kings, sent unto thee by Saduka, I come before thee for this. The king said, I will give thee now whatever tribute may come to me before the morning expire. How indeed can I send away the man empty-handed who hath been whipped by me? And having said this, the king gave unto that Brahmana the entire proceeds of that day, and that was more than the value of 1,000 horses. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 196. Markandeya said, One day it was resolved by the gods that they should descend on the earth and try the goodness and virtue of King Sivi, the son of Usanara. And addressing each other, well, Agni and Indra came to the earth. And Agni took the form of a pigeon flying away from Indra, who pursued him in the form of a hawk, and that pigeon fell upon the lap of King Sivi, who was seated on an excellent seat. And the priest thereupon addressing the king said, Afraid of the hawk and desirous of saving its life, this pigeon hath come to thee for safety. The learned have said that the falling of a pigeon upon one's body forebodeth a great danger. Let the king that understands omens give away wealth for saving himself from the danger indicated. And the pigeon also addressed the king and said, Afraid of the hawk and desirous of saving my life, I have come to thee for protection. I am a Muni. Having assumed the form of a pigeon, I come to thee as a seeker of thy protection. Indeed, I seek thee as my life. Know me as one possessed of Vedic lore, as one leading the Brahmacharya mode of life, as one possessed also of self-control and ascetic virtues. And know me further as one that has never spoken disagreeably unto his preceptor, as one possessed of every virtue indeed, as one that is sinless. I repeat the Vedas, I know their prosody, indeed, I have studied all the Vedas letter by letter. I am not a pigeon. Oh, do not yield me up to the hawk. The giving up of a learned and pure Brahmana can never be a good gift. And after the pigeon said so, the hawk addressed the king, and said, Creatures do not come into the world in the same particular order. In the order of creation, thou mayst, in a former birth, have been begotten by this pigeon. It is not proper for thee, O king, to interfere with my food by protecting this pigeon, even though he might have been thy father. And thus addressed, the king said, Hath any one, before this, seen birds thus speak the pure speech of man? Knowing what this pigeon saith, and this hawk also, how can we act today according to virtue? He that giveth up an affrighted creature seeking protection unto its foe, doth not obtain protection when he is in need of it himself. Indeed, the very clouds do not shower rain seasonably for him, and the seeds though scattered do not grow for him. He that giveth up an afflicted creature seeking protection unto its foe hath to see his offspring die in childhood. The ancestor of such a person can never dwell in heaven. Indeed, the very gods decline to accept the libations of clarified butter poured by him into the fire. He that giveth up an affrighted creature seeking protection unto its foe is struck with the thunderbolt by the gods with Indra at their head. The food that he eateth is unsanctified, and he, of a narrow soul, falleth from heaven very soon. O hawk, let the people of the Sivi tribe place before thee a bull cooked with rice instead of this pigeon. And let them also carry to the place where thou livest in joy, meat in abundance. And hearing this, the hawk said, O king, I do not ask for a bull, nor, indeed, any other meat, nor meat more in quantity than that of this pigeon. It hath been given to me by the gods. The creature, therefore, is my food today in consequence of its death that hath been ordained. Therefore, O monarch, give it up to me. Thus addressed by the hawk, the king said, Let my men see and carefully carry the bull to thee with every limb entire. Let that bull be the ransom of this creature afflicted with fright, and let it be carried to thee before my eyes. Oh, slay not this pigeon. I will yield up my very life, yet I would not give up this pigeon. Dost thou not know, O hawk, that this creature looketh like a sacrifice with the soma juice? O blessed one, cease to take so much trouble for it. I cannot, by any means, yield up the pigeon to thee. Or, O hawk, if it pleases thee, command me to do some such thing which I may do for thee, which may be agreeable to thee, and upon doing which the men of the Sivi tribe may yet enjoy bless me in terms of applause. I promise thee that I will do what thou mayst bid me do. And at this appeal of the king, the hawk said, O king, if thou givest me as much flesh as would be equal to the weight of the pigeon, cutting it off thy right thigh, then can the pigeon be properly saved by thee, then wouldst thou do what would be agreeable to me, and what the men of the Sivi tribe would speak of in terms of praise. And the king agreed to this, and he cut off a piece of flesh from his right thigh, and weighed it against the pigeon. But the pigeon weighed heavier. And thereupon the king cut off another piece of his flesh, but the pigeon still weighed heavier, and then the king cut off pieces of flesh from all parts of his body and placed them on the scale. But the pigeon still weighed heavier, and then the king himself ascended the scale, and he felt no grief at this, and beholding this, the hawk disappeared there, saying, The pigeon hath been saved. And the king asked the pigeon, saying, O pigeon, let the civis know who the hawk is. None but the Lord of the universe could do as he did. O Holy One, answer thou this question of mine. And the pigeon then said, I am the smoke-bannered Agni, called also Vaiswanara. The hawk is none other than Sachi's lord armed with the thunderbolt. O son of Saratha, thou art a bull among men. We came to try thee. These pieces of flesh, O king, that thou hast cut off with thy sword from thy body for saving me have caused gashes in thy body. I will make these marks auspicious and handsome, and they will be of the color of gold, and emit a sweet perfume, and earning great fame and respected by the gods and the rishis. Thou shalt long rule these subjects of thine, and a son will spring from thy flank who shall be called Kapataraman. O king, thou shalt obtain this son of the name of Kapataraman from out of thy own body, and thou wilt behold him become the foremost of the Sarathas, blazing with renown, possessed of bravery and great personal beauty. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 197. Vaisampayana said, and the son of Pandu once more addressed Markandeya, saying, Tell us again of the great good fortune of kings. And Markandeya said, There came unto the horse sacrifice of King Ashtaka of Viswamitra's race many kings. And there came unto that sacrifice the three brothers also of that king, viz., Pratadana, Vasamanas, and Sivi, the son of Usanara. And after the sacrifice was completed, Ashtaka was proceeding on his car along with his brothers, when they all beheld Narada coming that way, and they saluted the celestial rishi, and said unto him, Ride thou on this car with us. And Narada, saying, So be it, mounted on the car, and one among those kings, having gratified the holy and celestial rishi Narada, said, O Holy One, I desire to ask thee something. And the rishi said, Ask. And the person, thus permitted, said, All four of us are blessed with long lives, and have indeed every virtue. We shall, therefore, be permitted to go to a certain heaven and dwell there for a long period. Who amongst us, however, O king, shall fall down first? Thus questioned the rishi said, This Ashtaka shall first come down. And thereupon the inquirer asked, For what cause? And the rishi answered, I lived for a few days in the abode of Ashtaka. He carried me, one day, on his car out of the town, and there I beheld thousands of kine distinguished from one another by difference of hue. And beholding those kine, I asked Ashtaka whose they were, and Ashtaka answered me, saying, I have given away these kine. By this answer he gave expression to his own praise. It is for this answer of his that Ashtaka shall have to come down. And after Narada had said so, one of them again inquired, saying, 3 of us then will stay in heaven. Amongst us 3, who shall fall down first? And the rishi answered, Pratidana. And the inquirer asked, For what cause? And the rishi answered, I lived for some days in the abode of Pratidana also. And he carried me on his car one day. And while doing so, a Brahmana asked him, saying, Give me a horse. And Pratidana replied, After returning, I will give thee one. And thereupon the Brahmana said, Let it be given to me soon. And as the Brahmana spoke those words, the king gave unto him the steed that had been yoked on the right-hand wheel of the car. And there came unto him another Brahmana desirous of obtaining a steed. And the king, having spoken to him in the same way, gave him the steed that had been yoked on the left wheel of his car. And having given away the horse unto him, the king proceeded on his journey. And then there came unto the king another Brahmana desirous of obtaining a horse. And the king soon gave him the horse on the left front of his car, unyoking the animal. And having done so, the king proceeded on his journey. And then there came unto the king another Brahmana desirous of obtaining a horse. And the king said unto him, Returning, I will give thee a horse. But the Brahmana said, Let the steed be given to me soon. And the king gave him the only horse he had. And seizing the yoke of the car himself, the king began to draw it. And as he did so, he said, There is now nothing for the Brahmanas. The king had given away, it is true, but he had done so with detraction. And for that speech of his, he shall have to fall down from heaven. And after the rishi had said so, of the 2 that remained, one asked, Who amongst us 2 shall fall down? And the rishi answered, Vasumanas. And the inquirer asked, For what reason? And Narada said, In course of my wanderings I arrived at the abode of Vasumanas. And at that time the Brahmanas were performing the ceremony of Swastavakana for the sake of a flowery car. And I approached the king's presence. And after the Brahmanas had completed the ceremony, the flowery car became visible to them. And I praised that car, and thereupon the king told me, Holy One, by thee hath this car been praised. Let this car, therefore, be thine. And after this I went to Vasumanas another time when I was in need of a flowery car. And I admired the car, and the king said, It is thine. And I went to the king a third time and admired the car again. And even then the king, exhibiting the flowery car to the Brahmanas, cast his eyes on me, and said, O Holy One, thou hast praised the flowery car sufficiently. And the king only said these words, without making me a gift of that car. And for this he will fall down from heaven. And one among them said, Of the one who is to go with thee, who will go and who will fall down? And Narada answered, saying, Sivi will go, but I will fall down. For what reason? Asked the inquirer. And Narada said, I am not the equal of Sivi. For one day a Brahmana came unto Sivi, and addressing him, said, O Sivi, I came to thee for food. And Sivi replied unto him, saying, What shall I do? Let me have thy orders. And the Brahmana answered, This thy son known by the name of Vrihajrabha should be killed. And, O king, cook him for my food. And hearing this, I waited to see what would follow. And Sivi then killed his son, and cooking him duly, and placing that food in a vessel, and taking it upon his head, he went out in search of the Brahmana. And while Sivi was thus seeking for the Brahmana, someone told him, The Brahmana thou seekest, having entered thy city, is setting fire to thy abode, and he is also setting fire, and wrath, to thy treasury, thy arsenal, the apartments of the females, and thy stables for horses and elephants. And Sivi heard all this, without change of color, and entering his city spoke unto the Brahmana, O Holy One, the food has been cooked. And the Brahmana hearing this spoke not a word, and from surprise he stood with downcast looks. And Sivi, with a view to gratifying the Brahmana, said, O Holy One, eat thou this. And the Brahmana, looking at Sivi for a moment, said, Eat it thyself. And thereupon Sivi said, Let it be so. And Sivi, cheerfully taking the vessel from his head, desired to eat it, and thereupon the Brahmana caught hold of Sivi's hand, and addressing him said, Thou hast conquered wrath. There is nothing that thou canst not give unto the Brahmanas. And saying this, that Brahmana adored Sivi, and then as Sivi cast his eyes before him, he beheld his son standing like a child of the gods, decked in ornaments and yielding a fragrance from his body, and the Brahmana, having accomplished all this, made himself visible, and it was Vidhatri himself who had thus come in that guise to try that royal sage. And after Vidhatri had disappeared, the counselors addressed the king, saying, Thou knowest everything. For what didst thou do all this? And Sivi answered, It was not for fame, nor for wealth, nor from desire of acquiring objects of enjoyment that I did all this. This course is not sinful. It is for this that I do all this. The path which is trodden by the virtuous is laudable. My heart always inclineth towards such a course. This high instance of Sivi's blessedness I know, and I have, therefore, narrated it duly. Footnotes 404:1 The ceremony of Swastivakana is described to be the religious rite, preparatory to any important observance, in which the Brahmanas strew boiled rice on the ground, and invoke the blessings of the gods on the ceremony about to commence. Vede Wilson's dict. A flowery car was, probably, one of celestial make that the kings, procured from heaven by performing costly rites and ceremonies. These were sometimes exhibited to the people, and prior to these exhibitions, the ceremony of Swastivakana was performed. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 198. Vyasa said, The sons of Pandu and those rishis then asked Markandeya, Is there anybody that is blessed with longer life than thou? And Markandeya answered them, saying, There is without doubt a royal sage of the name of Indradyumna, and his virtue having diminished, he fell from heaven, crying, My achievements are lost. And he came unto me and asked, Dost thou know me? And I answered him, saying, From our anxiety to acquire religious merit, we do not confine ourselves to any home. We live but for a night in the same village or town. A person like us, therefore, cannot possibly know thy pursuits. The fasts and vows we observe render us weak in body and unable to follow any worldly pursuits on our own behalf. Hence, one like us cannot possibly know thee. He then asked me, Is there any one who is longer lived than thou? I answered him, saying, There liveth on the Himavat an owl of the name of Pravarkarna. He is older than I. He may know thee. The part of the Himavat where he dwelleth is far off from here. And at this Indradyumna became a horse and carried me to where that owl lived, and the king asked the owl, saying, Dost thou know me? And the owl seemed to reflect for a moment, and then said unto the king, I do not know thee. And the royal sage Indradyumna thereupon asked the owl, Is there any one who is older than thou? And thus asked the owl answered, saying, There is a lake of the name of Indradyumna. In that lake dwelleth a crane of the name of Natijanga. He is older than we. Ask thou him. And at this king Indradyumna, taking both myself and the owl, went to that lake where the crane Natijanga dwelt. And that crane was asked by us, Dost thou know the king Indradyumna? And the crane thereupon seemed to reflect a little, and then said, I do not know King Indradyumna. And the crane was asked by us, Is there any one who is older than thou? And he answered us, saying, There dwelleth in this very lake a tortoise of the name of Akupara. He is older than I. He may know something of this king. Therefore, inquire ye of Akupara. And then that crane gave information to the tortoise, saying, It is intended by us to ask thee something. Please come to us. And hearing this, the tortoise came out of the lake to that part of the bank where we all were, and as he came there we asked him, saying, Dost thou know this king Indradyumna? And the tortoise reflected for a moment. And his eyes were filled with tears, and his heart was much moved, and he trembled all over and was nearly deprived of his senses. And he said with joined hands, Alas, do I not know this one? He had planted the sacrificial stake 1,000 times at the time of kindling the sacrificial fire. This lake was excavated by the feet of the cows given away by this king unto the Brahmanas on the completion of the sacrifice. I have lived here ever since. And after the tortoise had said all this, there came from the celestial regions a car. And an aerial voice was heard which said, addressing Indradyumna, Come thou and obtain the place thou deservest in heaven. Thy achievements are great. Come thou cheerfully to thy place. Here also are certain slokas, the report of virtuous deeds spreadeth over the earth and ascendeth to heaven. As long as that report lasts, so long is the doer said to be in heaven. The man whose evil deeds are bruited about is said to fall down and live, as long as that evil report lasts in the lower regions. Therefore should man be virtuous in his acts if he is to gain heaven. And he should seek refuge in virtue, abandoning a sinful heart. And hearing these words, the king said, Let the car stay here as long as I do not take these old persons to the places whence I brought them. And having brought me and the owl Pravrakarna to our respective places, he went away, riding on that car, to the place that was fit for him. Being long-lived, I witness all this. Vaisampayana continued, It was thus that Markandeya narrated all this unto the son of Pandu. And after Markandeya finished, the sons of Pandu said, Blessed be thou. Thou hadst acted properly in causing King Indradyumna, who had fallen from heaven, to regain his sphere. And Markandeya answered them, saying, Devki's son, Krishna, also had thus raised the royal sage Mraga who had sunk in hell and caused him to regain heaven. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 199. Vaisampayana said, King Yudhishthira, hearing from the illustrious Markandeya of the story of the royal sage Indradyumna's regaining of heaven, again asked the Muni, saying, O great Muni, tell me in what condition should a man practice charity in order to gain admission into the regions of Indra? Is it by practicing charity while leading a domestic mode of life, or in boyhood, or in youth, or in old age? Oh, tell me about the respective merits reaped from the practice of charity in these different stages of life. Markandeya said, Life that is futile is of 4 kinds. Charity also that is futile is of 16 kinds. His life is vain who hath no son, and his also who is out of pale of virtue, and his too who liveth on the food of other, and, lastly, his who cooketh for himself without giving therefrom unto the pitris, the gods, and the guests, and who eateth of it before these all. The gift to one that has fallen away from the practice of virtuous vows, as also the gift of wealth that has been earned wrongly, are both in vain. The gift to a fallen Brahmana, that to a thief, that also to a preceptor that is false, is in vain. The gift to an untruthful man, to a person that is sinful, to one that is ungrateful, to one that officiates at sacrifices performed by all classes of people residing in a village, to one that sells the Vedas, to a Brahmana that cooks for Sudra, to one that too by birth is a Brahmana but who is destitute of the occupations of his order, is in vain. The gift to one that has married a girl after the accession of puberty, to females, to one that sports with snakes, and to one that is employed in menial offices, is also in vain. These 16 kinds of gifts are productive of no merits. That man who with mind clouded with darkness giveth away from fear or anger, enjoyeth the merit of such gift while he is in the womb of his mother. The man who, under other circumstances, mocketh gifts unto the Brahmanas, enjoyeth the fruit thereof while he is in old age. Therefore, O king, the man who wishes to win the way of heaven should under all conditions make gifts unto Brahmanas of everything that he wishes to give away. Yudhishthira said, By what means do Brahmanas, who accept gifts from all the 4 orders, save others as well as themselves? Markandeya said, By japa, and mantras, and homa and the study of the Vedas, the Brahmanas construct a Vedic boat wherewith they save both others and themselves. The gods themselves are pleased with that man who gratifieth the Brahmanas. Indeed, a man may attain heaven at the command of a Brahmana. Thou wilt, O king, without doubt ascend to regions of everlasting bliss, in consequence of thy worship of the pitris and the gods, and thy reverence for the Brahmanas, even though thy body is filled with phlegmatic humors, and withal so dull and inert. He that desires virtue and heaven should adore the Brahmanas. One should feed brahmanas with care on occasions of shraddhas, although those among them that are cursed or fallen should be excluded. They also should be carefully excluded that are either excessively fair or excessively black, that have diseased nails, that are lepers, that are deceitful, that are born in bastardy of widows or of women having husbands alive, and they also that support themselves by the profession of arms. That shraddha which is censurable consumeth the performer thereof like fire-consuming fuel. If they that are to be employed in shraddhas happen to be dumb, blind, or deaf, care should be taken to employ them along with brahmanas conversant with the Vedas. O Yudhishthira, listen now unto whom thou shouldst give. He that knoweth all the Vedas should give only to that able brahmana who is competent to rescue both the giver and himself, for he, indeed, is to be regarded as able who can rescue both the giver and himself. O son of Pritha, the sacred fires do not receive such gratification from libations of clarified butter, from offerings of flowers and sandal and other perfumed pastes as from the entertainment of guests. Therefore, do thou strive to entertain guests, O son of Pandu. O king, they that give unto guests water to wash their feet, butter to rub over their tired legs, light during the hours of darkness, food, and shelter, have not to go before Yama. The removal, after worship, of the flowery offerings unto the gods, the removal of the remnants of a brahmana's feast, waiting upon a brahmana with perfumed pastes, and the massaging of a brahmana's limbs, are, each of them, O foremost of kings, productive of greater merit than the gift of kine. A person, without doubt, rescueth himself by the gift of a Kapila cow. Therefore, should one give away a Kapila cow decked with ornaments unto brahmanas. O thou of the Bharata race, one should give unto a person of good lineage and conversant with the Vedas, unto a person that is poor, unto one leading a domestic mode of life, but burdened with wife and children, unto one that daily adoreth the sacred fire, and unto one that hath done thee no service. Thou shouldst always give unto such persons, but not to them that are in affluence. What merit is there, O thou foremost of the Bharata race, by giving unto one that is affluent? One cow must be given unto one brahmana. A single cow must not be given unto many. For if the cow so given away unto many be sold, the giver's family is lost for 3 generations. Such a gift would not assuredly rescue the giver nor the brahmana that takes it. He who giveth 80 rithis of pure gold earneth the merit of giving away 100 pieces of gold forever. He that giveth away a strong bull capable also of drawing the plough is certainly rescued from all difficulties and finally goeth to heaven. He that giveth away land unto a learned brahmana hath all his desires fulfilled. The tired traveler, with weakened limbs and feet besmeared with dust, asks for the name of him that may give him food. There are men who answer him by telling him the name. That wise man who informs these toil-worn ones of the name of the person who may give them food is, without doubt, regarded as equal in merit unto the giver himself of food. Therefore, abstaining from other kinds of gift, give thou food. There is no merit, arising out of gifts, that is so great as that of giving food. The man that according to the measure of his might gives well-cooked and pure food unto the brahmanas acquires, by that act of his, the companionship of Prajapati, Brahma. There is nothing superior to food. Therefore, food is regarded as the first and foremost of all things, to be given away. It hath been said that food itself is Prajapati. And Prajapati is regarded as the year. And the year is sacrifice. And everything is established in sacrifice, for it is from sacrifice that all creatures, mobile and immobile, take their origin. For this reason, it hath been heard by us, food is the foremost of all things. They that give away lakes and large pieces of water, and tanks and wells, and shelter and food, and they that have sweet words for all, have not to hear the admonitions of Yama. With him who gives rice, and wealth earned by his labor, unto Brahmana of good behavior, the earth is satisfied. And she poureth upon him showers of wealth. The giver of food walketh first, after him the speaker of truth, and he that giveth unto persons that do not solicit. But the 3 go to the same place. Vaisampayana continued, hearing all this, Yudhishthira, along with his younger brothers, impelled by curiosity, again addressed the high-souled Markandeya, saying, O great Muni, what is the distance of Yama's region from that of men? What is its measurement? How also do men pass it over? And by what means? Oh, tell me all this. Markandeya said, O king, O them foremost of virtuous men, this question of thine appertains to a great mystery. It is sacred and much applauded by the rishis. Appertaining as it also does to virtue, I will speak of it to thee. The distance of Yama's region from the abode of men is, O king, 86,000 yojanas. The way is over space, without water, and very terrible to behold. Nowhere on that road is the shade of a tree, nowhere any water, and nowhere any resting place in which the traveler, when fatigued, may rest for some moments. And men and women and all on earth that have life are forcibly led along this way by the messengers of Yama. Those creatures that obey the mandates of the grim king, and they, O king, that have given horses and other good conveyances unto brahmanas, proceed along this way on those animals and vehicles. And they that have given umbrellas proceed along this way with umbrellas warding off the sun's rays. And they that have given food proceed without hunger, while they that have not given food proceed afflicted with hunger. And they that have given robes proceed along this way attired in robes, while they that have given none proceed naked. And they that have given gold proceed in happiness, themselves decked in ornaments. And they that have given land proceed with every desire completely gratified. And they that have given grain proceed without being afflicted with any want. And they that have given houses proceed happily on cars. And those men that have given something to drink proceed with cheerful hearts unafflicted with thirst. And they that have given lights proceed happily lighting the way before them. And they that have given kine proceed along the way happily, freed from all their sins. And they that have fasted for a month proceed on cars drawn by swans. And they who have fasted for 6 nights proceed on cars drawn by peacocks. And, O son of Pandu, he that fasteth 3 nights upon only 1 meal without a second during this period goeth into a region free from disease and anxiety. And water hath this excellent property that it produceth happiness in the region of Yama. And they that give water find for themselves a river there of the name of Pushpadaka. And the givers of water on the earth drink cool and ambrosial draughts from that stream. And they that are of evil deeds have pus ordained for them. Thus, O great king, that river serveth all purposes. Therefore, O king, adore thou duly these brahmanas that are with thee. Weak in limbs owing to the way he has walked, and besmeared with the dust of the high road, the traveler inquireth for the name of him who giveth food, and cometh in hope to his house. Adore thou him with reverent attention, for he indeed is a guest, and he is a brahmana. The gods with Indra at their head follow him as he proceedeth. And if he is adored, the gods with Indra become gratified, and if he is not adored, the celestials with their chief become cheerless. Therefore, O thou foremost of kings, worship thou these brahmanas duly. I have thus spoken to thee upon 100 subjects. What dost thou desire to hear from me again? Yudhishthira said, O master, conversant thou art with virtue and morality, and so I desire to repeatedly listen to thee as thou speakest on sacred subjects appertaining to virtue and morals. Markandeya said, O king, I will now speak on another sacred subject appertaining to eternal interests and capable of washing off all sins. Listen thou with rapt attention. O thou foremost of the Bharatas, the merit equal to that of giving away a Kapila cow in the Tirtha called Jest Pushkara arises from washing the feet of Brahmanas. As long as the earth remains wet with water which a Brahmana hath touched with his feet, so long do Pitris drink water of cups made of lotus leaves. If the guest is welcomed, with inquiries about his welfare, the deities of fire become glad, and if he is offered a seat, it is the god of 100 sacrifices who is gratified. If his feet are washed, it is the Pitris who are delighted, and if he is fed, it is Prajapati that is pleased. One should with collected soul give a cow when, during her throes, the feet and head of her calf are visible, before her delivery is complete. A cow with her calf in the air in course of falling from the uterus to the earth is to be regarded as equal to the earth herself. He, therefore, that giveth away such a cow, reapeth the merit of giving away the earth. And he that giveth away such a cow is adored in heaven for as many thousands of yugas as there are bristles on the bodies of the animal and her young one together. And, O Bharata, he that having accepted a thing in gift giveth it away immediately unto a person that is virtuous and honest, reapeth very great merit. Without doubt, he reapeth the fruit of giving away the whole earth to her utmost limits, and with her oceans and seas and caves, her mountains and forests and woods. That Brahmana who eateth in silence from a plate, keeping his hands between his knees, succeedeth in rescuing others. And those Brahmanas that abstain from drink and who are never spoken of by others as having any faults and who daily read the Samhitas are capable of rescuing others. Libations of butter and edible offerings should all be presented to a Brahmana who is learned in the Vedas. And as libations of clarified butter poured into fire never go in vain, so gift to virtuous Brahmanas learned in the Vedas can never go in vain. The Brahmanas have anger for their weapon, they never fight with arms of iron and steel. Indeed, the Brahmanas slay with anger like Indra's slaying the Asuras with his thunderbolt. Thus prelection appertaining to virtue and morality is now over. Hearing this, the Munis of the forest of Nimisha were filled with delight. And those ascetics were also freed from grief and anger by listening to it. And they were also purged of all their sins in consequence of this. And, O king, those human beings that listen to it become freed from the obligation of rebirth. Yudhishthira said, O thou of great wisdom, what purification is there by which a Brahmana may always keep himself pure? I desire to hear of it from thee, O thou foremost of all virtuous men. Markandeya answered, there are three kinds of purity, viz., purity in speech, purity in deed, and purity achieved by use of water. He that has recourse to these three different kinds of purity attains, without doubt, to heaven. That Brahmana who adoreth the goddess Sandhya in the morning and the evening, and who recites meditatively the sacred goddess Gayatri, who is the mother of the Vedas, sanctified by the latter, is freed from all his sins. Even if he accepts in gift the entire earth with her oceans, he doth not, on that account, suffer the least unhappiness. And those heavenly bodies in the sky, including the sun, that may be inauspicious and hostile towards him, soon become auspicious and favorable towards him in consequence of these acts of his, while those stars that are auspicious and favorable become more auspicious and more favorable in consequence of such conduct of his. And terrible Rakshasas subsisting on animal food, or gigantic and fierce mien, all become unable to prevail over a Brahmana who practiseth these purifications. The Brahmanas are even like blazing fires. They incur no fault in consequence of teaching, of officiating at sacrifices, and of accepting gifts from others. Whether the Brahmana be cognizant of the Vedas or ignorant of them, whether they be pure or impure, they should never be insulted, for Brahmanas are like fires. As the fire that blazeth up in the place set apart for the cremation of the dead is never regarded impure on that account, so the Brahmana, be he learned or ignorant, is always pure. He is great and a very god. Cities that are adorned with walls and gates and palaces one after another lose their beauty if they are bereft of Brahmanas. That, indeed, O king, is a city where Brahmanas accomplished in the Vedas, duly observing the duties of their order and possessed of learning and ascetic merit, reside. O son of Pritha, that spot, be it a wood or pasture land, where learned Brahmanas reside, hath been called a city. And that place, O king, becometh a tirtha also. By approaching a king that offereth protection, as also a Brahmana possessed of ascetic merit, and by offering worship unto both, a man may purge off his sins immediately. The learned have said that ablutions in the sacred tirthas, recitation of the names of holy ones, and converse with the good and virtuous, are all acts worthy of applause. They that are virtuous and honest always regard themselves as sanctified by the holy companionship of persons like themselves, and by the water of pure and sacred converse. The carrying of 3 staffs, the vow of silence, matted hair on head, the shaving of the crown, covering one's person with barks and deerskins, the practice of vows, ablutions, the worship of fire, abode in the woods, emaciating the body, all these are useless if the heart be not pure. The indulgence of the 6 senses is easy, if purity be not sought in the object of enjoyment. Abstinence, however, which of itself is difficult, is scarcely easy without purity of the objects of enjoyment. O King of Kings, among the 6 senses, the mind alone that is easily moved is the most dangerous. Those high-souled persons that do not commit sins in word, deed, heart, and soul are said to undergo ascetic austerities, and not they that suffer their bodies to be wasted by fasts and penances. He that hath no feeling of kindness for relatives cannot be free from sin even if his body be pure. That hard-heartedness of his is the enemy of his asceticism. Asceticism, again, is not mere abstinence from the pleasures of the world. He that is always pure and decked with virtue, he that practices kindness all his life, is immune even though he may lead a domestic life. Such a man is purged of all his sins. Fasts and other penances cannot destroy sins, however much they may weaken and dry up the body that is made of flesh and blood. The man whose heart is without holiness suffers torture only by undergoing penances in ignorance of their meaning. He is never freed from sins of such acts. The fire he worshipped doth not consume his sins. It is in consequence of holiness and virtue alone that men attain to regions of blessedness, and fasts and vows become efficacious. Subsistence on fruits and roots, the vow of silence, living upon air, the shaving of the crown, abandonment of a fixed home, the wearing of matted locks on the head, lying under the canopy of heaven, daily fasts, the worship of fire, immersion in water, and lying on the bare ground, these alone cannot produce such a result. They only that are possessed of holiness succeed, by knowledge and deeds, to conquer disease, decrepitude, and death, and acquire a high status. As seeds that have been scorched by fire do not sprout forth, so the pains that have been burnt by knowledge cannot affect the soul. This inert body that is only like a block of wood when destitute of souls is, without doubt, short-lived like froth in the ocean. He that obtaineth a view of his soul, the soul that resideth in every body, by help of one or half of a rhythmic line of the Vedas, hath no more need for anything. Some obtaining a knowledge of identity with the Supreme Soul from but 2 letters of the Vedas, and some from hundreds and thousands of rhythmic lines, acquire salvation, for the knowledge of one's identity with the Supreme Soul is the sure indication of salvation. The men of old, distinguished for their knowledge, have said, neither this world nor that hereafter nor bliss can be as who is disturbed by doubts. And belief of one's identity with the Supreme Soul is the indication of salvation. He that knoweth the true meaning of the Vedas understandeth their true use. Such a man is affrighted at the Vedic ritual like a man at sight of a forest conflagration. Giving up dry disputation, have recourse to Shriti and Smriti, and seek thou, with the aid of thy reason, the knowledge of the undecaying one that is without a second. One's search, after this knowledge, becometh futile from defect of means. Therefore, should one carefully strive to obtain that knowledge by aid of the Vedas. The Vedas are the Supreme Soul, they are his body, they are the truth. The soul that is bounded by the animal organism is incompetent to know him in whom all the Vedas merge. That Supreme Soul, however, is capable of being known by the pure intellect. The existence of the gods, as stated in the Vedas, the efficacy of acts, and the capacity for action of being furnished with bodies are noticeable in every yuga. Independence of these and annihilation are to be sought from purity of the senses. Therefore, the suspension of the function of the senses is the true fasting. One may attain to heaven by asceticism, one may obtain objects of enjoyment by the practice of charity, and may have his sins purged off by ablutions and tirthas. But complete emancipation cannot be had except by knowledge. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed, O great king, by the Rishi, Yudhishthira of great fame then said, O Holy One, I desire to listen to the rules about that charity which is meritorious. Markandeya said, O great king, O Yudhishthira, the rules about charity which thou wishest to hear from me are always highly regarded by me. Listen now to the mysteries of charity as expounded in the Shriti and the Smritis. A man that performs a shraddha in the conjunction called Gajikeya at a place that is fanned by the leaves of the Aswatha tree enjoys the fruits thereof, O Yudhishthira, for 100,000 kalpas. O king, he that foundeth the Dharmasala and established there a person to look after all comers, is crowned with the merits of all the sacrifices. He that giveth away a horse at a tirtha where the current of the river runneth in a direction opposite to its general course, reapeth merit that is inexhaustible. The guest that comes to one's house for food is none other than Indra himself. If he is entertained with food, Indra himself conferreth on the best merit that is inexhaustible. As men cross seas by vessels, so are the givers mentioned above are saved from all their sins. So what is given unto Brahmanas pradaseth, like gift of curds, inexhaustible merits. A gift on particular lunations pradaseth merit that is twice as much as a gift on other days. That in a particular season pradaseth merit 10 times greater than in other seasons. That in a particular year pradaseth merit 100 times greater than in other years. And lastly, a gift on the last day of the last month of the year pradaseth merit that is inexhaustible. A gift also that is made while the sun is on the solstitial points, one again that is made on the last day of the sun's path through Libra, Aries, Gemini, Virgo, and Pisces, a gift again during eclipses of the moon and the sun, produce merit that is inexhaustible. The learned have also said that gifts made during the seasons produce merit that is 10 times, those made during the change of seasons, 100 times, and those made during the days when Rahu is visible, 1,000 times greater than what is produced by gifts at other time, while a gift made on the last day of the sun's course through Libra and Aries produces merit that knows no diminution. O king, no one can enjoy landed possessions unless he giveth away land, and no one can go on cars and vehicles unless he giveth away these. Indeed, a person on rebirth obtaineth the fruition of whatever objects he hath in view at the time of making a gift to a Brahmana. Gold hath sprung from fire, the earth from Vishnu, and the cows from the sun. He, therefore, that giveth away gold, land, and kine attaineth all the regions of Agni, Vishnu, and the sun. There is nothing so eternal as a gift. Where, therefore, in the 3 worlds is anything that is more auspicious? It is for this, O king, that they who have great intelligence say that there is nothing higher and greater in the 3 worlds than gift. Footnotes 407:1 A man is said to sell the Vedas who lectures on the Vedas taking fees from the hearers. 408:1 Japa is the silent recitation of particular mantras. 408:2 Mantras are particular formulae of worship. They are for the most part rhythmic compositions, believed to be of great efficacy. 408:3 The Homa is that sacrificial rite which consists of pouring libations of clarified butter into fire. 408:4 Vedamai Nu. Lit. A boat made of the Vedas. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 200. Vyasa said, having, O great king, heard from the illustrious Markandeya the history of the attainment of heaven by the royal sage Indradyumna, Yudhishthira, that bull of the Bharata race, once more asked that sinless Muni endued with great ascetic merit and long life, saying, Thou knowest, O virtuous one, the entire host of the gods, the Danavas, and the Rakshasas. Thou art acquainted also with various royal genealogies and many eternal lines of rishis. O best of Brahmanas, there is nothing in this world that thou dost not know. Thou knowest also, O Muni, many delightful stories about men, snakes, and Rakshasas, about gods, Gandharvas, and Yakshas, and about Kinnaras and Apsaras. I desire now to hear from thee, O best of Brahmanas, as to why Kuvalaswa, that unvanquished king of Ikshvaku's race, changed his name, assuming another, viz., Dundhumara. O thou best of Bhrigu's line, I desire to know in detail why the name of Kuvalaswa of great intelligence underwent such a change. Vyasa continued, thus addressed by Yudhishthira, the great Muni Markandeya, O Bharata, then began the history of Dundhumara. Markandeya said, O royal Yudhishthira, listen to me, I will tell thee all. The story of Dundhumara is a moral one. Listen to it then. Listen now, O king, to the story of how the royal Kuvalaswa of Ikshvaku's race came to be known as Dundhumara. O son, O Bharata, there was a celebrated rishi of the name of Uttamka, and, O thou of the Kuru race, Uttamka had his hermitage in a delightful wilderness. And, O great king, the rishi Uttamka underwent ascetic austerities of the severest kind, and the Lord Uttamka underwent those penances for numberless years with the object of obtaining the favors of Vishnu, and gratified with his penances that illustrious Lord presented himself before Uttamka. And beholding the deity, the rishi in all humility began to gratify him with many hymns, and Uttamka said, O thou of great effulgence, all creatures with the gods, asuras, and human beings, all things that are mobile or immobile, even Brahma himself, the Vedas, and all things that are capable of being known, have, O Lord, been created by thee. The firmament is thy head, O God, and the sun and the moon are thy eyes. And, O unfading one, the winds are thy breath and fire thy energy. The directions of the horizon constitute thy arms, and the great ocean thy stomach. And, O God, the hills and mountains constitute thy thigh, and the sky thy hips, O slayer of Madhu. The earth constitutes thy feet, and the plants the bristles on thy body. And, O Lord, Indra and Soma and Agni and Varuna, indeed all the gods, the asuras and the great snakes all wait upon thee with humility, adoring thee with various hymns. O Lord of the universe, created things are pervaded by thee. The great rishis of high energy and ever plunged in ascetic meditation always adore thee. When thou art gratified, the universe is in peace. And when thou art angry, terror pervadeth every soul. Thou art, O Lord, the great dispeller of all terrors, and thou art the one supreme male being. Thou art the cause of happiness of both gods and human beings. And, O Lord, by 3 steps of thine thou didst cover the 3 worlds. And it was by thee that the asuras in the height of their power were destroyed. It is owing to thy prowess, O God, that the celestials obtained peace and happiness, and, O thou of great effulgence, it was the anger that destroyed 100 great Daitya chiefs. Thou art the creator and destroyer of all creatures in the world. It is by adoring thee that the gods have obtained happiness. It was thus, O Yudhishthira, that the high-souled Uttamka praised the Lord of the senses. And Vishnu, therefore, said unto Uttamka, I am gratified with thee. Ask thou the boon that thou desirest. And Uttamka said, This indeed hath been a great boon to me, and that I have been able to behold Hari, that eternal being, that divine creator, that Lord of the universe. Thus addressed Vishnu said, I am gratified with this absence of all desires on thy pale, and with thy devotion, O thou best of men. But, O Brahmanas, O regenerate one, thou shouldst of a certainty accept some boon from me. Thus requested by Hari to accept a boon, Uttamka then, O thou best of Bharatas, with joined hands begged a boon, saying, O illustrious one, O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, if thou hast been gratified with me, then let my heart always rest on virtue, truth, and self-content. And, O Lord, let my heart always turn to thee in devotion. And hearing these words of Uttamka, the Holy One said, O regenerate one, all this shall happen to thee through my grace. And there will also appear in thee a yoga power, endued with which thou shalt achieve a great thing for the dwellers of heaven, as also for the triple world. Even now a great asura of the name of Dundu is undergoing ascetic penances of fierce austerity with the object of destroying the triple world. Hear now as to who will slay that asura. O son, there will appear a king of invincible energy and great prowess, and he will be born in the race of Ikshvaku, and will be known by the name of Vrihadaswa, who will have a son of the name of Kuvalaswa, endued with great holiness and self-control and celebrity. And that best of kings will be furnished with yoga powers springing from me, and urged and commended by thee, O regenerate Rishi. That king will be the slayer of the asura Dundu. And having said these words unto that Brahmana, Vishnu disappeared there and then. Present you by HinduMonastery.com